Chapter 1176. Guhai was the first to agree. This was a good start for Yuanshi, Tianzuan. Jiangchun was the second to agree. If you have the ability to kill the heavens, I have no problem. Most of the people in the 2,000 cities under the control of the Temple of Seizing Gods listen to me. I can cooperate with you. Jiangchun's agreement put you in a difficult position. Because if he agreed with Yuanshi Tianzuan, he would be completely offending the Immortal of Six Paths. Guhai had a grudge against the Immortal of Six Paths. Jiangchun did not care about offending the Immortal of Six Paths. But what about him? Yuanshi Tianzuan was not in a hurry. He waited patiently. You looked at Guhai and then at the elite guard. Speaking of which, he seemed to owe Guhai a big favor. If Guhai was being hunted down by the Immortal of Six Paths, would he pretend not to see it? After a moment of silence, you hesitated. I can promise you that when you need the help of the people of Great Yin, I will lend you help. But before that, if the Immortal of Six Paths finds out, if he makes a move first, I will block everything for you. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Okay, Great Yin will cooperate with you. You nodded. The elites of the Yang realm nodded. Only two people from another world were left. Bai Zizai and you. Bai Zizai raised his eyebrows. He was very unwilling. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan stared at him. Bai Zizai believed that if he did not agree, Yuanshi Tianzuan would be the first to deal with him. After a moment of silence, Bai Zizai nodded. Heavenly Demon Holy Land can agree to it. Bai Zizai agreed verbally, but whether he would do it or not was another matter. Bai Zizai could live for millions of years. His ability to seek luck and avoid disaster was rare in the world. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Chung. The Juin sect is just a medium sect. I can promise you, but how much help can a small medium sect provide? He said with a smile. Since everyone has agreed, then that's good. Next, I will help everyone solve the problem. Yuanshi Tianzuan said solemnly. Oh, everyone was puzzled. Yuanshi Tianzuan then looked at the leaders of the various forces. All the emperors and sect masters avoided Yuanshi Tianzuan's gaze. You bunch of perverts. You dare to accompany Yuanshi Tianzuan in killing the heavens, but don't drag us into it. Once the eyes of the immortals open, we will have to kneel. Do they still want us to write a pledge of allegiance? If he had known that he would be beheaded, he wouldn't have come. This was bad. Were they going to declare their stance? Rebel with Yuanshi Tianzuan? The leaders of the various forces felt uneasy. Most of them were repulsed, and only a few dared to raise their heads. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan didn't ask for their opinion. His left hand trembled slightly, and the little golden dragon wrapped around Yuanshi Tianzuan's left arm suddenly exhaled a large amount of cloud. Oh, there are 126 imperial dynasties and medium sects from the mortal realm. 42 of them aren't here. Yuanshi Tianzuan narrowed his eyes. 42 sect masters and emperors weren't here. The leaders of the various forces were envious. They were so lucky that they didn't have to participate in the rebellion. Unlike them, they were in a difficult situation. Why were they so unlucky? Just as everyone was envious of the 42 sect masters and emperors. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he waved his right sleeve toward the sky. The primeval banner immediately enlarged 10,000 times and floated in the sky. Buzz! Suddenly, thousands of chaotic sword chi appeared from the primeval banner that fluttered in the wind. As soon as the chaotic sword chi appeared, it flew in circles and gradually became smaller and smaller. Gradually, it merged into 42 gigantic chaotic sword chi. Everyone looked up at the sky. They didn't understand what Yuanshi Tianzuan was going to do. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan glared at them and said, "Go!" Boom! 42 chaotic sword chi instantly pierced through the void and shot in 42 directions. They pierced through the clouds and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the sea of providence of 42 sects and imperial dynasties in the mortal realm suddenly trembled. Above the sea of providence, the golden dragon's scales suddenly stood up as if it had sensed something incomparably terrifying. The 42 emperors and sect masters were all alarmed. Suddenly, their expressions changed drastically. The emperor of the imperial dynasty closest to Wansho Taoism was the same. He thought that Yuan Shi Tianzuan's unification of the world wouldn't be a good event, so he didn't come. On this day, during the imperial court, the golden dragon of Providence suddenly roared. The emperor was alarmed, and his hair stood on end. He immediately stood up. Boom! A chaotic sword chi instantly exploded the imperial capital's formation and the imperial court's main hall, charging straight at the emperor. What? The emperor's expression changed, and he punched out. Your Majesty! Protect His Majesty! There's an assassin! The main hall was instantly in chaos. A deafening explosion rang out, and the dragon throne instantly shattered into countless pieces. A huge black hole was torn open in the void with this loud explosion. The main hall was even more chaotic. When the black hole returned to normal, the emperor from before had already been blown into pieces. Only the flat imperial crown was left intact on the ground. The imperial dynasty's golden dragon of Providence instantly wailed. Following that, the Sea of Providence of the imperial dynasty collapsed. The emperor is dead. The Providence collapses. His Majesty has passed away. His Majesty, the officials cried out tragically. The commoners of that dynasty also suddenly cried out in grief. Not only the commoners of that dynasty, but the same thing happened to the 42 factions at the same time. Cries of agony sounded everywhere. At the entrance of the Yuanshi Palace, the leaders of the 126 factions could still see the Emperor Dynasty's Providence collapsing. The leaders of the various factions felt their hearts tremble. They felt that it was unreal. A great Emperor Dynasty was suddenly destroyed, just like that. Wong. Everyone's body trembled slightly. The leaders of the various factions flipped their hands and took out many Qin figurines. Reporting to Your Majesty, our sworn enemy, the great Liang Imperial Dynasty, was destroyed by an unknown sword chi. How satisfying! Your Majesty, should this old subject immediately gather troops and head south? Sect leader, our archenemy, the Three Seas sect, was just destroyed by an unknown sword chi. The Three Seas sect's main altar was instantly leveled to the ground. Sect leader, the neighboring Tianshui Imperial Dynasty, was leveled by a sword chi from the heavens. The Providence collapsed, and the emperor passed away. The Tianshui Imperial Dynasty was destroyed. The Qin figurines spread the news all over the world. Soon, the 42 emperor dynasties and mid-tier factions that did not participate in the World Unification Assembly were all destroyed in an instant. The culprit who destroyed the 42 factions was standing in front of everyone, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, who was slowly putting away the primeval banner. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they felt a chill in their hearts. They had long heard that Yuan Shi Tianzuan was heartless and ruthless. Today, they finally knew how ruthless this Yuan Shi Tianzuan was. 42 factions, just because they did not participate in the assembly. They were all uprooted. Before Yuan Shi Tianzuan asked if they were willing to kill the heavens with him, they already had no intention of rejecting. Rejecting again? That was the same as courting death. Yuan Shi Tianzuan looked at the crowd again. The leaders of the various factions no longer avoided Yuan Shi Tianzuan's gaze. Instead, they went up to him and prepared to say something nice. If Yuan Shi Tianzuan asked about their intentions, they would definitely express their willingness to follow him at the first moment. However, Yuan Shi Tianzuan did not treat them like how he treated Gu Hai, Jiang Chun, and the others. Instead, he said with certainty, there are 3 great factions in the world of the living, Jiang Chun, Gu Hai, and Bai. You can choose yourselves, surrender, and pledge your loyalty. Everyone's expression changed. This supreme overlord does not have the energy to manage all the people and factions in the world. That's why I chose to cooperate with Gu Hai, Bai, and Jiang Chun to let them help this supreme overlord manage the people in the world. However, as long as the few of them manage, it will be enough. If too many people manage, it will be easy to cause chaos. At that time, if anyone betrays me, This supreme overlord will not have the energy to investigate them one by one. It's enough as long as I keep an eye on the 5 of them. Yuanshi Tianzuan said indifferently. No, Yuanshi Tianzuan, we are willing to listen to you. When the time comes, as soon as you give the order, we will immediately transfer the power of the dynasty to you. We will not hesitate. One of the great emperors shouted. Everyone nodded one after another. They were incomparably anxious. Is this forcing us to hand over all of our power? Hand it over to Gu Hai, Zhang Chun, and Bai? Who would be willing? This supreme overlord is not asking for your opinion. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes turned cold. Everyone's expression changed. Yuanshi Tianzuan's cold eyes actually revealed a murderous aura. Murderous aura? Yuanshi Tianzuan's murderous aura. Do we still have to go against him? Everyone had the urge to cry. You can't play like this. We fought so hard to conquer the world, and now we have to give it to someone else? However, Yuanshi Tianzuan's attitude was very firm. He did not have the time to manage the world. He only needed to keep an eye on Gu Hai and the other great emperors. There were too many people, so how could he have the time to manage? Moreover, time was limited, and he did not want to waste time. Therefore, it was better to do it once and for all. Whoever refused to comply would die. Under Yuanshi Tianzuan's domineering gaze, the hearts of the leaders of the various forces were completely cold. Even so, they had no choice but to lower their heads. Everything that they had seen today had already exceeded their ability to bear. If they continued to be stubborn, only death would await them. Yes, everyone was helpless. This supreme overlord will give you 10 days. After 10 days, if your Sea of Providence is still there, the previous 42 forces will be your example. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Yes, everyone was helpless. Turning their heads, Yuanshi Tianzuan no longer cared about them. The leaders of these forces could only stand aside and lick their wounds. Gu Hai and Zhao's expressions changed slightly, but they did not stop him. This was the best opportunity for the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty and the Great Yin Heavenly Dynasty to expand their territory. Zhang Chun smiled slightly and did not take it seriously. Unify the world? Zhang Chun had experienced this for countless years. Back then, during the War of the Shamans and Demons, the world was divided into 2 camps, and there were only these 2 camps. Only a few of you came from the Netherworld. Since it is impossible for you to come, then it will be the same as the Yang realm. Yuanshi Tianzuan immediately took out the primeval banner, wanting to destroy all the sects and imperial dynasties in the Netherworld. Wait! Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Yuanshi Tianzuan, your time is limited, and so are our abilities. It is easy to destroy the leaders of the major forces in the Netherworld, but what about next? The Netherworld will become a plate of loose sand. We will not be able to control it in 2 years. Gu Hai immediately shouted. Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned slightly. The forces of the Netherworld cannot cross the 2 realms, so they cannot come. Why don't you use your providence to send a message to them and describe the situation today to them? I will send people to persuade them in the Netherworld. If there is anyone who does not listen, you can kill them all? Gu Hai suggested. Yuanshi Tianzuan was silent for a while, then finally nodded. Okay. Chapter 1177. The Netherworld. It had been 5 days since Yuanshi Tianzuan appeared in the Sea of Energy. They had long heard about the Wansho Taoism in the mortal world, but no one could go there since the Netherworld was separated. After 5 days of depression, they forgot about it. But who would have thought that when all the powerhouses forgot about it, the Sea of Energy surged again? All the great emperors and sect leaders were shocked. All the golden dragons of luck roared ferociously. The primeval Lord of Heaven's Dharma form instantly appeared beside the golden dragon of luck. He reached out and tapped the golden dragon of luck's glabella. Buzz! Everything that happened in the square of the premier palace in the mortal world, including the scene of Yuanshi Tianzuan slaughtering the major forces in the mortal world, was transmitted to the golden dragon of luck's eyebrows. The sect leaders and great emperors that corresponded to the golden dragon of luck also received the images. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the images, and they forgot to resist. After a while, all the great emperors and sect leaders came back to their senses and looked at Yuan-Shi Tianzuan's Dharma power above the sea of energy. The primordial beginning heavenly venerate said coldly, "This heavenly venerate has already said what needs to be said. In the world of the living, this heavenly venerate will give you 10 days. In the netherworld, this heavenly venerate will give you 1 month. After 1 month, aside from the 19th sect, the heavenly demon Holy Land, and the Great Han heavenly dynasty's luck, this heavenly venerate will destroy the dynasty I see. I'll destroy them when I see them." Yuan-Shi Tianzuan's tone was bone-chilling. All the great emperors and sect leaders were shocked, especially when they saw the images just now. The images of the mortal world were still vivid in their minds. Did he have to be so cruel? Buzz. Yuan-Shi Tianzuan's Dharma power disappeared. But from then on, all the great emperors and sect leaders were in a panic. Yuan-Shi Tianzuan's threat was too direct. If they didn't submit to Gu Hai by Zizai and Zhao, they would die. Die. So direct and so effective. It was not Gu Hai by Zizai or Qi who killed them, but Yuan-Shi Tianzuan. This made the experts want to resist, but they couldn't even express their moral integrity. Why did this happen? The underworld fell into a state of mourning. In the mortal realm, at the entrance of the palace of the origin, Yuan-Shi Tianzuan used the little golden dragon wrapped around his left arm to inform the leaders of the major forces in the underworld. Then he also told the news to Gu Hai and the others. Bai Zizai was stunned. Gu Hai nodded, but he was amused and did not refuse. This venerable's words will be passed on to the other empires and sections. This group of forces is too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. I'm sure it won't be difficult for you all to subdue them. Yuan-Shi Tianzuan looked at Gu Hai's group. With the cooperation of a group of imperial empires and sects, it shouldn't be difficult for those empires. Gu Hai shook his head. Yuan-Shi Tianzuan nodded. The Sage of Six Paths will wake up 2 years later and reach the peak. This venerable will officially kill the Sage of Six Paths in 1.5 years. You all will have to work hard for 1.5 years. Yuan-Shi Tianzuan looked at the 5 of them. Gu Hai, Zhao Jiangchun, Bai Zizai, and Zhao nodded. 1.5 years seemed to be a long time, but the world was too big. It was a very large amount of work. Since everyone has agreed, next, I will have to trouble the vast freedom heavenly demon. Yuan-Shi Tianzuan looked at Bai Zizai. Me? Bai Zizai showed a trace of surprise. This venerable one wants a strand of your hair. Yuan-Shi Tianzuan said solemnly. Why? Bai Zizai was puzzled. Although everyone has agreed to this venerable one's request, this venerable one can't be sure if the agreement will be fulfilled in 1.5 years. A strand of hair is enough. If you betray me, I can find you immediately and use everything I have to kill you. Yuan-Shi Tianzuan said calmly. Bai Zizai's expression changed. You want to prevent us from betraying you? Why do you only want my hair? Among the 5 of them, I know Gu Hai, Zhao, and Jiangchun well. I believe in them. Yuan-Shi Tianzuan said calmly. What about Zhao? You have a lot of contact with him? Bai Zizai's expression turned ugly. This is the first time I've seen him, but this venerable one believes in him. Yuan-Shi Tianzuan said again. Bai Zizai's expression froze. You don't believe in me? Yes. Yuan-Shi Tianzuan replied with certainty. Bai Zizai, the White Tiger Sovereign? I've long heard that you can give and take when necessary. In the battle between the witches and demons, in order to protect yourself, you can disregard the lives of hundreds of millions of demons and pretend to be dead. There's no guarantee that you won't escape in the future. If you keep your word, this venerable one will definitely be grateful to you after the matter is settled. However, I don't believe that you will keep your word. So this is the only way. Yuan-Shi Tianzuan said solemnly. Bai Zizai looked at Yuan-Shi Tianzuan with an ugly expression. Obviously, Bai Zizai's reputation had been bad since ancient times. What if I don't give it to you? Bai Zizai said coldly. If you don't give it to me, then only one of us can live today. Yuan-Shi Tianzuan said coldly. Bai Zizai. Slap. Bai Zizai neatly plucked a strand of hair and threw it to Yuanshi Tianzuan. Whoosh. Yuanshi Tianzuan gently twirled and carefully kept the strand of hair. Oomph. With a cold snort, Bai Zizai swung his sleeves and left with Scorpio and Wushang Demon in an instant. With his strand of hair, Yuanshi Tianzuan no longer paid attention to Bai Zizai and looked at the remaining 4 people. The 4 of you, I'll have to trouble you in 1.5 years. Yuanshi Tianzuan said solemnly. Gu Hai, you, Jiang Chun, and you nodded. Turning his head, Yuanshi Tianzuan glanced at Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner stood behind Gu Hai with some fear. Master of the Taishan bloodline? Lin Wanner? Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned. Yes. Lin Wanner nodded. Tong Tian did things without consideration. Since you are Taishan, you should inherit the Taishan bloodline. However, I have other uses for the Taiji diagram, so I won't give it to you for now. Yuanshi Tianzuan said in a low voice. Okay. Lin Wanner nodded and did not fight for it. However, Gu Hai could see that Yuanshi Tianzuan's attitude towards you and Lin Wanner seemed to be a little different. Entertain the others for me. Yuanshi Tianzuan ordered you. Yes, sect leader. You answered. As he spoke, Yuanshi Tianzuan slowly stepped into the premier palace. Bang! The door of the palace closed with a bang. Yuanshi Tianzuan did not care about the others and went into seclusion again. In the square, Gu Hai, Jiang Chun, you, and you looked at each other. Obviously, they also felt that this was normal. Expecting Yuanshi Tianzuan to arrange a banquet? That was impossible. He was not that kind of person. Not far away, the leaders of the various factions walked forward hesitantly. Leader of the Divine Seizing Palace. My sect is willing to submit to the Divine Seizing Palace and be protected by the true Lord. The sect leader said carefully. Many of the great emperors and sect leaders immediately made up their minds. Since they couldn't resist, they had no choice but to submit. Jiangqin was naturally the first choice. He was an expert from the primordial era, after all. He'd been first in line just now. No need. In the world of the living, you should look for Gu Hai in you. Our divine seizing palace has 2,000 cities. Jiang Qin shook his head and said, The faces of the leaders froze. All right, we should go. Wait for the show in 1.5 years. Jiang Chun said with a smile. Yes. Long Outyin nodded. Whoosh! With a flourish of his sleeve, Jiang Chun took Long Outyin with him and vanished in a flash. The leaders of the forces were at a loss. They could only look at Gu Hai in you. Greetings to Dehan and His Holiness. Greetings to the Yin and His Holiness. The leaders of the forces bowed slightly. Gu Hai and you looked at each other. Although there were some people in the group who were unwilling, most of them had already thought it through. The world had entered an autumn of chaos. The imperial court and the middle sex had already been eliminated. How about this? Go back and think about it. Those who are willing to enter Dehan's heavenly empire should head to the infinite celestial capital as soon as possible. Those who are willing to enter Great Yan's heavenly empire should head to Primeval City as soon as possible. The Yin and His Holiness will not force anyone. Gu Hai said. He nodded at the side. The leaders of the forces found it strange. Yes, you won't force us, but Yuanshi Tianzuan is forcing us? How depressing. All right. The leaders of the forces could only return dejectedly. The Yin and His Holiness, Jiuyin sect leader, you farewell. Gu Hai looked at the two of them and said, You, and you nodded. You also smiled slightly in acknowledgement. Gu Hai swung his sleeves and left with Lin Wanner. He was also preparing to leave when you suddenly said, The Yin and His Holiness? You've already received the Sun Heart Flames recognition, right? You paused slightly and looked at you in confusion. Finally, he nodded. That's right. It's been a long time since I came to the Yang realm. I wonder if the Yin celestial capital welcomes me as a guest. You smiled. You looked at you in surprise. Why does he want to go to Primeval City? If the Jiuyin sect leader doesn't mind, you're most welcome. You nodded. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Please. You smiled. You nodded. He waved his hand. The 9 Phoenix chariot flew over from afar. Yu's 4 subordinates took out that strange chariot again and stepped onto it. The 2 chariots quickly headed towards Primeval City. Guhai quickly returned to limitless celestial capital with Lin Wanner. At this moment, in the soaring Sky Palace Square, the officials were waiting. The news of the 42 sects and imperial dynasties collapsing in an instant had already spread. The officials were shocked, and the 4 princes were extremely worried. Only when Guhai returned with Lin Wanner did everyone feel relieved. "Father, did everything go smoothly?" Guqin stepped forward and asked. "It went quite smoothly. However, I owe a favor that is neither too big nor too small." "Huh," Guhai said as he looked at the distant great desolate city. Yang Realm, Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. Yuanshi Tianzuan transmitted his voice to various forces in the Yang Realm. Eastern Spirit Fire Sea's Sea of Clouds of Destiny also had a warning from Yuanshi Tianzuan. The 4 Yuanshi Tianzuan Dharma appearances tapped on the 4 Vermilion Bird Dharma appearances' foreheads. Buzz. Images were transmitted one after another. Zhu Yi, Zhu Sanson, Zhu Silly, and Zhu Wu looked at the images in silence. Yuanshi Tianzuan killed 2nd brother and 6th brother. Zhu Yi said with a gloomy expression. "Big brother, what should we do about this?" Zhu Sanson said hatefully. "What do you mean, what should we do? Do you still want to take revenge? Why don't you go?" Zhu Yi said angrily. Everyone's expression froze. Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength made the 4 of them tremble. He killed them with only one move. Going like this was simply courting death. Wait for Master to return. When Master returns, the entire world will bow to him. Zhu Yi said coldly. Yes. Chapter 1178. In a world of the living. Jiang Chun brought Long Outyin back to the divine, seizing palace in the west. Long Outyin was still in a state of shock. Yuanshi Tianzuan's tyrannical and ferocious strength made him feel unreal. He didn't know if Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength was comparable to Allah's. "All right, tell the others about the situation. I'll go out first," Jiang Chun said indifferently. "Allah, are you still going to Wanshou Taoism?" Long Outyin asked blankly. "No, I'm going to meet an old friend." Jiang Chun shook his head. "Yes." Long Outyin nodded blankly. Allah's old friend? Why hadn't he heard of it before? Xianyuan City, the former capital of the Great Yellow Dynasty. With the fall of Empress Ji, the Great Yellow Dynasty was in chaos. Various forces extended their hands into the territory of the Great Yellow Dynasty. Of course, this included the Dahan Celestial Dynasty. Bingheim was in charge of collecting the scattered territories of the Great Yellow Dynasty and Nine Li Imperial Dynasty. Shangguan Hin led a group of experts to protect her and wait for her orders. Xianyuan City was the political center of the Great Yellow Dynasty. It was like a heart. Countless connections were sent in and out from this place, reaching all the cities of the Great Yellow Dynasty. This was also the place where Bingheim and the others focused on. Bingheim was the princess of the Great Yellow Dynasty. As a lobbyist, it was much easier for her to find the family heads of the various families in Xianyuan City. In a short time, Xianyuan City was already showing signs of sorting out the situation. The power structure of the entire Xianyuan City was also changing. However, the only thing that didn't change was Tsang Jie's residence. Although Tsang Jie entered the Dahan Celestial Dynasty, Guhai gave him the right to not do anything. Tsang Jie didn't care about the matters of the Dahan Celestial Dynasty and returned to his residence in Xianyuan City alone. The embroidered uniform guards obeyed his orders and searched for precious materials for him, helping him plan the construction of Xianyuan City. No one knew what Tsang Jie was doing, but he seemed to be enjoying it. Until just now, in the square of the Premier Palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan had used his absolute strength to make the whole world bow down. That domineering aura was like a gale blowing in their faces, even though they were hundreds of millions of miles away. Tsang Jie sat on a high platform in the mansion. There was a teapot on the stone table in front of him. He was alone, pouring himself a cup of tea. Through the brim of his hat, he looked at the square of the Premier Palace in the distance. He watched quietly, watching as Yuanshi Tianzuan was insufferably arrogant, watching as Yuanshi Tianzuan suppressed the world. They waited until it was over. Song Jie sighed slightly. Buzz. However, at this moment, the void behind Song Jie trembled, and a figure suddenly appeared behind Song Jie. Although Song Jie felt the wind behind him, he didn't turn his head. Instead, he said, "The tea isn't cold yet. Sit down." "Oh, aren't you afraid that I'll harm you?" The person behind him said lightly. "Haha, I've already become a cripple. With your means, do you still need to sneak an attack from behind to deal with me, Jiang Chun?" Song Jie said with a faint smile. Behind Song Jie was Jiang Chun, who had hurried over. Jiang Chun smiled slightly and slowly walked in front of Song Jie. He sat down comfortably, picked up the teacup beside him, and poured himself a cup of tea to drink. "You're the emperor above all, emperor below all. Song Jie, are you really willing to enter the Dahan celestial dynasty?" Jiang Chun said lightly. "Why not?" Song Jie looked at Jiang Chun. "Not to mention Gu Hai. Even Jiang Lianshan and Matriarch Ji are not qualified to make you submit. I don't understand. Why are you willing to submit to them? You're the ancestor of literature, the sage of word creation. The world's words and literature are all created because of you." Jiang Chun looked at Song Jie and said with some confusion, "Ancestor of literature? That's an exaggeration. I just know how to summarize some things. I can't be the ancestor of literature. Moreover, in the world now, the 3,000 great Tao are controlled by the 6 paths celestial. Literature has long been sealed." Song Jie said lightly. "He can't seal it. Literature has already become a Tao, so it can't be sealed. If the common people use your words, literature will never decline." Jiang Chun said lightly. "But now, I've already become a cripple." Song Jie shook his head. "A cripple? What is a cripple?" Fuxi created longevity cultivation. But if you want to comprehend it, it won't take much effort. Although you're not one of Fuxi's 8 meridians, you can still use the power of longevity cultivation by imitating it, Jiang Chun said lightly. "But in the end, I can't compare to the real longevity master." Song Jie said lightly. Not long ago, the unborn man didn't use longevity cultivation to fight you. You didn't lose, right? Moreover, longevity cultivation is just a support to you. You don't care about it at all, Jiang Chun said with a smile. Shaking his head lightly, Song Jie said in a low voice, "You're wrong. Longevity cultivation is broad and profound. Fuxi is an unparalleled genius. My longevity cultivation is only superficial." Superficial? Even if it's superficial, your literature cultivation can accept hundreds of rivers into the sea. Isn't longevity cultivation also within your tolerance? The methods you displayed are also not something a longevity cultivator can compare to. The world is so big, and there are billions of living beings and dead spirits. Who can have your methods? With just a little bit of literature, you can find where someone is? Literature cultivation, word creation, saint? Your words encircle countless lives. Names are also words. As long as there is a name, it's within the grasp of you, the word creation saint. Can longevity cultivation compare? Jiang Chun said with a smile. It's just a trivial method. My direction is different from Fuxi's. Song Jie said lightly. Ancestor of literature cultivation? If you have such methods, why do you like to submit to others? Gu Hai, Matriarch Ji, Jiang Lianshan, and those who were called before, I won't mention them all. Jiang Chun said curiously. Ancestor of literature cultivation? You're wrong. I only created words. I'm not invincible in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In chess cultivation, I can't compare to old man Guanxi. Even if I played against Gu Hai, I might not be able to win. Song Jie shook his head. You represent the source after all, Jiang Chun said in a low voice. Song Jie looked at Jiang Chun. Why are you here today? I just said that I want to know why. Jiang Chun said in a low voice. I told you, I'm already a cripple. Why can't I find a king to protect me? Song Jie said with a smile. No, a cripple? What happened to you did indeed cripple your cultivation. But so what if your cultivation was crippled? You're also the ancestor of literature cultivation. You're unique, unparalleled in the world. There are 5 cultivation systems in the world: longevity, fortune, divine literature, and spirits. I can't even create a system of cultivation, but you did. How can you be willing to be a subject? Jiang Chun said with a frown. But the truth is that I'm willing. Song Jie shook his head and said with a smile. You lost to Gu Hai on purpose last time? Jiang Chun asked with a frown. No, Gu Hai is stronger than me. I told you before, I only created words and literature cultivation. There's nothing else. Song Jie shook his head. But how could Jiang Chun be willing to believe that? When you created the system of literature cultivation, you called it a king under a person above a lord? I don't believe that it's because of your name. Others say that your name comes from the word song. Jiang Chun said in a low voice. Oh, don't you think so? Song Jie said with a smile. Jiang Chun shook his head. You are the ancestor of literature cultivation, the sage of word creation. There's no need to be complacent because of this one word. Song Jie didn't deny it. He looked at Jiang Chun and said, Is this very important to you? It's very important. You know that my enemy is 30. In front of us, there are many heroes climbing the peak, and they are indeed getting stronger and stronger. Especially that primeval Lord of Heaven. This time, he will definitely be able to stir up huge waves in the world. However, I know how powerful 30 is, and he'll be back soon. The Vermilion Bird Supreme should be in contact with 30. Jiang Chun said in a low voice. Just like 800,000 years ago, Song Jie said in a low voice. Yes, 800,000 years ago, Fushi cut off 30's path to return. This time, 30 found the Vermilion Bird Supreme. Through the Vermilion Bird Supreme, he should be able to return soon. Jiang Chun said in a low voice. If you don't want him to return so soon, why don't you learn from Fushi and cut off the Vermilion Bird Supreme? Song Jie said indifferently. You think I haven't thought about it? But you also know 30's ability. He exposed the Vermilion Bird Supreme in front of everyone. Do you really think that once the Vermilion Bird Supreme dies, his path will be cut off? No, he must have been secretly plotting something. He's just using the Vermilion Bird Supreme to paralyze us. Otherwise, the Vermilion Bird Supreme wouldn't be able to roam the world. The same move against 30 can't be used twice, Jiang Chun said in a low voice. So, you didn't touch the Vermilion Bird Supreme because you wanted to follow the vine to find the melon and find 30's other chess pieces? Song Jie said indifferently. You can say that. Unfortunately, it's very difficult. 30's ability, Jiang Chun revealed a cold smile. Song Jie drank a mouthful of tea and fell silent. Song Jie, you and I have known each other for many years. Can't you reveal a little to me? Jiang Chun said in a low voice. Reveal? I don't know anything. How can I reveal anything? Song Jie said with a bitter smile. If you don't want to say it, I won't force you. At least, tell me what you mean by a sovereign under a person, a sovereign above a person. Don't use the word song to brush me off, Jiang Chun said solemnly. Song Jie looked at Jiang Chun through the brim of his hat. There was a moment of silence. The path of a literary cultivator is not about taking the lead, but supporting. If a literary cultivator wants to go further, it is impossible for me to do so. I can only support one person and help them break through the wall of my literary cultivator. A sovereign under a person, I will support a sovereign king. It was only with my assistance that the sovereign king was able to break through to the level above me. I can't reach the pinnacle, but I can create a pinnacle. Song Jie finally explained. You want to create a pinnacle? You are willing to be a subject? You created the literary cultivator, Jiang Chun said with a frown. You forgot. So what if it's a literary cultivator? So what if it's one of the 5 cultivators? Aren't they all supporting tools? The 5 cultivators can never become the main character. The main character of the common people will always be humans. There is a saying in the mortal world that is actually very true. Learn the arts of literature and martial arts and sell them to the emperor. This is actually the truth. A literary cultivator can enlighten the common people, but the common people need a leader more. Song Jie said indifferently. A leader? Jiang Chun frowned. A leader. The heavens are the leaders. 30 is the leader. The 6 paths are the leaders. They lead the common people and influence them. A literary cultivator is a tool for a leader. So is a longevity cultivator, a fate cultivator, a divine cultivator, and a spirit cultivator. It's just how to use these supporting tools to make the common people happier. Song Jie explained. Jiang Chun was silent. Chapter 1179. Jiang Chun looked at Song Jie and remained silent. Song Jie's thoughts were extremely different from his own. They could even be said to be two extremes. However, Jiang Chun also understood that Song Jie was able to create the literature cultivator lineage. His willpower was extremely firm. It was almost impossible to change Song Jie by himself. Do you think that Gu Hai is a wise ruler? Do you need a wise ruler? Jiang Chun said in a low voice. Song Jie shook his head. I don't know. You don't know? I have assisted 18 rulers, but all of them failed. Who can guarantee that this Gu Hai is also right? Song Jie said with a smile. Jiang Chun remained silent for a while. Why don't you assist me and help me kill 30? Apart from that, I can satisfy your attitude towards the common people. You? Song Jie looked at Jiang Chun. That's right, Jiang Chun said in a low voice. He shook his head lightly. I can't assist you. You should know the specifics. Jiang Chun frowned slightly. He took a deep breath and finally exhaled slightly. Forget it, forget it. Since you are Xin Luo de Han this time, I will also see your results. Jiang Chun said indifferently. Xin Luo de Han? Song Jie said indifferently. Isn't it? Look at the surroundings of your mansion. Every blade of grass and every tree is mysterious. I have never seen you put so much effort into setting up a literature Dao formation. It seems that you value this Gu Hai very much. This formation is specially made for Gu Hai. Ha! You must know that there is not much time left. Jiang Chun said indifferently. Song Jie did not deny it. He drank a cup of tea gently. Jiang Chun understood that he couldn't get any other answer from Song Jie, so he could only sigh slightly. Let's go. Jiang Chun finished his tea in one gulp. Buzz. With a flash, Jiang Chun vanished from where he stood. Song Jie was the only one left on the high platform. Facing the gentle breeze, he gazed in the direction of the infinite celestial capital and drank by himself. Great Yin Heavenly Dynasty, prehistoric city. Yu's uninvited appearance made Yu and Jingwei particularly puzzled. Although Bai did not use force, his divine cultivation skills were beyond everyone's expectations. With a single hand, the great perfection of Heavenly Palace was rendered defenseless. With a single command, the sun cut off his connection with the vermilion bird. One had to know that the vermilion bird was blessed by the heavens when it came to the sun heart flame. However, if Bai was not certain, Zhu Lulu would not be able to obtain the recognition of the sun. Even now, Bai had not forgotten this ability. Great Desolation City. The banquet was set at noon. During the banquet, Yu was accompanied by many officials, which was considered the highest level of courtesy. After the banquet, Yu dismissed the banquet and dismissed everyone. In a pavilion in the palace, Jingwei served tea and the two sat down to chat. May I know why the sect leader of Jiuyin's sect has come to Great Yin? Solemnly, Yu asked. Thank you for your hospitality. Yu waited until now to ask. Great Yan's holiness can be considered to be tolerant. Yu smiled faintly. Yu frowned slightly. In the past, when Great Yan's holiness was sealed in the Earth's core, I already noticed. Great Yan's holiness was indomitable and resolute, which is why he has today's achievements. Solemnly, Yu said, sealed in the Earth's core? You noticed? 3,000 years ago, you saw me being sealed? You asked in a low voice. No, 1,000 years ago, I saw you when I was cruising the Earth's core. You laughed. Cruising the Earth's core? Do you know where the Earth's core is? Ha! You didn't believe him. You didn't explain and continued. You are blessed with the gift of fire. This is the most important reason why I am here. Fire? I am a fire elemental zombie ancestor. Everyone knows that. I am not blessed. You said faintly. How much do you know about fire? You laughed. Fire? Hee hee. I have reached the pinnacle of fire. How much do you think I know? You said confidently. The pinnacle of fire? I don't think so. You shook his head. You looked at you in confusion. He was the strongest fire elementalist in the world. Who could compare to him? Even vermilion bird supremacy might not be as strong as him in fire elemental cultivation. How is this not the pinnacle? How is it compared to the sun? You looked at the sun in the sky. You looked at the sun that was about to set in confusion. The sun is an eternal existence. It is the core of the 3,000 great Taoists. It gathers the power of the 3,000 great Taoists. No one can compare to it. You said in a low voice, "No, you are wrong. The sun is not formed by the 3,000 great Taoists." You shook his head. "Oh, the sun is only an eye." You said in a low voice, "Eye? Ha, whose eye is so big? How can it be so powerful?" You said in disbelief, "Is indeed an eye. I can't control it because of special reason. That is why I can make it despise vermilion bird supremacy." You shook his head. "Impossible. The sun is vast and boundless. It is 100 times, 1,000 times bigger than my desolation city. I went to the sun personally once, and even I couldn't stay there for long. The sun lives forever and lives as long as the heavens. How can it be an eye? How can it be controlled by you? When you dealt with Zhu Lulu, it wasn't you who ordered the sun, but cursed Zhu Lulu, right?" You said coldly. "You don't believe me?" You laughed. The elite guard beside him also had a look of disdain. "What a joke. How can the sun be controlled? Do you think you are the immortal of 6 paths?" You looked at the sun in the sky and said again, "Sun, I will have to trouble you again. Rise from the west and prove to me that what I said is true." The elite guard at the side looked at you in shock. "Is you stupid? Make the sun rise from the west? Will it listen to you if you say so?" Only Yu's pupils suddenly shrank. This was because the sun that was about to set suddenly trembled slightly and shot up into the sky again. It slowly floated up into the sky and floated up again. The sun rose from the west. How? How is this possible?" The elite guard exclaimed. Not only did the elite guard exclaim in shock, many powerful people in the world of the living were looking at the sky in shock. The sun rose from the west. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Didn't the sun just go down the mountain? Many people were inexplicably shocked and thought that it was the end of the world. Jiang Chun, who had just returned to the Temple of God, raised his eyebrows as he looked at the sun rising slowly. Then he looked at the Dongfang Eldritch City. He seemed to have sensed that the sun rose from the west, which should be caused by you. In the premier hall, Yuanshi Tianzuan, who was sitting cross-legged on a cattail hassock, also raised his eyebrows suddenly. However, he quickly regained his composure. In the pavilion of the Eldritch City, you looked at you with a serious expression. "I'm not lying, right?" You laughed. "What are you trying to say?" You said in a deep voice. You waved his hand at the sun. Whoa! The sun slowly set again. It was as if the sun rising from the west was just an illusion. "Now, what do you think about your fire elementalism compared to the sun?" You laughed. "The power of the sun is unparalleled. It is the pinnacle of fire, the ancestor of all fire in the world, unparalleled." You solemnly said, "No, actually you have a chance to compare with it." You laughed. You was puzzled. "You are the only person in the world of the living that I think highly of. This time, I am here to give you a chance," you said with a smile. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and took out a scroll. "What is this?" You asked curiously. "A chance for you to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun," you said with a smile. Then you slowly stood up. "You are right. You are already the best fire elementalist in the world, but you are not the best in the world. At least, you can't deal with Yuanshi Tianzuan. This divine sun transformation technique is for you. It is up to you whether you want to read it or not. However, I hope that you are the only one who can read it. Don't leak it to anyone else. I will destroy anyone who cultivates it except you." You said coldly. You took the scroll with a puzzled look. You did not explain further. Not far away, the carriage was approaching. You stepped into the carriage. The power of the sun is boundless. In the past, it was indeed an eye. I can command it, not because I can control it, but because I have an old relationship with the owner of the eye. The sun recognized my identity, so it gave me face. You said before leaving, let's go. Rumble. You pulled the carriage and flew quickly into the distance. As they flew, the carriage disappeared into the void. It was as if they had crossed the two realms and gone to the netherworld. You watched as you left. He was puzzled and slowly opened the scroll. Divine Fire, Sun, Transformation Divine Art. You read it carefully. After reading it, Yu's expression became extremely solemn. After memorizing every word of the technique, Yu gathered a fire in his hand, and the scroll was instantly destroyed. Sister, is this technique real? Jing Wei asked curiously. I'm not sure, but it is indeed mysterious and powerful. After mastering it, one can transform into the sun and be as powerful as the sun. With my body, I can sense the 3,000 great Tao, you said. So exaggerated? I heard that the supreme vermilion bird was nurtured in the sun. The sun is a world of fire, the source of heat in the world. To transform into the sun, isn't it too exaggerated? Jing Wei said. I'm not sure. You said, Sister, why don't you try to cultivate it? Jing Wei said with anticipation. You shook his head. There's no free lunch in this world. I can't see through you. I don't know why he gave me this technique. Then what should we do? We can't read it. Sister, since you have taken it, shouldn't you cultivate it? No matter what Yu's purpose is, let's deal with it as we see it. Moreover, it can make us stronger. What is there to hesitate about? Jing Wei advised. Yu was silent. You felt that you must have a deeper purpose. However, from this technique, he could see that it could make him stronger. Should he cultivate it? You looked at the place where you disappeared. He came to participate in the Yuanshi Tianzuan conference. 1.5 years later, Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of Six Paths will fight. At that time, could he only be a spectator? Could his fate be decided by Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of Six Paths? Yu narrowed his eyes. All right, I will try and see if this technique is really that powerful. Sister, you will definitely be more powerful. Jing Wei said with anticipation. Xing Tian, you shouted. Here. Xing Tian, who was not far away, quickly came forward. Go to the netherworld immediately and investigate the Join sect. I need all the relevant information. You said, yes. Chapter 1180. Underworld, Heavenly Demon Holy Land, Ancient Temple Entrance. Bai Zizai returned with Scorpio and Wushang Demon. Beside them were two people in black and white robes. Big brother, second brother, third brother has been cursed by Hui. His eyes are blind and his arms are broken. We can't reconnect them. Quick, take a look. Scorpio said anxiously. Bai Zizai's face was also gloomy. Obviously, Bai Zizai was in a bad mood because of the World Unification Conference. Moreover, they couldn't undo Wushang Demon's curse. The two people in black and white robes were the big brother and second brother of the 12 Peak Masters of Heavenly Demon Holy Land. Although they didn't go to the Yang Realm this time, they knew a lot about the Yang Realm. The two of them seemed to know a little about the Tao of Curses. They kept chanting as black and white lights entered Heavenly Demon Wushang's body. After a while, the two people in black and white robes were disappointed. Big brother, second brother, will I be blind forever? Wushang Demon said in fear. Bai Zizai looked at the two people and said, Bai Wu Chang, Black Impermanence, can you undo Huey's curse? The big brother and Black Impermanence were silent. My lord, this curse is very strange. Both of us know a little about curses, but we can't find the source. Bai Wu Chang said with a frown. Yes, this curse is too strong. The broken bones are obviously reconnected, but strangely, the broken bones repel each other. It's like two magnets repelling each other. There's a strange magnetic field lingering around. We can't break it. Black Impermanence said gloomily. Then, what if we let him cut off his arms and let them grow back? Bai Zizai said with a frown. No, the curse is strange because it can't be removed. It will follow Wu Shang like a ghost. Bai Wu Chang shook his head. No, I want to try. I'm a centipede demon. I have arms and legs. If I lose one or two, it won't matter. Break! Wushang Demon shouted in fear. Boom! With a loud bang, Wushang Demon tore off his right arm. Then, he quickly cast a spell, and another right arm quickly grew out from his right arm. However, the moment his right arm regrown, Kacha, at the previous position, it was strangely cut off again. Wu Shang demon. That's what I said. Bai Wu Chang said. Then what about me? First brother, second brother, it's fine if my arm is broken, but my eyes are blind. Although I can rely on my senses, I can't see. What about my reincarnation? Wu Shang demon asked worriedly. Reincarnation is useless. If you don't believe me, you could try. Bai Wu Chang said. Wu Shang demon. Then is there a way to break the curse? Bai Zizai asked in a low voice. There is a way. Black Impermanence frowned. What is it? Wu Shang demon asked anxiously. First, you can go to Qi and ask for his forgiveness. Ask him to break the curse. Or you can kill Qi. His curse will automatically disappear after a while. Black Impermanence said. Kill Qi? Wu Shang demon shuddered at the thought of Qi kill him. Definitely not. He was on the same level as Jiang Chun. Even if his lord went, he might not be able to. What's the second way? Bai Zizai asked. Second, you can go to the underground blood city. Find the 9 cauldrons and break the curse. Bai Wu Chang explained. Underground blood city? Bai Zizai frowned. Yes, only the 2 of us know about this place. It's an extremely secretive place in the world. It's the lair of the blood shaman branch of the sorcerer tribe. They specialize in bloodline curses. There are 9 cauldrons in the void. Although there aren't peerless masters in there, any peerless masters could die there. That's because the art of curses is invisible. Back then, the geniuses of the sorcerer tribe summarized all the art of curses in the world and specialized in the art of curses. Unfortunately, the art of curses was too difficult to summarize. That's why it didn't reach the level of the 5 main branches of the sorcerer tribe. Black Impermanence explained. No, you're wrong. The blood shaman's research on the art of curses has actually reached the level of the 5 main branches. That's because the divine blood replication is a branch of their research. The blood shaman's art of curses should be extremely powerful after millions of years. Bai Wu Chang said. But aren't the people in the underground blood city all descendants of the sorcerer tribe? Will they reject the monster tribe? Scorpio said worriedly. The sorcerer tribe rejects us? Oh, you're wrong. After the war between the sorcerer and the demon tribe, the remaining sorcerer tribe members didn't hate the monster tribe. They hated Jiang Chun. That's because the sorcerer tribe had already won the war, but Jiang Chun ruined it. Black Impermanence shook his head. The sorcerer tribe doesn't hate us? Scorpio frowned. Why would the sorcerer tribe hate an opponent who lost the war? It's just that the monster tribe hates the sorcerer tribe. What they hate is the person who led the sorcerer tribe to destruction, which is Jiang Chun. Bai Wu Chang explained. Now, we can either go to the underground blood city and break the curse with the 9 cauldrons. Black Impermanence said. Bai Zizai was silent. Go to the underground blood city. Black Impermanence, since you've been there before, you'll take Wu Shang with you. Break Wu Shang's curse as soon as possible. Bai Zizai said in a deep voice. Yes, my lord. We may need to prepare some gifts for this trip. Black Impermanence looked at Bai Zizai. It's in my treasure vault. Take whatever you need. Bai Zizai said in a deep voice. Yes, the underworld, the eternal capital in the study room. And Mo Yike frowned and said, His Holiness, our people sent news from the southern border of the underworld. There's no Juin sect. There's no Juin sect? Guhai frowned. Yes, the underworld has been asking around and sent people to look for ancient books. Until now, there's no news about the Juin sect. The Qi has never been heard of before. It's as if it appeared out of thin air. Mo Yike frowned. Guhai tapped the table lightly with his fingers. His eyes flashed with a dignified look. There's no Juin sect? Then who was the Qi that the main body saw in the square of the Palace of Origin not long ago? Guhai believed that with the Qi's means, he wouldn't bother to use a fake identity. If he was that strong, why would he need to hide? Send people to continue investigating. Don't let go of any clues. Guhai ordered. Yes. Mo Yike replied. His Holiness, just now, Yuan Shi Tianzuan used his Dharma idol to inform all the dynasties and sections. By now, all the major forces in the world should know. Mo Yike said solemnly. Guhai nodded. Yuan Shi Tianzuan is not good at ruling the world. That's why he asked for our help. Moreover, he needs time to cultivate. That's why he can do it once and for all. For our forces, this is a great opportunity. At the same time, it's also a great crisis. That's right. Once we set foot on this path, we'll be in the teeth of the storm. Next, we'll have to face the fiercest storm. Mo Yike nodded. In the world of the living, Jiang Chun is unwilling to accept any more countries. That leaves only Dahan and Great Yin. We'll focus on attacking the north and west of the Divine Continent, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. What about the Netherworld? In the Netherworld, there's Zhen, Qi, and Baizizai. Dahan will focus on conquering the north and Dongfang. Gu Hai ordered. The north is not difficult. We've already built up our momentum. With the cooperation of Patriarch Mang Shan and the rest, the north is in the bag. But Dongfang. Dongfang has the Eastern Spiritual Flame Sea and 4 supreme vermilion birds. Will they? Mo Yike said worriedly. There's no need to worry. The vermilion birds' primes were already frightened out of their wits after the battle at the Primeval Hall. They will not interfere. Just circle around the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea and start deploying troops, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, in a world of the living. The whole world witnessed the sun rising from the west. The world was shocked, and Gu Hai instantly guessed that this scene must have come from Qi, who was a guest in the Great Yin dynasty. However, Gu Hai felt confused about this Ho. This was because this Ho came too mysteriously. In the study, Gu Hai sat behind the desk. Only Montez stood in front of him. His Holiness, news just came from Xianyuan City. A brocade guard saw Jiang Chun in Tsang Jie's mansion. Montez said respectfully. Jiang Chun. Gu Hai's pupils shrank. Yes, a Baihu of the brocade guard was helping Mr. Tsang Jie deliver the materials. He accidentally saw the two of them sitting at the observatory and drinking tea for a while. He didn't hear what they were talking about. However, Jiang Chun was very kind to Mr. Tsang Jie, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Montez said respectfully. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as shock flashed in his heart. Wasn't Tsang Jie the longevity master? Why was he related to Jiang Chun? Old friend? Montez was also very confused. The Dahan Celestial Empire had reached the peak of the world. He had seen many talents. He also had a large number of wise counselors under his command. They shouldn't be inferior to Tsang Jie's wisdom. His Holiness had just subdued Tsang Jie. This Tsang Jie dare to leave? What's there to be proud of? I've seen many people like you who think highly of themselves. You're just a loser. What's there to be proud of? If His Holiness didn't think highly of you, what are you? However, when his subordinates just sent the news, Montez didn't know what to say. The attitude of an old friend? That was Jiang Chun. In today's world, Jiang Chun was one of the people most valued by the Dahan. No matter what, he could be on equal footing with His Holiness. He was actually Tsang Jie's friend. The disdain he had in the past disappeared in an instant. Pass down the order. This matter is to be kept a secret. I don't want the news of Tsang Jie meeting Jiang Chun to spread. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, rest assured, His Holiness. This subject will restrain my subordinates. Montez said with a solemn expression. Also, fully cooperate with Tsang Jie. As long as Tsang Jie's request doesn't harm the Dahan's foundation, fully support it. Gu Hai ordered. Yes, Montez replied. Just as Gu Hai and Montez were talking, Gu Qin's voice suddenly came from outside the upper study. Father, good news. 2 sect masters and 2 great emperors have brought letters of surrender to seek an audience with you. Gu Qin shouted from outside the hall. Oh, it's already started? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Although the experts of the Netherworld knew about the situation in the premier hall, they still had a lot of wishful thinking. However, it was different in the world of the living. After experiencing it firsthand, they naturally knew that a great disaster was imminent. Some of the leaders of the domineering forces immediately came to pledge their allegiance with letters of surrender. Chapter 1181. Limitless Celestial Capital. Soaring Palace Hall. All the civil and military officials stood respectfully on both sides of the hall. Gu Hai was wearing a black dragon robe with golden threads and a flat imperial crown. He sat on the dragon throne with his hands on the armrest as he looked down at the officials. The soaring palace hall was silent. All the officials were looking at the four people in the center of the hall. Two of them were wearing golden dragon robes, while the other two were wearing purple Taoist robes. At this moment, each of them was holding a tray. On the tray were some scrolls and a seal. The 8th Baron Imperial Dynasty is willing to join the Dahan Celestial Dynasty. We hope that His Holiness of Dahan will allow it. The Sisui Sound Sect is willing to join the Dahan Celestial Dynasty. We hope that His Holiness of Dahan will allow it. The 6th Joint Imperial Dynasty is willing to join the Dahan Celestial Dynasty. We hope that His Holiness of Dahan will allow it. The Precious Elephant Sect is willing to join the Dahan Celestial Dynasty. We hope that His Holiness of Dahan will allow it. The leaders of the four forces shouted and bowed respectfully to Gu Hai with the trays in their hands. This was a sacred moment. Unlike the major forces that he had subdued in the past, these four people would be a benchmark for the leaders of the major forces in the world to see. The officials were solemnly, but Gu Hai was extremely solemn. He even stood up from the dragon throne and slowly walked towards the leaders of the four forces. It is my honor to have the four of you join the Dahan Celestial Dynasty. Here, I thank the four of you for putting the common people first and joining the Dahan Celestial Dynasty early. I accept the credentials of the four of you. From now on, the four of you are the people of the Dahan. As for the four of you, I will confer you the titles of Marquis of Bahuang, Marquis of Sisui, Marquis of Liuhe, and Marquis of Baoxiang. I hope that you will join hands with me to create peace and prosperity in the Dahan. Gu Hai bowed slightly to the four people. Gu Hai indeed had to thank the four of them. The four of them were the first to come, which showed their absolute sincerity. This way, conquering the territories of the four great powers would be an extremely smooth transition, and their citizens would not suffer. Moreover, the arrival of the four of them was equivalent to adding hundreds of cities to the Dahan Celestial Empire. Naturally, the Dahan Empire would become even more prosperous. Therefore, Gu Hai gave the four leaders the title of Marquis from the very beginning. Marquises were divided into 3 ranks: upper, middle, and lower. The rank of Marquis was only one step away from the rank of Duke. In the Dahan Celestial Dynasty, there were countless matters regarding the 2 realms of Yin and Yang. Naturally, there were countless opportunities to make contributions. The 4 of them were extremely powerful, and it was only a matter of time before they were promoted to dukes. Gu Hai received the 4 credentials one by one. At the same time, above the Sea of Providence, a divine light flashed in the eyes of Gu Hai's statue. Roar! In the depths of the Sea of Providence, a dragon's roar spread throughout the Dahan Celestial Empire. At the same time, the Golden Dragon of Providence in the 4 great powers' imperial capitals and sect headquarters suddenly let out a sorrowful cry and then collapsed. Providence surged toward the Dahan Celestial Empire. Congratulations to Marquis of Bahuang, Marquis of Sisui, Marquis of Liuhe, and Marquis of Baoxiang. The officials congratulated the 4 of them. Gu Hai immediately expressed his gratitude to the 4 of them for coming to the imperial court. When they came, the 4 of them still had some conflict in their hearts, but when they officially joined the Dahan Celestial Empire, that knot disappeared. It was already the best thing that Gu Hai could treat them politely. Although they still felt reluctant, the situation was like this. They would either abandon their country as itinerant cultivators or be killed by Yuanshi Tianzuan. Joining the Dahan Celestial Empire was already the best result. Moreover, the Dahan Celestial Empire had a group of perfected heavenly palaces. What else did they have to be proud of? The world was no longer the world of the past. In today's world, the top group of people were no longer willing to be lonely. With so many heroes competing, who could resist them? In this chaotic world, it was a good thing to have a strong backer. After the enfeoffment, Gu Hai hosted a banquet to entertain the 4 marquises who had just joined the imperial court. In an extremely harmonious and solemn environment, Gu Hai communicated with the four marquises on how to take over the four great powers as soon as possible. The four marquises also cooperated fully. In less than a day, the four marquises also led a large number of Dahan officials to the four great powers to take over hundreds of cities. From this day onward, the Dahan Celestial Empire became busy again. Sima Changkong was even transferred over from the Netherworld to work with Chun Tianshan to take over the various cities. The Dahan Celestial Empire celebrated. Only Chun Tianshan showed a bitter expression as he sought an audience with Gu Hai. His Holiness, what should we do? This official does not have enough people. Chun Tianshan smiled bitterly. Transferring the officials of the four great powers to each other can reduce the burden of management, Gu Hai said with a smile. I know, this subject knows, but it's still not enough. Although the officials of the four major powers can be dispersed and transferred to other places to manage the cities, we still need the trusted aids of the Great Han Dynasty. However, this subject doesn't have enough time. The Great Han Dynasty has already tried many times, but it's still too late. Our Great Han Dynasty has developed too quickly, and we haven't completely sorted out the cities we conquered before. Now it's happening again. These four factions are just the beginning. There will definitely be many more. We are running out of manpower. Chen Tianshan smiled bitterly. The Dahan is indeed developing too quickly. Gu Hai nodded. This official is incompetent. I could not recruit more talents to be loyal to the Dahan. As a result, I am running out of time for such a good opportunity. Chen Tianshan said bitterly. This cannot be blamed on you. Most of the dynasties in history were like this. They could not expand their territory in a short time. Talent reserves and loyalty are the crux. The Dahan Celestial Empire is developing too quickly. It is normal for it to have a lack of talent. However, I already have a solution, Gu Hai said with a smile. Oh, do you have a solution? Chen Tianshan asked, feeling confused. Gu Hai flung his sleeve and disappeared with Chun Tianshan, arriving at the Immortal Dome of Ancient Lands. At a vast plaza in the Immortal Dome of Ancient Lands. At this moment, millions of people stood in front of the plaza. All of them wore Confucian robes and stood respectfully. When Gu Hai appeared, the leader of the Confucian robes, who seemed to be officials, quickly came forward. Greetings, Heavenly Master, the officials said respectfully. Greetings, Heavenly Master. The million Confucian robes immediately bowed respectfully. This is, Chen Tianshan asked blankly. Considering the development of the Dahan, there will definitely be a shortage of talents. One day in the outside world is 10 years in the Immortal Dome of Ancient Lands. I have already sent people to pass down the way of management and sent people to search for talents. Those who are intelligent and loyal will be of great use. This is the first batch. There are 2 million scholars, all of whom have experience in managing cities and armies. All of them have more than 100 years of management experience. Look at these people. If they're not enough, there is a second batch and a third batch. Gu Hai said with a smile. This. Chen Tianshan burst into tears of joy. These days, in order to recruit talents, he had been so anxious that many of his hairs had turned white. It turned out that the problem that he found unsolvable was not a problem at all in front of His Holiness. His Majesty had already thought of a foolproof plan. His Holiness is wise. This official has troubled himself for nothing. Chen Tianshan immediately said with a smile. One day in the outside world is 10 years in the Dahan domain. Send people in and conduct a short training session for these 2 million scholars. Then assign them to different positions. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. This official will not let His Holiness down. Chen Tianshan said excitedly. On the plaza, the 2 million scholars were also excited. Clearly, they still yearned for the so-called immortal world. Their world was the Heavenly Master's world. Outside their small world, there was the immortal world. The Heavenly Master still had a huge foundation in the immortal world. Now, he was going to select talents to ascend to the immortal world. All of them had lofty aspirations and wanted to perform well later. Chun Tianshan went out and quickly summoned a large group of officials to help sort through the 2 million scholars. After that, the ancient Immortal Dome of Ancient Lands was sent to various places in the world. The news that the 8 Desolate Emperor Dynasty, the 6 Unity Emperor Dynasty, the Sisui Sound Sect, and the Precious Elephant Sect had joined the Heavenly Dynasty spread to the ears of the various factions in the Divine Continent. It was not just these 4 factions. 5 other factions had joined the great Yin Heavenly Dynasty. Immediately, the leaders of countless factions revealed angry expressions. A bunch of spineless people. What is there to be afraid of? They are all emperors of imperial dynasties. If an emperor does not have the ambition to create a new world, what kind of emperor is he? How can I hand over my foundation to others? Even if I die, I will not let others take advantage of me. All sorts of opposing voices rang out in the world. There was even a trend against the Wanshou Taoism. Of course, these were just words. No one dared to challenge the Wanshou Taoism. No matter what the voices of the world were, after a few factions took the lead, more factions were willing to join the Den Heavenly Dynasty and the Great Yin Heavenly Dynasty. 10 days was not a very long time. Once 10 days were up, Yuanshu Tianzuan would start a massacre. Now that they had joined the 2 dynasties, they would receive the most rewards. Guhai and Ho did not force them. If they were willing, they could come. If they were not, then so be it. That was because there were factions submitting one after another. They did not have enough time to accept them. How would they have the time to care about those factions that opposed them? The Dahan Heavenly Dynasty was providing refuge and saving them. If they did not know what was good for them, then they could only blame themselves. The Great Yin Heavenly Dynasty had the foundation of the Dayan Dynasty. Although it was a little difficult to accept the factions, it was still acceptable. However, the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty was something that countless factions did not understand. After all, the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty had only been established for a few decades. It had only been a few decades since the Han Dynasty, and the Heavenly Dynasty had just been established. Where did Guhai find so many management talents? It was really strange. Moreover, all of them were very skilled and at ease. The leaders of the imperial dynasties and middle sects joined one after another. Although some of the leaders of the imperial dynasties and lower sects did not participate in the World Unification Conference, they knew that this was true. Yuanshu Tianzuan had already sent a message to all the leaders of the factions. Did they still have to defend? Those imperial dynasties and middle sects had already submitted. Their own imperial dynasties and lower sects could not defend at all. They did not even have the qualifications to participate in the World Unification Conference. The various imperial dynasties and lower sects had the Dahan's embroidered uniform guards near them. The embroidered uniform guards only came to ask questions. Many small factions had already chosen to join the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty. The Dahan Heavenly Dynasty and the Great Yin Heavenly Dynasty were very humane. Those factions that submitted to them would never fight for their wealth. This was also an important condition for the various factions to submit to them. In 10 days, the entire Divine Continent was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Other than a few factions that were still resisting stubbornly, most of them had already found someone to be loyal to. Fate surged towards the primeval desolate city and the limitless celestial capital. Chapter 1182. It was an extremely secluded place. The sky was dark and gloomy. It was glowing with a strange red light. There was a huge city below, and the words Underground Blood City were written on the entrance of the city. There were no walls in the city, only a single tower. It looked like it was trying to break out of an encirclement. It was surrounded by rolling fog. The fog was of a peculiar color, as if it was 7 colors. It surrounded the entire city. Black Impermanence and Wushang Demon stopped at the entrance of the Underground Blood City. They seemed to be hesitating, not knowing if they should go in. Second brother, have we arrived? I can feel a strange aura, and it's making my hair stand on end. Wushang said with a pale face. Yes, the Underground Blood City is right in front of us. Black Impermanence said with a frown. Is there someone more powerful than us in there? Why is my heart beating so fast? Wushang Demon asked worriedly. Black Impermanence shook his head. More powerful than us? Not necessarily, but the curse of the Blood Wizard clan may cause us trouble, so we have to be careful. All right, I'll listen to you. However, isn't this place a little too quiet? Heavenly Demon Wushang said silently. There was no one at the entrance of the city, and the chilly wind was blowing. He who said that there's no one. The underground Blood City hasn't had an outsider for many years. It seems that only old friends can come to the underground Blood City. Who are you? A ghostly old voice was heard. A hunchback elder with messy hair suddenly appeared at the entrance of the underground Blood City. The hunchback elder was holding a snake-headed walking stick. The top of the walking stick was curved, and there was a lantern hanging from the mouth of the snake-headed walking stick. The hunchbacked old man had an extremely ugly appearance, but at the same time, he had a cunning and evil smile. You two have come from afar. Can you tell me your names? The hunchback elder said with a creepy smile. My name is... Wushang Demon was about to speak. Shut up, Black Impermanence shouted. Huh? Wushang Demon was confused. You can't simply reveal your name, especially in the Blood City. If you reveal your name, they will start to curse you. Black Impermanence explained in a low voice. Wushang Demon's expression changed as a wave of fear washed over him. If it was in the past, Wushang Demon would not have cared about the art of curses. However, ever since he suffered a great loss at the hands of Bai, he no longer dared to underestimate the art of curses. I am Hei, and this is Wu. Are you the guiding oracle of the underground Blood City? Solemnly, Black Impermanence asked. Oh, looks like the two of you know the rules here. The hunchbacked old man said with a smile. Black Impermanence threw a storage bracelet over. There are 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones in here. You can count it as a guide fee. The hunchbacked old man took it, weighed it in his hand, and his eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones as a guide. That's really something. Who do you want to meet? The hunchbacked old man became more courteous. I want to meet the leader of the underground Blood City, the 9 Kings. Solemnly, Black Impermanence said. Oh, the 9 Kings? You sure are arrogant. Do you know the price to pay for meeting the 9 Kings? The hunchbacked old man sneered. I prepared 100,000,000 high-grade spirit stones for each of them, and I've also prepared countless treasures for them. Black Impermanence explained. You know quite a lot of rules. Whether the 9 Kings are willing to help or not, we can't ignore the etiquette. Why are you here in the underground Blood City? The hunchbacked old man was surprised. The rules of the underground Blood City are to do things with money. My brother has been cursed twice. I would like to invite the 9 Kings to use the 9 cauldrons to break the curse. Say my brother. Solemnly, Black Impermanence said. Do you think it's so easy to invite the 9 Kings? You want to invite all 9 of them? Impossible. I can only recommend one of them for you. The hunchbacked old man said coldly. I've done my research on this curse. 1 king might not be enough. All 9 kings must be present. Black Impermanence shook his head. Now that you're in the underground Blood City, you have to follow the rules here. Whatever I say goes. If you don't want to, then you can leave. The hunchbacked old man said coldly. Black Impermanence remained silent. Wushang Demon's expression changed, as if he was about to explode. Suddenly, a voice came from the lantern on the old man's crutch. You're an important guest. Don't be rude. A young voice came from the lantern. The hunchbacked old man's expression changed, and he knelt down with a thud. Master, please forgive me. I'm just following the rules of the underground Ghost City. The hunchbacked old man said in fear. Black Impermanence, who was standing opposite him, was astonished. Even though the 9 great kings were in charge of the underground Blood City back then, the position of the divine envoy wasn't low at all. He didn't need to kneel before the 9 great kings. What was going on now? Just a voice was enough to make him kneel? The rules depend on the timing. One of them is Wushang Demon from the heavenly Devil Holy Land, the one closest to the complete God Realm. The other one is Black Impermanence, who is already in the complete God Realm. Why are you trying to stop him? If he wants to kill you, he can do it with a thought. The voice came from the lantern again. I don't know. Please forgive me, Master. The hunchbacked old man said in fear. Bring them to me. I've already informed the 9 kings to bring the 9 cauldrons here. The voice came from the lantern again. Yes, master. The hunchbacked old man said in fear. Black Impermanence's expression changed. There's a new master in the underground blood city? Even the 9 kings listened to him. There was no more voice from the lantern. After a while, the hunchbacked old man dared to stand up. Looking at the two of them, the hunchbacked old man bowed respectfully and said, "Excuse me, please follow me." Black Impermanence was silent for a while and nodded. He led Wushang Demon and followed the hunchbacked old man to the city gate. Creak. The city gate opened and the 3 of them walked in. Black Impermanence was silent when they entered the city. Second brother, the owner of the underground blood city, just now actually exposed our identities? Heavenly Demon Wushang asked worriedly. Since we're here, don't think too much. Black Impermanence said in a deep voice. Wushang Demon nodded. Once they entered the city, they saw a street. A large number of beggars were standing on the street. These beggars had rotten sores all over their faces and were extremely unkempt. However, there were traces of blue and green gas coming out of their bodies. Black Impermanence knew them. These people were also practitioners of curses. Moreover, they were the ones who had been cursed and did not have the money to get someone to remove the curse. They could only become beggars and beg for alms. When it came to people from the outside world, they had to give them a layer of oil. If they did not give them money, they would curse them. The last time they came, Black Impermanence had spent a lot of money to get rid of these beggars. Now, they're here again? Sir, have some pity on me. Sir, please give me some alms. When the beggars saw the outsiders, they rushed forward excitedly. At the same time, some curse gas came out of their bodies and rushed toward Black Impermanence and Wushang Demon. How dare you? The hunchbacked old man hit the ground with his crutch. Boom! All the cursed gas was instantly dispersed. They are the master's guests. Who dares to be rude? The hunchbacked old man said in a deep voice. The group of beggars immediately moved away in fear. The 3 of them walked into the city. The other people in the city seemed to have heard the hunchbacked old man's words and moved away. Some shops even quickly closed their doors. Black Impermanence was puzzled by the frightened attitude of his subjects. Black Impermanence knew that these people were not afraid of him, but of the master of the underground blood city. Who was it? Why were these practitioners of curses so afraid? The hunchbacked old man led the way. After entering the city, they flew toward the depths of the city and arrived at the edge of a vast blood sea. The blood sea churned as if there were many monsters hibernating at the bottom of the blood sea. There was a group of palaces at the edge of the blood sea. The 3 of them came to the largest palace. It was called the Blood Witch Palace. In the Blood Witch Palace, there were already 9 men in dragon robes standing respectfully. They looked at Black Impermanence and Wushang Demon with a gloomy expression. 9 great kings? Black Impermanence was surprised. The last time he came, he did not see all 9 great kings. Now all 9 of them were here. Each of the 9 great kings controlled a cauldron. If all 9 of them were here, wouldn't that mean all 9 cauldrons were here? His journey was too smooth, wasn't it? Master, we have brought them here. The hunchbacked old man said respectfully. There was no one else in the palace, but the hunchbacked old man was kneeling with utmost sincerity. Black Impermanence looked around carefully and finally found a creature on the roof. It was a pitch-black bat hanging upside down. The bat's eyes were glowing red as it looked at the palace. Heavenly Demon Sanctuary, Black Impermanence, greets the master of the underground blood city. Black Impermanence said solemnly. The bat on the roof flapped its wings. Is he cursed? The master's voice came from where the bat was again. That's right. Thank you for your trouble, City Lord. The curse on Wushang Demon is extremely strange. I have tried many times to break it, but I failed. Black Impermanence said respectfully. Why don't you go and take a look? The City Lord said indifferently. The 9 great kings looked at each other, and one of them suddenly said, Great King Bayan, you have traveled the world in the past few years, so you should know more about the outside world. Go take a look. The 9 great kings nodded. One of them slowly stepped out and walked toward Wushang Demon. Great King Bayan, thank you for your trouble. Black Impermanence said solemnly. Thank you for your trouble. Heavenly Demon Wushang said cautiously. Sit down, let me take a look. Great King Bian said solemnly. Wushang Demon immediately sat down cross-legged. Wushang Demon, your cultivation is strong, and I am not as strong as you. Later, I will use a curse to investigate your body. Don't resist, otherwise, I will be heavily injured if the curse backfires. Great King Bian said again. Don't worry, I'll treat it as if I'm dead. Wushang Demon nodded. Great King Bian closed its eyes and extended its hand. A ray of golden light entered Wu Shang Demon's body. Wu Shang Demon's entire body itched. He wanted to resist, but in the end he endured it. Great King Bian closed its eyes, as if it was sensing the power of the curse. When the power of the curse reached its severed arm, Great King Bian shuddered, and beads of sweat appeared on its forehead. The surroundings were quiet, and no one dared to disturb it. When the power of the curse reached Wu Shang Demon's blind eye, another backlash occurred, and Great King Bian shuddered. Pooh! Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Great King Bian's eyes widened. A primogenitor level curse? Chapter 1183. A primogenitor level curse? The Nine Kings' expressions changed. Primogenitor level? What's that? Black Impermanence frowned. The Nine Kings' expressions darkened as they looked at Black Impermanence. Who did you offend? Why is there a primogenitor level curse? No one has been able to cast such a curse since before the appearance of the witch tribe. King Bian frowned. I don't know either. His name is Bai, the leader of some Jiuyin sect. I don't know anything else. Wu Shang Demon shook his head. Bai. The Nine Kings were confused as they had never heard of it. You saw through the curse just now. Can you lift it? Black Impermanence asked again. King Bian looked at the two of them solemnly, then looked at the bat hanging upside down on the beam above them. Primogenitor level? That's rare. Even during the ancient times, it was rare. This is a powerful opponent. A deep shout came from the bat. Can you lift it? Black Impermanence frowned. We can lift it because the 9 cauldrons are also primogenitor level. However, the price for lifting it is not small. Moreover, breaking Bai's curse may cause us to become enemies with Bai, but... The bat said, just say it. How much do you want to lift Wu Shang's curse? Black Impermanence said. The hall fell into silence. The bat did not speak, and the 9 kings did not dare to interrupt. After a while, the bat said, 300 billion upper-grade spiritual stones, a wisp of white tiger divine wind, and a set of molted shells of the 12 peak masters of the heavenly demon holy land. 300 billion high-grade spirit stones right off the bat. Even the 9 kings were shocked. That was too big of an appetite. However, no one dared to interrupt when her master spoke. Wu Shang Demon was stunned. Black Impermanence was also silent. Clearly, they were shocked by the bat's price. What do you think? The bat said. Black Impermanence was silent for a while before he said, How dare you, Governor of the Crimson City? You know everything I brought? It's up to you whether you succeed or not. Bat said indifferently. All right, no matter how many treasures there are, they can't be more important than Wu Shang Demon. I can give them all to you, but Wu Shang Demon must break the curse. Black Impermanence said solemnly. Throw it into the blood sea nearby. Remove the curse immediately. Bat said in a deep voice. Black Impermanence stepped out of the hall and waved his hand. Mountains of spirit stones were thrown into the sea of blood. Walla. The blood sea immediately surged with monstrous waves. In the blood sea, the hibernating monsters seemed to be in a commotion as they quickly devoured the huge spirit stone. Boom! With a loud boom, the blood sea suddenly emitted billions of red lights, which seemed to emit a demonic aura. On the beam of the Blood Wizard Palace, the bat suddenly emitted waves of blood energy, as if it was connected to the blood sea. How comfortable! 300 billion superior grade spirit stones. I finally regained some of my former strength. Bat moaned involuntarily. However, this subconscious remark made the expressions of Wu Shang Demon and Black Impermanence change. Regained some of his former strength? 300 billion superior grade spirit stones? Do you know how many tens of thousands of years it takes to collect so many spirit stones? 300 billion superior grade spirit stones. 300 billion. Aside from the 300 billion superior grade spirit stones, there was also a wisp of the white tiger divine wind and a set of molted shells of the 12 peak masters of the heavenly demon holy land. All right, I've already given you what you should. Now, remove Wu Shang's curse. Black Impermanence said. 9 great kings, remove the curse. Bat called out. Yes. The 9 great kings answered. The 9 each took out a huge bronze cauldron and immediately surrounded Wu Shang demon in 9 different directions. Buzz! The 9 great kings quickly activated the cauldrons, and the 9 cauldrons seemed to emit beams of green light. They rushed to the center and gathered above Wu Shang demon's head, forming the image of a huge green cauldron. Suppress! The 9 great kings shouted in unison. That huge green cauldron image suddenly descended from the sky and smashed toward Wu Shang demon. Hong! There was a loud sound, and the entire Blood Shaman Palace shook. However, a golden light came out of Wu Shang demon's body and blocked the huge green cauldron. What? The 9 great kings exclaimed in shock. It didn't remove? Wu Shang demon said anxiously. A primogenitor level curse? It is indeed extraordinary. Even the 9 cauldrons can't remove it? Again, the 9 cauldrons are primogenitors. Use your heart blood to break it again. Bat shouted. What? Master, we will lose a lot of energy if we use heart blood. King Bian exclaimed. The 9 great kings all showed terrified expressions. Don't you understand my words? Bat said coldly. Yes. The 9 great kings quivered and nodded. Poof! Poof! The 9 great kings immediately vomited blood and fell into the 9 huge cauldrons. However, they saw 9 monster images slowly appear on the 9 huge cauldrons. They were Bian, Qianyo, Pishio, Taotai, Yazi Bian, and Qin. 9 ferocious beasts. 9 dragon cauldrons? Black Impermanence watched from the side. The 9 ferocious beasts appeared from the huge cauldrons, and they seemed to be alive. Roar! Another deafening roar sounded. The mouths of the cauldrons each spat out a mouthful of blood-colored aura, which gathered in the center and formed a huge blood-colored cauldron. Oh! The huge blood-colored cauldron smashed down, and the golden light on Wu Shang demon's body exploded. Bam! 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 The 9 cauldrons fell to the ground, and the 9 great kings immediately sat on the ground with pale faces. They were panting heavily. Clearly, they had used too much energy just now. I can see now. My arm bone has been reconnected. Second brother, my curse is gone. No, ouch, it still hurts. Wu Shang demon shouted. Although he could see now, his eyes and arms still hurt. It's normal to feel pain. The curse on your body has been removed, but there is still some remnant aura of the curse. This is nothing to worry about. You can stay in the underground blood city for a while. The 9 great kings will help you get rid of it. The bat said indifferently. All right, thank you. Wu Shang demon smiled. The 9 great kings put away their huge cauldrons and sat down cross-legged to regulate their breathing. Clearly, they had used too much energy just now, and their faces were still pale. Thank you, City Master, Black Impermanence said solemnly. Although they had paid a huge price this time, they had finally removed the curse. The art of curse can take lives from millions of miles away. It is very powerful. We have offended by removing the curse. I wonder how he will take revenge. Therefore, you don't have to feel bad about what you did just now. The bat said indifferently. Of course. Black Impermanence nodded. Speaking of which, he didn't want to kill Wu Shang demon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just lost an arm. The bat said, Oh, you're saying that Bai can kill Wu Shang with the curse? Black Impermanence asked in surprise. Do you know how powerful a primogenitor level curse is? Anyone below the great circle of the gods can't stand it. If he wants you to live, you will live. If he wants you to die, you will die. That's why you came to us. No one in the world can remove the curse. We only dared to accept it because he didn't want to kill Wu Shang demon. Otherwise, we wouldn't want to provoke a primogenitor level curse. The bat said, Wait, You just said that the art of curse can take lives from millions of miles away, and that anyone below the great circle of the gods can't stand it? Black Impermanence's eyes lit up. What do you mean? The bat asked. You take people's money and solve their problems. What if I want you to help me kill someone? Black Impermanence asked. Kill someone? The prize for killing someone is not small. Who do you want to kill? The bat asked. Dahan's heavenly dynasty, Guhai. Can you curse him to death? Black Impermanence asked expectantly. Guhai, the bat suddenly said in a deep voice. Oh, your tone seems like you know him? Black Impermanence said doubtfully. The bat said, It's none of your business whether I know him or not. Curse Guhai. You can, but the price will be much higher. Can you really curse him? Black Impermanence asked in surprise. Most of the 12 peak lords of the heavenly demon Holy Land had died because of Guhai. As the second in command, Black Impermanence's hatred for Guhai was as deep as the ocean. 9 kings, by activating the 9 cauldrons curse. You can also cast a primogenitor level curse. It will cost a lot, the bat said. Primogenitor level curse. That's great. You can help me curse Guhai, no matter the price. Black Impermanence's eyes lit up. Master, we can't do that. We just used our heart's blood. If we cast a primogenitor level curse, we might die. One of the kings exclaimed. Yes, Master, don't. The 9 kings shouted at the same time. Shut up, the bat shouted. The 9 kings froze, but Black Impermanence's eyes lit up. From the bat's tone, it seemed like he had a grudge with Guhai. Blood City Lord, what price do you want? Just say it, Black Impermanence said expectantly. This time, we're going to empty out the reserves of the 9 great kings, the bat said coolly. The vital energy of the 9 great kings has just been severely damaged. First of all, we need to replenish them. Secondly, we need to pay 10 times the price. What? 3 trillion high-grade spirit stones? How can there be so much? Black Impermanence exclaimed. Humph, if not for Guhai, I wouldn't have asked for so little. If you don't have enough spirit stones, you can use spiritual treasures to make up for it. You can discuss it with Baizazai. If he's willing, then come. If he's not, then forget it, the bat said. I will report to the Lord. But how effective is your curse? Black Impermanence frowned. Go tell Baizazai about the 9 cauldrons soul-stealing curse. He knows how effective it is, the bat said. 9 cauldrons soul-stealing curse. Back then, the Azure Dragon Sovereign had died because of this curse? Deity snatching? I thought he died in the hands of the deity snatching Temple Master Jiangchun. So was this curse? Black Impermanence shuddered. If not for the grudge between me and Guhai, your reward is not enough to cast the 9 cauldrons soul-stealing curse. You go and tell Baizazai. Heavenly Demon Wushang will stay here to recuperate and wait for your news. The bat said lightly. Okay. Black Impermanence nodded. At the entrance of the shop, the hunchbacked elder respectfully sent Black Impermanence out. In the main hall, the 9 kings watched Black Impermanence leave. When they heard the bat say that they should heal themselves first, they sighed in relief. That was better. Only Great King Hessian frowned deeply, his eyes flickering. This was because Great King Hessian knew Guhai. Furthermore, before Hessian was conferred as confirmant, he had received a favor from Guhai. King Bian said nothing. From now on, seal off the underground Blood City. No one is allowed to go out. I mean no one, the bat said coldly. Yes, the 9 kings answered. Chapter 1184. 10 days. Earth-shattering changes happened in the Yang realm. Once the 10 days were up, Yuan Shi Tianzuan was about to carry out a great purge. Countless powerhouses in the world were waiting for the time to come. The limitless celestial capital's square was already filled with emperors and sect masters from various forces in the Yang realm. However, they had now become marquises of the Dahan Celestial Empire. Apart from the earliest 4 upper marquises, the rest were below middle marquis. In front of everyone was a Guqin figurine, listening to the reports from all over the world. The statue of Guhai even used fate to form a large light screen, condensing the scene in the direction of the primeval hall for everyone to see. Guhai stood in the square of the soaring sky hall, accompanied by civil and military officials. The leaders of various forces in the Yang realm stared at him. On the other side, there's also a group of forces from the Yang realm. The forces of the Yang realm did not participate in the World Unification Conference after all, so they did not feel that strongly and even had a skeptical attitude. However, the Dahan Celestial Empire sent envoys quickly to invite them to be guests and bring them to the Yang realm. This also gave the various forces in the Yang realm a way to understand the Yang realm. A few leaders were willing to go personally, and most of them sent their important officials. Stepping into the Yang realm from the eternal Yin capital, they were all shocked by the structure of the Dahan Celestial Empire. The Guqin figurine's message also made the various forces in the Yang realm realize that they were too far behind. The Guqin figurine's communication could reach the world. Those who came early even sent some people to other places to inquire about the news. At this moment, everyone was waiting for the primeval hall to make a move. His Holiness, apart from the two major forces of the Wanshou Taoism and the God-seizing temple, 60% of the remaining territories have already joined the Dahan Celestial Empire and the Great Yin Empire, explained Sima Changkong. 60%? Then there's still 40%? Asked Gu Hai with a frown. Yes, most of the emperors are arrogant. Not all of them are willing to submit. Some of the leaders are still holding on, waiting for Yuanshi Tianzuan's judgment. Some of them would rather disband their countries and sects than submit to anyone. Sima Changkong explained. The founders did indeed have the ambition to create a new world, but unfortunately, the situation was stronger than them. They did not manage to reach the peak quickly and have already lost the right to create a new world. We have already done what we can do. Whether they are willing or not, it is up to them. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Sima Changkong nodded. However, at that moment, in the image condensed by Gu Hai's divine statue using the power of providence, the door of the primordial hall opened with a bang. Quang! The door opened, and Yuanshi Tianzuan stepped out of the premier palace. A golden dragon coiled around his left arm, and his expression was still as cold as ever. Many of the netherworldly forces felt a chill run down their spines. Yuanshi Tianzuan stood in the square of the premier palace and slowly scanned the world. Although most of the fate had flowed to the Great Yin dynasty and the Great Han dynasty, there were still countless forces guarding the fate lands. There were imperial dynasties, lower-tier sects, imperial dynasties, and mid-tier sections. They were all hoping for a miracle to happen. Leave the providence in the capital and hide the emperors? The sect masters are hiding in the dark? That's all. Yuanshi Tianzuan sneered. His sneer instantly spread to all the forces participating in the Sea of Providence. It also reached the ears of countless sect masters and emperors who were hiding. It's useless. As long as the Providence exists, it will have a connection with you. Coincidentally, I can also find this connection. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes turned cold. As he spoke, the premier banner flew out again. Rumble. A large amount of chaotic sword chi flew out of the premier banner. When Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at the world, it was as if he had locked on to every corner of the world. Go! Yuanshi Tianzuan shouted coldly. Boom! The huge group of chaotic sword chi instantly broke through the clouds and fog and entered the world like a tide. The emperors and sect masters of the infinite celestial capital felt a chill in their hearts. This was because they had seen this scene 10 days ago. 42 forces had been destroyed like this. They saw a group of chaotic sword chi scatter to the places where the Sea of Providence still existed. Boom! The palaces in those places were instantly crushed into pieces. All the main halls of the sects were destroyed. The chaotic sword chi seemed to have sensed the connection between the emperors and sect masters through the Sea of Providence. Whoosh! Whoosh! They came out of the Sea of Providence and shot in all directions. There were mountains, forests, deserts, rivers, lakes, and seas. Ah! 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 Suddenly, screams of terror could be heard from everywhere. Boom! All the emperors and sect masters who had been hiding were killed one by one. Rumble! All the Sea of Providence collapsed and disappeared. massacring the world in one move? In an instant, there were only 4 Sea of Providence left in the Yang realm. The Great Yin Celestial Empire, the Wansho Taoism, the Divine Seizing Temple, and the Dahan Celestial Empire. As for the others, no matter whether they were royal dynasties, imperial dynasties, lower sects, or middle sects, they all collapsed. None of them were left. They were all massacred by Yuanshi Tianzuan. At the entrance of the Soaring Temple, the Qin warriors in front of the leaders of the Yang realm kept reporting about the death of certain sect masters and the destruction of certain Sea of Providence. After summarizing, everyone understood that those stubborn forces had all been massacred. The leaders of the Yang realm's forces all gasped. At the same time, they looked at Gu Hai with gratitude. Although they were forced to join the Dahan Celestial Empire, they did not blame Gu Hai because Gu Hai had provided a refuge for everyone. Although they were no longer emperors or sect masters, the power in their hands did not decrease by much. Gu Hai knew how to use people and dared to use them. As long as one was capable, he would give a lot of power to those who surrendered. There was also plenty of room for improvement. The one who really forced them to abandon their countries and sects was Yuanshi Tianzuan. The leaders of the Yang realm's forces were now officials and nobles of the Dahan Celestial Empire. The forces of the Yang realm witnessed everything with their own eyes and gasped. They were stunned by Yuanshi Tianzuan's ruthlessness. Of course, the forces of the Yang realm still had to investigate the authenticity of everything. However, from the constant news from the Qin warriors at the side, they could already hear the general idea. This matter could not be wrong. In the image, Yuanshi Tianzuan looked around the world. His eyes were still cold. Suddenly, Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at the limitless celestial capital and eldritch city. Gu Hai Bai, in 20 days, I will destroy the forces of the Yang realm that do not submit. You all should quickly collect the forces of the Yang realm. If there are any who resist or cannot be subdued in a short time, mark them and hand them to me. I will destroy them all. Yuanshi Tianzuan said solemnly. Yuanshi Tianzuan also understood that Gu Hai and Bai were helping him, so his tone was still polite. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. Similarly, at the entrance of Eldritch City and Flame God Temple, Bai also nodded. Okay. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at the world of the Yang realm with satisfaction. He turned his head and slowly walked toward the primeval hall. Bang! The door of the primeval hall closed with a bang. Everything was over. Gu Hai also removed the image. However, the waves in the hearts of the countless experts around could not calm down for a long time, especially the forces of the Yang realm. Many of them suddenly felt lost. You can't play like this. We worked so hard to build our foundation, and we are giving it up just like that? My beloved subjects. Gu Hai looked at the various major forces that had surrendered in the Yang realm. His Holiness, the leaders of the various forces, said respectfully. During this period, Gu Hai will be in charge of dispatching the various officials. I hope that everyone will cooperate fully. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, rest assured, His Holiness. We will definitely cooperate fully. Everyone immediately shouted. Secondly, Sima Changkong will be in charge of subduing the ownerless factions. He will mobilize troops from all of you to participate in the war. He will even consider all of your former identities. I would like to invite all of you to be my lobbyists. I hope that all of you will cooperate. Definitely. We will definitely cooperate. Everyone immediately shouted. In the Yang realm, the next step was to wrap things up. There was still a large number of scattered forces that were not that easy to collect. In fact, they might not even be able to collect half of them after 1.5 years. However, the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty was still organizing in an orderly manner. In the end, they would take as much territory as they could. This was a busy period. Aside from some strategic areas where they would forcibly send troops, most of them did not need to use force. After all, the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty did not have time to control the sudden increase in territory. They did not have the energy to be busy with other things. The loyalty of the world's factions also caused the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty's providence, C, to overflow. The surging providence, C, made Gu Hai and the 100 official statues grow even bigger. Dragon roars seemed to be coming from within the providence, C, as if more small golden dragons of providence were about to be born. Guhai asked Long Wanyu what was going on. Long Wanyu did not know either. Friend from the Yang realm, you have understood the situation in the Yang realm. Inyang Valley will be open to everyone for 5 days. In these 5 days, you can enter and leave as you please. If you don't want to go back, you can ask the embroidered uniform guards to bring a message for you. You can also go back on your own. I won't be accompanying you, Guhai said solemnly. Yes, thank you to Han for his holiness. Thank you to Han for his holiness. The people from the Yang realm's factions bowed. Previously, when Guhai sent people to invite them, everyone thought that Guhai was going to use some kind of method to snatch their factions. But now, they realized that Guhai did not need to use force at all. Whether they came or not was up to them. For a moment, the leaders of the Yang realm's factions revealed bitter expressions. Chapter 1185. The people of the major forces who were invited by Guhai to the Yang realm returned to the Yang realm one after another. The news they brought back to the Yang realm was so despairing. Yuanshi Tianzuan's ruthlessness was even more terrifying than everyone imagined. The Dahan celestial dynasty did not urge any of the forces, but the forces were more anxious than ever because there was a knife hanging above their heads, and it would fall in 10 days. This time, the Dahan not only showed the Yuanshi Tianzuan's cruelty to the forces, but also let the forces of the Yang realm see the Dahan celestial dynasty's generous policy. The masters of the major forces who surrendered in the Yang realm were the best examples. The introduction of the Qin figurines also allowed the major forces of the Yang realm to quickly communicate. The conclusions they obtained were always so despairing. In just 5 days, the first batch of masters of the forces who surrendered arrived at the Eternal Yin capital. Like the Yang realm, the masters of the 5 major forces immediately expressed their loyalty. Immediately, they received the courtesy of the skeleton Guhai. They were conferred the title of Upper Marquis. With these 5 leaders, everything else was much easier. Although the heavenly demon Holy Land was the most tyrannical in the Yang realm in the past, with the Qin figurines, after gathering all kinds of information, they found that the Dahan celestial dynasty was not inferior to the heavenly demon Holy Land. This was because the Dahan celestial dynasty had a large number of perfected heavenly palaces. Secondly, it was said that more than half of the peak masters of the heavenly demon Holy Land had died at the hands of the Dahan celestial dynasty. Even if the 8 peak masters of the heavenly demon Holy Land had fallen and were killed by Guhai, the heavenly demon Holy Land still did not dare to take revenge. Once they made the decision to submit, the forces of the Yang realm also analyzed which one to submit to. The Juyin sect could not be found at all, so they could only choose from these 2 major forces. The north of the Yang realm was already under Guhai's control. In the Dongfang of the Yang realm, the Vermilion Bird Supreme also withdrew its destiny and did not compete for the world's forces at this time. After analysis, the major forces of Dongfang mostly chose to join the Dahan celestial dynasty. Originally, all of this was within Bai Zizai's expectations. However, Bai Zizai's expression turned ugly when he saw the changes in the south of the netherworld. This was because although only a third of the forces in the southern underworld had surrendered, most of them had chosen Guhai over the heavenly demon Holy Land. In Shin Palace, Bai Zizai angrily slammed his palm on the armrest of the throne. My lord, other than the West, all of the other places have chosen to submit to our heavenly demon Holy Land. We did not accept many from the other places, Scorpio said with an ugly expression. Guhai is going to make a killing this time. Black Impermanence said with an ugly expression. My lord, no one will know about the curse of the underground blood city. Moreover, my lord can also use this opportunity to test the infinite celestial capital and see if Long Zhonghua is really still alive. As long as we curse him, everything will naturally be revealed. We won't have to worry about the Long Zhonghua every day. Bai Wucheng advised. Bai Zizai was silent for a while before he finally said in a deep voice, All right, Black Impermanence, go and tell the underground blood city that I have agreed to their request. After 15 days, Yuanshi Tianzuan will once again massacre the netherworld. Yuanshi Tianzuan should enter deep seclusion and not care about the affairs of the world. When that time comes, start cursing Guhai. Yes, Black Impermanence replied. Although many forces of the Netherworld had been invited to the Netherworld to observe the ceremony, who would so easily give away their authority? The Dahan Celestial Empire now had influence in the north, but there was also some influence in Dongfang. 60% of the forces in Dongfang had submitted to the Dahan Celestial Empire, although there were also forces in the south that submitted to the Dahan Celestial Empire. At most, only 30% of the forces. Even so, the Dahan Celestial Empire was still struggling to cope. They were extremely busy. Surging fate energy surged towards the eternal Een capital. Large batches of people were deployed everywhere to take over one city after another. Guhai didn't force anyone, because it was already too late to take over these forces, so how could he force them? A month's time passed in the blink of an eye. Among the countless forces of the Netherworld waiting, there was disbelief, fear, and anticipation. Everyone's emotions were mixed as they waited until noon. A thunderous roar resounded through all the seas of fate. Time is up. I have given you the greatest tolerance in a month's time. Time is up. All of you can be destroyed. A loud roar sounded. Boom! Endless chaotic sword chi appeared out of thin air and rushed towards all the seas of fate. Boom! Crack! Countless palaces exploded, and countless sects were instantly destroyed. As for the stubborn emperors and sect masters, they were all destroyed. Not a single one was left. It was a clean and neat end. After the great destruction, the news was quickly transmitted to the masters of the forces that had chosen to surrender through the Guqin figurines. Everyone gasped. Similarly, all the forces were eliminated from the great wave of fighting for the world. Everything was too cruel. Guhai by Zazaibai in the next year, hurry up and subdue the various forces. I want to enter seclusion for a few days to adjust to my strongest state. When I come out, I will kill the 6 paths. A soft roar sounded in the ears of the three. Guhai Bai and Bai Zazai's eyes narrowed. Finally, the bloodbath in the Netherworld was over. Next, it was time to sort out the forces of the Netherworld. The heavenly demon's sacred ground had existed for millions of years, so they had some foundation after all. They quickly sorted out the western part of the Netherworld, the north of the Netherworld, Dongfang, and the south. Even though Guhai had countless talents in the immortal dome of the ancients, he was still a little stretched. In the mortal realm, Guhai asked Chen Tianshan, Sima Changkong, Guqin, Guhan, Gutang, and Guming to sort out the situation. In the Netherworld, Emo Yike was the leader, while Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon God Ing were cooperating with all their might. As for subduing the world, Guhai only gave some pointers. In the mortal realm, Guhai's main body began to enter seclusion in the immortal dome of the ancients after dealing with these trivial matters. Guhai understood that there would be the most tragic battle in 1.5 years. If Yuanshi Tianzun lost, he would have to face the wrath of the immortal of the 6 paths. Even if Yuanshi Tianzun won, he would not be able to rest easy. He did not want to live by Yuanshi Tianzun's face. He had to rely on himself. Time was short. Guhai's greatest reliance now was Panga's axe. Panga's axe played a huge role in defeating Zhu Lulu last time. However, Guhai could only use this much now. Guhai held Panga's axe in his hand and slightly activated it. Wong wong wong. Panga's axe trembled slightly, and the void trembled. No, I don't have enough power. Panga's axe contains a lot of power, but I can only use less than 1% of it. If I want to use more, my cultivation has to be 1 level higher. Guhai frowned. Guhai did not need a break in time for Panga's axe. It was like a familiar partner. Panga's axe also recognized Guhai. However, Guhai's strength could not be used too much. 8th level of Heavenly Palace? It seemed to be extremely powerful, but Guhai knew that there was still a lot to be done. Only God Perfection could fully unleash the power of Panga's axe. He could only use less than 1% of it now, and it was Panga's axe that gave it to him. But how could he improve his current cultivation? 1.5 years, there was not much time left. Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth. How could it be so easy to cultivate? Guhai absorbed all kinds of chi, and the amount he needed was huge. He could not understand it at the moment. Dual cultivation. Guhai could only say helplessly. Under dual cultivation, he could still see the growth of his cultivation. Other than dual cultivation, there was no other way for now. Hence, Guhai found Chen Xian, Long Wanqing, and Lin Wan to help him cultivate. One day in the outside world was 10 years in the ancient Immortal Dome. 10 days later, Guhai brought the 3 women back to the infinite celestial capital's imperial palace. The 3 women's expressions were glowing. Their cultivation had improved by quite a bit. However, Guhai's cultivation improvement was limited. It was only slightly better than not dual cultivation. With a trace of anxiety, Guhai sighed slightly. Husband, why don't we ask Sister Bingham to come back and try? Chen Xian frowned. The 3 women were also anxious for Guhai. Husband, what do you plan to do with Wanyu? Why don't we? Long Wanqing said with a trace of expectation. You don't have to worry about me. I'll think of something. Guhai smiled bitterly. Guhai knew his own situation. Ever since he started cultivating the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, cultivation sometimes required great opportunities. Husband, why don't we go to the ancient Immortal Dome again? Lin Wan said with a red face. The 2 women smiled slightly, just as they were about to persuade Guhai. Guhai's body suddenly swayed. Husband, what's wrong? Long Wanqing asked in confusion. Why is my husband swaying? That's not right. Husband, are you okay? Chen Xian's expression changed. Plop. However, he saw Guhai suddenly fall to the ground and lose consciousness. What? Husband, what's wrong? Lin Wan exclaimed. Chen Xian rushed over and helped Guhai up. With a panicked expression, she asked, Husband, are you okay? What happened to you? Chen Xian kept shaking Guhai, but Guhai was still unconscious. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Wanyu. Long Wanqing anxiously wanted to rush out. Wait, Chen Xian shouted. Sister, is husband awake? Long Wanqing immediately turned her head. No, we can't let anyone know that he's unconscious. You secretly ask Long Wanyu to come over. Don't let anyone know. Chen Xian said anxiously. Oh, okay. Long Wanqing immediately walked out anxiously. Sister Wan, go to the underworld immediately and see how husband's clone is doing. Pay attention to your expression. Don't show such a sad face. Husband will definitely be fine. Chen Xian instructed again. Okay, Sister Chun. Lin Wan rushed out in a hurry. Husband, what's wrong with you? Your breathing is normal, and your body is normal. Why? Why did you suddenly faint? Husband, you'll definitely be fine. Chen Xian held Guhai and checked while anxiously muttering to herself. Chapter 1186. Underground Blood City. Black Impermanence came to the Blood Shaman Hall again. Wushang Demon was now 80% healed, but there were still some remnants of the curse on him, which could be cleaned up soon. The bat was still hanging upside down on the roof beam, looking at Black Impermanence with bloodshot eyes. Bai Zizai agreed. The bat asked calmly. Yes, but we have to wait 20 days until everything in the netherworld is sorted out before we can start cursing. Black Impermanence said solemnly. Sure. Where are the items? The bat asked again. There are too many things. I'm worried that you. Black Impermanence said worriedly. Bai Zizai has a little immortal Qiong that made a batch of replicas for you. I know you have a lot of space, but my blood sea is not as simple as you think. Just throw everything into the blood sea. The bat said calmly. Okay. Black Impermanence answered. He waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rolling spirit stones poured into the blood sea like the collapse of a heavenly river. At the bottom of the blood sea, there seemed to be monsters swimming quickly, swallowing the rolling spirit stones. A large whirlpool appeared in the blood sea, swallowing all the spirit stones that came in. 3 trillion? How big was that? Even Black Impermanence's eyelids twitched. That was the heavenly demon Holy Land's millions of years of savings, and 99% of it was gone in an instant. The blood sea emitted a bloody mist that enveloped the entire underground blood city. Everyone who practiced curses suddenly shivered, as if a great nourishment had entered their bodies. Excitement flashed in their eyes. "Thank you, Master." Countless curses respectfully bowed in the direction of the Blood Sea. In the city, there were 9 halls in 9 directions. The 9 kings looked at the Blood Sea in the distance with complicated expressions and also said respectfully, "Thank you, Master." Black Impermanence's expression was solemn. This was because Black Impermanence could also sense a soul-nourishing substance flowing into his body from the Blood Chi. "Blood City's governor, I would like to know, what effect does the 9 cauldrons God-stealing curse have?" Black Impermanence asked. "The 9 cauldrons God-stealing spell can bring all of Gu-Hai's consciousness and his God to us." The bat on the beam said calmly. "Gu-Hai's God." Black Impermanence frowned. God is the 7th soul, hidden in the space between the eyebrows. The art of cursing is the Tao of God cultivators. "It's not like you don't know," the bat said coolly. "But Gu-Hai hasn't reached the peak of the celestial palace yet. He might not have a god. Maybe he hasn't condensed the 7th fragment yet." Black Impermanence frowned. "If he hasn't condensed the 7th fragment, then he will only bring all of Gu-Hai's consciousness here. It will be easier to destroy him." The bat said calmly. "Bring Gu-Hai's consciousness to the underground Blood City? Then what about Gu-Hai's body and 3 souls?" Black Impermanence was puzzled. "Of course he will faint there. As for the 3 souls, Gu-Hai's 3 souls are fine. It's just that he will lose his consciousness. It's as if he has turned into an idiot. Forcing Gu-Hai to wake up will cause him irreparable damage. He will be like a walking corpse, without any consciousness." The bat said, "That's what happened to the Azure Dragon Sovereign. So was this curse that caused him to faint and become an idiot? But I can't find the root of the problem." Divine Path? As expected of a primogenitor level curse. Black Impermanence narrowed his eyes. "All right, will you curse both of Gu-Hai's doppelgangers?" Black Impermanence suddenly asked. "That's right, 2 doppelgangers? I was almost fooled by him last time." "Oomph." The bat suddenly sank. "What do you think?" Black Impermanence asked. "As long as he is in this world, drinking the water of heaven and earth and inhaling the chi of heaven and earth, he will be under the curse of a god. He won't be able to escape. Don't worry." The bat said, "All right, I hope nothing will happen to you." Black Impermanence nodded. Black Impermanence returned and reported to Bai Zizai. "An ancient temple. 9 cauldrons, soul-stealing curse? If that's the case, then it's enough. Black Impermanence, stay in the underground Blood City and witness Gu-Hai's consciousness being completely destroyed. Make sure he becomes an idiot. You must make sure that Gu-Hai's soul vanishes." Bai Zizai said, "Don't worry, my lord. I will bear witness to everything. If they dare to lie in the underground Blood City, I will destroy them all and kill them all." Black Impermanence said coldly. "Okay." Bai Zizai nodded. Everything was ready. 10 days after Yuanshi Tianzuan's bloodbath in the underworld, the underground Blood City finally started to cast a primogenitor-level curse. All the witches in the city were chanting, as if they were accumulating the energy of the curse. Black Impermanence and Wushang Demon witnessed everything with their own eyes. They looked at the blood fog that filled the underground Blood City. Countless purplish energy of the curse gathered in 9 directions. Slowly, 9 gigantic cauldrons formed in the air. Each of the 9 kings controlled a giant cauldron. Each of them sat at the mouth of the cauldron and started chanting. The sound of the curse spread throughout the entire underground Blood City. At this moment, a blood-red aura suddenly rose from the Blood Sea and soared into the sky. Slowly, it formed a row of huge blood words in the air. His Holiness in Dahan, Gu-Hai. A total of 8 words confirmed Gu-Hai's identity. The ancestors of the 9 heavens illuminate the world. The 9 cauldrons of the bones, suppressing the world. Qionyou, Yizi, Tao Tai, Pai Xiao, Bai Wu, Basya, Bai Wu, Qi-Wen, the 9 cauldrons suppressing the world, seizing the world's demon gods. Suppress. A loud shout came from the sea of blood. Wong. The 9 cauldrons in 9 different directions shuddered violently. Poof! Poof, poof. The 9 great kings were in 9 different directions. Immediately, they each spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood into the giant cauldron. The 9 cauldrons immediately let out a dragon's roar, and 9 monsters with different appearances appeared. Oh! The 9 cauldrons suddenly shook the earth, causing the earth to tremble. In the void, the words to Han's celestial dynasty, His Holiness Guhai, suddenly exploded. Then, the entire sky turned dark, followed by waves of ripples. Countless firefly-like light spots descended from the sky. Guhai's god has arrived. All witches, be careful. If you see Guhai's god, report immediately. Those who capture him will be heavily rewarded. A loud voice came from the sea of blood. Yes, master. Many witches immediately pounced excitedly toward the firefly-like light spots. Squeak, 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 squeak. In the sea of blood, countless bats rushed into the sky and flew in all directions, pouncing toward the endless firefly-like light spots, searching for Guhai's god. Black Impermanence's eyes flashed with anticipation. 9 Cauldrons' God-seizing curse. The power of an ancestor-level curse was vast. At the moment it was cast, Guhai's original body in the world of the living suddenly fell to the ground, causing the group of empresses to be inexplicably terrified. The skeleton of the netherworld, Guhai, was originally reading through memorials. Suddenly, a cold wind blew over his body. Whoosh! Guhai's entire body trembled. This cold wind seemed to want to sweep away Guhai's consciousness. However, within Guhai's body, the power of nothingness swept past and immediately disintegrated the cold wind. As long as one was in this world, they would not be able to escape the ancestor-level curse. However, skeleton Guhai's power came from nothingness and was not the power of this world at all. Naturally, he quickly broke free from the curse. What's going on? Skeleton Guhai's face darkened. The next moment, whoosh! Skeleton Guhai stood up, and his expression suddenly changed. Because at this moment, skeleton Guhai could no longer feel the consciousness of his main body. Originally, Guhai's main body and skeleton clone's consciousness were the same, but at this moment it was suddenly cut off, just like when his main body entered the hungry ghost Dao reincarnation's secret realm not long ago. Now it was gone? Something happened again? An anxious expression appeared on skeleton Guhai's face as he disappeared from the upper study, instantly arriving at the Yin-Yang Valley. When he arrived at the Yin-Yang Valley, he met Lin Wan-Er, who was rushing over. Lin Wan-Er's eyes were red. When she raised her head, she suddenly saw skeleton Guhai. Husband, your clone is fine, but your main body has fainted. Lin Wan immediately said with fear. Fainted? Skeleton Guhai's expression changed. Didn't he enter the reincarnation secret realm and faint? How could this be? Husband, quickly go back and take a look. Lin Wan said anxiously. Skeleton Guhai pulled Lin Wan and stepped into the world of the living. In a few flashes, they arrived at the harem of the world of the living. His main body was unconscious there. Chun Xian was holding his main body. Long Wanqing had an anxious expression, and Long Wanyu was rushing over beside her. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Long Wanyu asked with an anxious expression. Chun Xian had been calm until she saw skeleton Guhai coming over. She couldn't help but reveal a panicked expression. I'm not sure. He just suddenly fainted for no reason. Chun Xian said anxiously. Skeleton Guhai first grabbed his main body, and a wave of power entered his body. After all, he was a person, and he was most familiar with himself. Skeleton Guhai's power was not resisted. Brother-in-law, how is it? What's wrong with your body? Is it because you've been doing it with sister for too long? Can't your body take it? Long Wanyu immediately said anxiously. Damn girl, what are you talking about? Long Wanqing suddenly stared. After all, skeleton Guhai was still there, so Long Wanqing also relaxed a lot. Skeleton Guhai checked his body, then gently activated his main body's palm. A small bubble-like ball of the celestial dome of the ancients appeared. He stepped into it and quickly stepped out. How is it? The girls were worried. Everything is fine. The 3 souls and 6 spirits are all in a deep sleep. Only the 7th spirit is missing. The god is gone. Skeleton Gu Hai said with a frown. Brother-in-law, you've cultivated the 7th spirit? Long Wan Yu said in surprise. The main body did have the 7th spirit, but the 7th spirit was only half finished. It was a chess spirit, and there were 4 of them. Only when the 4 chess spirits merged into one could the complete 7th spirit be formed. It can only be said that the 7th spirit is half finished. But other than that, the 3 souls and 6 spirits are all guarding the palaces. All right, just now it seemed like a cold wind blew past this avatar of mine, but it was swept away by my power. Skeleton Gu Hai said with a frown. Why don't we stimulate it a little and see if we can wake our husband's main body? Chun Xian said with a frown. Don't! Long Wan Yu suddenly cried out. What's wrong? The girls were puzzled. Cold wind? The 7th spirit? The god disappeared? The consciousness disappeared? I understand, this is a curse. That's how the Azure Dragon sovereign died back then. Long Wan Yu's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 1187. Curse. Everyone paused and looked at Long Wan Yu. In an instant, Gu Hai thought of the several powerful curses that she had cast in the square of the primeval hall that day. Even the perfect stage gods had been affected. If I'm not wrong, it should be the 9 cauldrons god-stealing curse of the sorcerer tribe. Back then, the Azure Dragon Sovereign was affected by this, and in the end, the sorcerer tribe suffered a crushing defeat. Long Wan Yu said worriedly, 9 cauldrons god-stealing curse? Wan Yu, explain it clearly. Gu Hai asked again. The 9 cauldrons soul-stealing curse is a curse that takes brother-in-law's consciousness and spirit away from his body and transmits them to the caster. Once the caster destroys brother-in-law's spirit and consciousness, brother-in-law's main body will no longer have any consciousness. He will become muddle-headed and become an idiot. Long Wan Yu said with a frown. Who could be so vicious? Chun Xianer's face was filled with hatred. Brother-in-law's body fainting is actually a kind of self-protection to protect his 3 souls and 6 spirits from dissipating. Don't wake him up. Once brother-in-law's body is forcefully awakened, his 3 souls and 6 spirits will be severely injured without the guidance of his consciousness. Brother-in-law's vitality will also be greatly damaged in an instant. Long Wan Yu explained. The girls immediately became cautious. 9 cauldrons god-stealing curse? Does it have anything to do with the divine seizing temple? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Jiang Chun. Everyone was surprised. The 9 cauldrons god-stealing curse was actually not cast by Jiang Chun, but by the blood sorcerer tribe. Moreover, it requires the 9 cauldrons of the blood sorcerer tribe to gather and consume a huge amount of spiritual stones, at least 2 trillion high-grade spiritual stones, Long Wan Yu explained. 2 trillion? Not many people in the world can take out such a huge amount of spiritual stones. Long Wan Yu said with a frown. The blood sorcerer's curse? Blood sorcerer? Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Back when Ngo was unsealed in the Yellow Spring Sea, the blood shaman Grand Elder was the one guarding Ngo. At that time, Gu Hai had a grudge with the blood shaman Grand Elder. The blood shaman Great Elder's god escaped and finally possessed Chong Ming's body. It disappeared with Chong Ming. Only the blood shaman Grand Elder had a grudge against him in the blood shaman clan. Then how do we undo the curse? One heir asked anxiously. Bring back brother-in-law's spirit, and let the spirit return to its original position, and the curse will be broken. Long Wan Yu explained. But where is God? Skeleton Gu Hai frowned. The main altar of the Blood Wizards is a place called the Underground Blood City. The Underground Blood City is a cursed city. Once you enter it, you will lose all connection with the outside world. Brother-in-law, you can't sense where your real body is, right? Long Wan Yu recalled. That's right, the connection was cut off. Underground Blood City? Where is it? Skeleton Gu Hai's expression changed. I don't know. After the war of the shamans and demons, the Underground Blood City changed places frequently. I don't know where it is now. Long Wan Yu shook her head. What do we do now? The girls looked at Skeleton Gu Hai. Fortunately, only his real body had fallen. There was still a skeleton doppelganger, so they were not at a loss. To use the 9 cauldrons God-stealing curse would consume so much energy. The remaining Blood Shaman clan can't do it. Other than them, there must be someone supporting them. The person supporting them must have accumulated a large amount of spiritual stones. Guhai said in a low voice. The heavenly demon Holy Land? Chen Xian's eyes widened. We can't rule out anyone else, but the heavenly demon Holy Land is the most suspicious. Guhai said in a low voice. Then, calm down first. Announce that I'm cultivating in seclusion to lure the fish. Secondly, I'll send someone to ask Mr. Tsang Jie if he knows. Skeleton Guhai said with a frown. Yes, brother-in-law. You should ask Tsang Jie. I have a feeling that he might be alone. Long Wan Yu said with a frown. Who? Guhai asked in confusion. Tsang Jie. Long Wan Yu recalled. Guhai. In ancient times, there was also a Tsang Jie. He was the ancestor of the literature cultivators. He created the literature cultivators. The word creator sage, Tsang Jie, was known as one emperor. Long Wan Yu recalled. Oh, same name? Guhai said with a frown. I don't know. I thought it was the same name. After all, one is a literature cultivator and the other is a longevity cultivator. I can't say for sure, but sigh, I can't say for sure. Brother-in-law, you can guess for yourself. I'm not familiar with Tsang Jie. Long Wan Yu shook her head. Guhai nodded. Now is not the time to investigate Tsang Jie's identity. Saving the consciousness of the original body was the most important thing. With Guhai as the backbone, everyone quickly arranged things in an orderly manner. The girls were responsible for the safety of Guhai's original body. At the same time, they kept the news of the coma a secret. Guhai secretly arranged for the embroidered uniform guards to investigate the underground Blood City. At the same time, he asked Kong Xian, Shanghai Guanhen, Unborn Man, and other Dahan powerhouses to see if anyone knew the location of this place. At the same time, Guhai personally went to Tsang Jie's mansion in Xianyuan City to inquire about the location of the underground Blood City. However, when Guhai arrived, the gate of Tsang Jie's mansion was tightly shut. His Holiness, 3 days ago, Mr. Tsang Jie said that he was going to cultivate in seclusion and no one was to disturb him. He said that he was going to set up a formation. If anyone disturbed him, he would be severely injured. He asked us to protect him. A chilly arch of the embroidered uniform guards said respectfully. Guhai's eyelids twitched. In the end, he sighed slightly. Fine. If that's the case, then no one is to disturb Mr. Tsang Jie. Yes. Guhai did not force his way into Tsang Jie's mansion. He stepped back and thought of a solution himself. Guhai did not become impatient. When the original body's consciousness and spirit disappeared, they took an item with them. The world illumination lamp. Guhai had once asked Long Wan Yu alone. The flame on the world illumination lamp was the candle flame that Torch Dragon spoke of. Although it was only a small flame, it could break most curses in the world. It did not alarm the officials. Only a few people knew that Guhai was cursed. The officials were still subduing the world. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. It was as if Guhai was not cursed at all. However, both Guhais announced that they were going into seclusion. Guhai no longer dealt with government affairs. Instead, he waited quietly. Originally, he thought that he would have to wait for a long time. Unexpectedly, the other party could not sit still the next day. Late at night the next day, an uninvited guest came to the eternal Indu. Whoosh! With a flash, he entered the depths of the palace. A white-robed figure appeared at the entrance of the Earth Suppression Hall. It was Bai Wu Chang of the heavenly demon Holy Land. The eternal Indu doesn't have a defensive formation? Bai Wu Chang said in surprise. That's right. The gates of the underground Blood City are suddenly closed. The city is hazy. They must have succeeded. Guhai must have fainted. Now that the Dahan is not in chaos, they must have blocked the news. With a two-pronged attack, when I steal Guhai's body, Guhai will never have a chance to make a comeback. Bai Wu Chang clenched his fists and looked around very carefully. This time, he was ordered to steal Guhai's body. On the other hand, he was to investigate Long Zhonggui's situation. Long Zhangguo's existence was like a bone in his throat. Bai Zizai did not want to waste a moment. Just as Bai Wuchang was about to continue investigating, a voice suddenly came from the depths of the Earth Suppression Hall. Bai Zizai's people are all thieves? A cold voice came from the depths of the hall. Who is it? Bai Wuchang's expression changed. Quang. The doors of the hall opened with a bang. The skeleton Gu Hai was wearing a dragon robe and sitting on the dragon throne. Below him stood Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon God Ing. Seeing Gu Hai, Bai Wuchang suddenly trembled. Gu Hai, you're fine? Bai Wuchang asked in disbelief. Wasn't the gates of the underground blood city already closed? Impudent white impermanence. You dare to trespass into the Indu of eternity? Why haven't you surrendered yet? Kong Xian shouted and flew out. Impossible, you must be fake. You're not the real Gu Hai. Bai Wuchang exclaimed. Boom! Kong Xian threw out a beam of 6-color divine light, which collided with Bai Wuchang's palm. The void trembled, but it couldn't do anything to Bai Wuchang. Kong Xian, back off! Gu Hai shouted coldly. Yes. Kong Xian retreated with wide eyes. Meanwhile, skeleton Gu Hai stepped out of the Earth Suppression Hall and looked at the bewildered white impermanence hovering in midair. Bai Wuchang's eyes kept changing, as if he was trying to determine whether Gu Hai was real or fake. That's impossible. Didn't the curse succeed? Why is Gu Hai unscathed? Gu Hai reached out and took out the Life Slayer saber. Shing! A blood-red light suddenly lit up the entire place. I don't believe it. Gu Hai, you must be a fake. Bai Wuchang said with a ferocious expression. Bai Wuchang was at the perfected god stage. Although he was much weaker than Empress Ji, he was still at the perfected god stage. Even if he couldn't win, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. Just as Bai Wuchang was about to test whether Gu Hai was real or not, a voice came from the west. Bai Wuchang, come back. He's a real Gu Hai. Bai Zizai's voice suddenly sounded. Huh? Bai Wuchang's expression changed. He looked up and saw the sea of providence churning. It seemed that Gu Hai was preparing to mobilize the power of providence in the sky. 10 cycles. Gu Hai slashed down with his saber. Buzz! Endless blood-red light pierced through heaven and earth. He didn't mobilize the power of the dynasty. The powerful saber energy, along with a murderous illusion, collided with Bai Wuchang. Under the murderous illusion, Bai Wuchang was dazed for a moment. He hurriedly threw a punch. Honk! With a loud bang, Bai Wuchang was instantly sent flying by the life-slaying saber. Although he wasn't injured, his right fist was numb. He had already confirmed that Gu Hai was real. Bai Wuchang's expression changed. He turned around and shot toward the sky. Stop! Don't run. Mosquito Daoran and the others were shocked and angry. They wanted to pounce on him. Don't chase. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Yes. Gu Hai turned his head to the west and looked in the direction of the heavenly Devil Holy Lands, Yin God Temple. Bai Zizai stood at the entrance of the Yin God Temple and looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Did the curse fail? Bai Zizai? What do you mean? Before Yuan Shi, Tianzuan defied the heavens. You want to start an all-out war? There's no need to send Bai Wuchang. Wouldn't it be better for you to come here personally? Gu Hai said with a cold expression. Ah, Gu Hai, you're not my match. Bai Zizai said coldly. You can try. Gu Hai said coldly. Bai Zizai narrowed his eyes. However, he was extremely depressed. He couldn't find out Gu Hai's background. Previously, he couldn't defeat Zhu Lulu with a single finger. Now, the Dahan had the largest territory in the world, and the power of providence it could mobilize was also the strongest. As time passed, Gu Hai's power of providence would become stronger. If this continued, he wouldn't be afraid of Long Zhangguo. Even Gu Hai couldn't do anything to him. This was also why Bai Zizai would rather make a move now and risk offending Yuanshi Tianzuan than let Gu Hai grow stronger. Chapter 1188. It was Gu Hai's original body. After coming out of the Immortal Vault of Antiquity, Gu Hai was discussing with the girls how to increase his cultivation when suddenly a gust of cold wind seemed to come out of nowhere and blew into his body. Gu Hai's physical body should be invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire, let alone a gust of cold wind. However, this gust of cold wind was strange. It penetrated his body like a soul and entered Gu Hai's limbs and bones. This gust of cold wind brought about an extremely shocking result. The scattered consciousness in his body was strangely expelled to one place and rushed to the space between his eyebrows. At that moment, the 6 souls immediately lost their consciousness and fell into a self-protective deep sleep. They could not move their hands and feet, and they could not control their heads, mouths, and noses. This consciousness was like the power in the nerves of the human body. All of a sudden, the nerves had no power to guide them, and they could not move at all. Gu Hai wanted to shout, but he could not open his mouth at all. This short moment was more than 10,000 years for Gu Hai. Even the 3 souls were suddenly stripped of their consciousness under this gust of cold wind and rushed to the space between his eyebrows. In a hurry, Gu Hai sensed all the Dharma treasures in his body. Without the guidance of consciousness, all the Dharma treasures seemed to be unable to sense anything. The only thing he could sense was the strange world illuminating lamp. When the past Buddha's Dharma treasure, even the Pangu axe, could not sense it, the world illuminating lamp seemed to have entered his consciousness. All of Gu Hai's consciousness surged into the 7th soul between his eyebrows. In the space between Gu Hai's eyebrows, the heaven-suppressing divine seal floated in the air above, suppressing everything. Below, there were 4 small chessboards. On the small chessboards, there were 4 chess souls that were condensed from chess power. However, they had not completely condensed into souls and were only half-formed souls. All of his consciousness surged into the 4 chess souls. A gust of cold wind swept past. Whoosh! The 4 chess souls disappeared in a flash, and the world-illuminating lamp disappeared along with them. Gu Hai's fleshy body immediately fell to the ground, startling all the women. The 4 chess souls seemed to have traveled through time and space. In the next moment, they were dragged to a strange place by the gust of cold wind. Buzz, 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 buzz. The 4 chess souls were sealed in 4 raindrops that shone like fireflies and fell from the sky. Other than the light spots where the 4 chess souls were located, there were also countless light spots descending from the sky. What's going on? Where is this? The expressions of the 4 chess souls changed. The 4 chess souls all carried Gu Hai's consciousness. Although their connection with the skeleton Gu Hai had been severed, they could sense each other and see each other in this place. Suddenly, countless voices resounded in all directions. Gu Hai's god has arrived. All shamans, be careful. If you see Gu Hai's god, report it immediately. Those who capture him will be heavily rewarded. Yes, master. Zhi. Hearing the roars from all directions, Gu Hai suddenly quivered. Looking down, he saw strange streams of light shooting up into the sky, rushing towards the light spots of the fireflies. There were also countless bats flying up into the sky, pouncing towards the countless light spots. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Gu Hai roughly guessed that he had fallen for the trap. Blood Shaman Great Elder? Gu Hai's expression changed drastically. That definitely wanted to harm him, so he had to escape from this place. The 4 chess souls tried their best to attack the barrier of light spots, but they were sealed inside and could not break out. They had no strength left. A chess soul? The chess soul had not been completed, so how much strength could it have? Right now, Gu Hai was like a child trapped in an iron cage. No matter what, he could not tear it open. This won't do. Once we're caught, we won't be able to resist at all. One of the chess souls said anxiously, "Don't panic. Calm down, calm down." Another chess soul forced itself to calm down. The 4 chess souls were the condensation of chess power, the condensation of Gu Hai's wisdom. However, they could not think of a solution. That's not right. I have a treasure here. The eyes of one of the chess souls lit up. Within the barrier of light spots, that chess soul suddenly took out the world illuminating azure lamp. Then it gently tried to activate it with weak strength. The chess soul's strength was extremely weak, and the flame it activated was pitifully small, so small that no one could see it. However, this pitifully small flame immediately activated the barrier of light spots. Poof! The barrier of light spots instantly exploded. That chest soul immediately came out with the world illuminating azure lamp in its hand. After it came out, it could escape. More bats appeared in the distance. Some people with strange expressions rushed into the sky. Fortunately, the sky was still covered in a bloody mist, making it blurry. They could not see where Guhai was. The chest soul was very small. It had just come out of the barrier of light spots and was slowly growing larger. However, the other 3 chest souls were more important at this moment. Fortunately, the 4 chest souls could sense each other. They instantly found each other. Furthermore, they were not far away. The chest soul holding the world illuminating azure lamp immediately used the small flame to touch the other 3 barriers. Poof, 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 poof. The 3 barriers immediately exploded. The 3 chest souls also came out, holding the world illuminating azure lamp together. Quickly leave this place, the 4 chest souls said anxiously. They did not scatter. Instead, they stayed together and drifted into the distance. However, the 4 chest souls did not have much strength at this moment. They were too weak, and they drifted too slowly. Ha 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 ha! Found him! A voice suddenly rang out. The expressions of the 4 chest souls immediately changed. They tightly gripped the world illuminating azure lamp, hoping to resist. However, the chest souls were too weak at this moment. How could they resist? Whoosh! A magic treasure that resembled a glass ball immediately enveloped the 4 ghost souls, leaving the 4 Guhais with nowhere to run. The expressions of the 4 chest souls changed. They turned their heads and saw a bearded man wearing dragon robes. At this moment, he showed an excited expression, looking like he was about to shout. Boom! Suddenly, a huge fist came from behind and smashed him into the ground. The expressions of the 4 chest souls changed. What's going on? The 4 chest souls saw that the one who sneak attacked the bearded man was also a man wearing dragon robes. That man flung his sleeve and collected the glass ball treasure that encased the 4 chest souls. Then, he disappeared with a flash. Guhai is here. A furious roar suddenly came from below. The bearded man from earlier had been sneak attacked and immediately charged up again. However, when he returned, the glass ball treasure disappeared. Where is he? Where is he? Who sneak attacked this great me? The bearded man said with a hateful expression. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Perhaps the bearded man's voice was too loud, but a large number of bats immediately swarmed over. Great King Cheonyo, what did you shout earlier? Did you find Guhai? Where is Guhai? One of the bats immediately asked excitedly. Who? Who? In addition to the bats, more and more people rushed over. All 9 great kings had gathered. Even Wushang Demon and Black Impermanence rushed over quickly. I saw it earlier. Guhai had 4 deities. He actually had 4 deities. Furthermore, he escaped the cursed seal. I managed to capture him. However, someone sneak attacked me, causing me to fall down. When I came back up, Guhai's 4 deities were already gone. King Cheonyo said with a depressed expression. 4 gods? How can he have 4 gods? Great King Bian asked in disbelief. Cursed seal? He can't escape the cursed seal. He is just a god. How can he escape? Another great king said in a deep voice. Sneak attacked you? How is that possible? How can there be Guhai's men in the underground blood city? Another great king said in disbelief. The bats looked at great King Cheonyo coldly. It's true. Master, it's true. I really caught Guhai just now. His god is still growing. He must have escaped the cursed seal not long ago. Great King Cheonyo said anxiously. You were sneak attacked and lost Guhai's god? Black Impermanence asked in a deep voice. Yes. After using the 9 cauldrons god-stealing curse, all 9 of us great kings are very weak. I didn't expect that someone would sneak attack me. I'm only as weak as the Yuanying state. It must be the witch tribe of the Yuanying state in the city that sneak attacked me. Great King Cheonyo said gloomily. They were about to catch Guhai, but he escaped? The bats looked at Great King Cheonyo coldly. They couldn't be sure if he was telling the truth. 4 gods? Who would be so bored as to cultivate 4 gods? The essence of a god was not the quantity. Too much would disperse the god's power. Secondly, although the cursed enchantment was not very strong to outsiders, it was terrifyingly strong to a god. How could Gu Hai break it? Furthermore, sneak attack? How could someone sneak attack Great King Xionyou? Was there a spy? That was impossible. Master, you must believe me. Great King Xionyou said gloomily. This was because the gazes of the people around him were actually filled with disbelief. Everyone, continue to look for Gu Hai's god. The bats shouted again. Yes, everyone answered. Master, I'm telling the truth. Great King Xionyou said gloomily. I know. I didn't say that you were lying. I'm just taking precautions. The bats said coldly. Yes, Great King Xionyou said gloomily. Since Great King Xionyou said that you have seen Gu Hai's god, it means that the curse has taken effect. Whether Gu Hai's god escaped the curse seal or not, it is now in the underground Blood City. From now on, close the underground Blood City. No one is allowed to enter or leave. The bat said again. Yes, seal the city gates. Great King Xionyou shouted. Boom! A loud sound suddenly came from the distance, but the city gate was completely sealed. Black Impermanence and Wushang Demon looked at each other with worry in their eyes. Blood City Castellan by Wu Chang is waiting for news outside the city. Is it? Black Impermanence said with a frown. If they closed the city gates without saying anything, would Bai Wu Chang misunderstand? One of the bats looked at Black Impermanence and said, Now the most important thing is to find Gu Hai's god and destroy it, right? Although we can't contact Bai Wu Chang for now, what if Gu Hai's god escapes when we contact Bai Wu Chang? Are you willing to do that? Black Impermanence's eyes narrowed. Okay, we will listen to you. As long as Gu Hai's god is destroyed, everything will be worth it. We must find Gu Hai's god and destroy it. Yes. The bats nodded. Continue to search. If you find Gu Hai's god, you will be rewarded. Great King Xionyou shouted. Boom! All the Sorcerer Tribe members and countless bats started to search quickly again. Chapter 1189. Underground Blood City. With a loud bang, the gate was shut tight. Blood fog filled the city, and they started to search everywhere. Although King Xionyou's words had many doubts, it was clear that Gu Hai's spirit had entered the city. Countless firefly-like spots of light were checked. However, there was no trace of Gu Hai. Gone? Gone? A bat said with a ferocious expression. Black Impermanence, Wushang Demon, and the rest were also furious. Originally, it was a very simple matter. They just had to find Gu Hai's spirit and kill it. Then, Gu Hai would become a complete idiot. How could such a simple matter be messed up? King Xionyou, are you sure you saw it? The bat looked at King Xionyou coldly. Absolutely. I really saw Gu Hai. He must have been hidden by a spy. King Xionyou immediately swore. The other 8 kings also had complicated expressions. They did not expect such a strange thing to happen. Ha 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 ha. The bat suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Master, the 9 kings were shocked. Good, good, good. Very good. There's a traitor in the city? 9 kings, this is your duty. The bat's red eyes shone with a cold light. Master, please forgive us. The 9 kings said with an ugly expression. Forgive us? Ha ha. I will give you 3 days to search all the Sorcerer Tribe members under your command and find Gu Hai. Otherwise, I will question all of you. After 3 days, I will start the bone-devouring curse. The bat said coldly. Master, no, don't start the bone-devouring curse. We will do our best. King Xionyou said in fear. Master, please forgive us. We will do our best. The kings immediately knelt down. The bat said coldly. Are you scared now? Then hurry up and find him. My patience is limited. Yes. The 9 kings nodded in despair. Bang! The rolling bats immediately flew into the blood sea. Wushang Demon and Black Impermanence frowned slightly and followed the bat back to the Blood Wizard Palace. Master of Blood City, aren't all the people in your city the descendants of the witch tribe? How could there be a spy? Black Impermanence frowned. Don't worry, Gu Hai won't be able to escape. The underground Blood City is now completely sealed. No one can get out. Even if we dig 3 feet into the ground, we'll be able to find him. Guhai no longer has any cultivation base. What are you afraid of? The bats said coldly. But we are still worried. What if? Wushang Demon said worriedly. Don't worry. Very soon, I will be able to curse Guhai's god again. He can't run away. Bat said coldly. All right. The two nodded. Guhai's escaped through the city into chaos. There were countless witch practitioners in the underground Blood City, but there were differences in their abilities. Not all witch practitioners had the ability to find Guhai. Many of them had limited abilities and were even reduced to beggars. King Xiongyo first checked the witch practitioners with abilities above the Yuanying state. However, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Who would say that he had ambushed him? Moreover, he did not know where Guhai was. Perhaps he had escaped to the residences of other ordinary witch practitioners. The entire city was locked down and a manhunt was conducted. The 9 kings had used the curse and were exhausted. After arranging the manhunt, they quickly returned to their residences to rest. In King Tao's residence, King Tao briefed his subordinates and entered the training room to treat his injuries. Bang! The door of the training room slammed shut and King Tao activated the barrier. He then carefully took out the glass ball from his sleeve. In the glass ball were the 4 Guhai chess spirits that had witnessed everything. Ha! King Tao reached out and took out the glass ball, releasing the 4 Guhai chess spirits. At this moment, Guhai's chess spirits were as small as an ordinary person's. Thank you for saving me. The 4 Guhai chess spirits bowed to King Tao. He had heard the conversation clearly. It was the person in front of him who had saved him. Mr. Good, have you forgotten me? King Tao smiled bitterly. You are? Guhai's expression changed slightly as he tried to recall. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Guhai's mind as he recalled something. It's you, King Tao? Guhai said in surprise. That's right. Back then, when Tao was released, we were looking for treasures in the city. I forced Mr. Good to lead the way and finally found Ziwei and Changsheng. A painting of Changsheng made all of us pregnant. At that time, Mr. Good could have killed all of us to avenge his humiliation. However, Mr. Good repaid evil with kindness. Not only did he not hurt me, he even guided me to perform a cesarean section to get out of this predicament. I've always remembered that. Unfortunately, Mr. Good is a dragon among men, and I never had the chance to repay him. King Tao smiled bitterly. King Tao, if it weren't for you, I would have died here. Thank you. Guhai bowed again. Back then, he had only done it casually, but King Tao had always remembered it. This time, he was even willing to risk offending the Blood Wizard Grand Elder to save him. Mr. Good, you're too kind. Unfortunately, I can only save you here and can't send you out for the time being. The situation was pressing just now, so I didn't dare to reveal any emotion of knowing you. King Tao smiled bitterly. It's already a great help to give me a chance to breathe. King Tao, don't worry. As long as I get out of here, I'll definitely repay your kindness today. Guhai promised solemnly. King Tao smiled bitterly, but he didn't know if Guhai could get out. King Tao, can you tell me what's going on? Why am I here? Who wants to deal with me? Guhai asked. King Tao didn't hide anything. He started from Wushang Demon's request for help to today's situation. 9 Cauldrons, God-stealing curse. Guhai's expression darkened. Yes, I had no choice but to use this curse because I didn't dare to disobey my master's orders. Mr. Good, please forgive me. King Tao smiled bitterly. It's not your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's that Blood Wizard Grand Elder. Guhai said solemnly. Mr. Good, you know him? King Tao asked in surprise. That's right. He suffered a great loss at my hands in the past. I didn't expect him to still be brooding over it. He even possessed my subject. Guhai explained. No wonder. King Tao nodded. By the way, I heard your conversation earlier. It seems that although the 9 kings recognized him as your master, they seem to be very afraid of him? Guhai asked curiously. The underground Blood City has been passed down for countless years. It was ruled by 9 kings, and each of them ruled a cauldron. In my generation, everything was peaceful until the master suddenly came. When he just came back, he was very familiar with this place. He even displayed his powerful art of curse and gave us, the 9 kings, some pointers in our cultivation. We were very grateful to him, but we didn't expect him to set up a banquet for us. During the banquet, the wine was poisoned, and all of us fell for it. He even placed a curse on our God that can control our life and death. He controlled the 9 kings. After that, he became the master of the underground blood city. King Towan smiled bitterly. The 9 kings are under his control? Guhai frowned. His curse techniques are simply too powerful. He is even able to control the cursed blood sea. Although it has improved our abilities, he has also taken control of our God. We will forever be his slaves. Later, we found out that he is the great elder of the ancient blood witches. King Towan smiled bitterly. Your God is cursed? Can't be undone? Guhai asked curiously. He is the great elder of the ancient blood witches. He was the great elder of the ancient witches during their most glorious days. He even participated in the creation of the 9 cauldron god-stealing curse, a primogenitor level curse. However, the curse on our God is a subprimogenitor level curse. How can we undo it? King Towan smiled bitterly. Guhai's expression changed slightly. He looked at King Tao and finally said solemnly, Can you let me see your curse? You? King Towan was surprised. Just as he was wondering why Guhai mentioned the curse, King Tao's expression changed. He suddenly remembered that Guhai had used some unknown method to break the curse enchantment. After a long silence, King Towan hesitated. After a while, King Towan nodded. I'll open the space between my eyebrows. Mr. Good's God can enter. Guhai did not know that the space between the eyebrows was the greatest taboo for those who cultivated their God. No one was allowed to set foot in it. On the one hand, King Towan was grateful to Guhai. On the other hand, he longed for freedom too much. A suction force appeared between King Tao's eyebrows. Guhai's chest soul stepped in. Whoosh! In an instant, Guhai entered the space between King Tao's eyebrows. It was a chaotic small space, much smaller than Guhai's. A ferocious beast was circling in the space between the eyebrows. It was a god that looked like Towan. The surface of the swani ferocious beast's body was entwined with blood-red threads, as if it was binding it. Guhai's chest soul approached, and Towan opened his eyes. Mr. Good, this red thread that binds me is Master's curse. As soon as Guhai approached, he immediately felt an evil aura surging from the red thread. I don't know if I can succeed, but I'll give it a try. Guhai said, Mr. Good, please. Towan nodded. Guhai flipped his hand and took out the world illuminating lamp. Immediately, he activated a very small flame. Mr. Good's God can carry a Dharma treasure? Towan said in surprise. The small flame burned on the red thread. Ha! The red thread broke instantly. What? It broke? Towan was pleasantly surprised. The small flame kept burning the other red threads. Smack! 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 Under a series of burns, the red threads broke one after another. In the blink of an eye, all the red threads binding Tao and God were broken. Don't burn, don't burn. Ha ha ha. Mr. Good. Thank you, Mr. Good. Tao God cried out in joy. The remaining red threads quickly curled into a small blood-red ball and fell on Tao and God's claws. A suction force surged toward Guhai. Whoosh! Guhai's chest soul suddenly appeared outside Tao's body with the world illuminating lamp in hand. Taoan checked its body in surprise. It was really broken. Guhai looked at Tao's excitement and smiled slightly. Guhai didn't hide the world illuminating lamp, nor was he worried that Taoan would steal it. If it weren't for Tao's help, he might have been obliterated by now. Exposing the world illuminating lamp was not a big deal. As long as he could get out, what harm was there in giving it to Taoan? Thank you, Mr. Good. Taoan bowed to Guhai excitedly. Chapter 1190. Outside the underground blood city, Bai Wuchang was going to enter the city with black impermanence, but Bai Zizai requested that only one person enter at a time, considering the strangeness of the underground blood city. Outside the city, Bai Wuchang was waiting for news through the gate. He saw the blood fog inside and heard shouts. Bai Wuchang listened attentively. Suddenly, King Qionyou's shout came. Guhai is here. The shout was like a celestial voice, and Bai Wu Chang's eyes lit up. Then, a large number of strong men inside swarmed out. It was noisy, and Bai Wu Chang couldn't hear clearly for a while. He could vaguely hear that Gu Hai's spirit was inside. Did he lose track of it? Quang. But at this moment, the city gate was closed. Obviously, the whole city was locked down to prevent Gu Hai's spirit from escaping. Bai Wu Chang clenched his fists and showed a satisfied expression. Gu Hai's spirit? There was no way he could escape inside. He should be able to kill him soon. However, there was no news for a long time. Bai Wu Chang's face darkened. Why hadn't he found him yet? The underground blood city was isolated from the outside world by the cursed air. Bai Wu Chang couldn't find out what was going on inside, let alone destroy the underground blood city in case Gu Hai escaped. After waiting for a while, Bai Wu Chang thought about it and went back. Black Impermanence was in charge here, so there shouldn't be any big problems. After reporting to Bai Zizai, he waited for a few more days, but the underground blood city still didn't open. Bai Zizai couldn't wait any longer, so he sent Bai Wu Chang to steal Gu Hai's body and find out about Long Zhonghua. As a result, he met the skeleton Gu Hai in the Eternal Indu. Bai Zizai was shocked and immediately ordered Bai Wu Chang to leave. He looked at Gu Hai in the Eternal Indu across an infinite distance. At this moment, the skeleton Gu Hai was only at the peak of the Heavenly Palace. However, the Great Han Heavenly Dynasty's luck was heaven-defying. No one in the entire world could compare to its luck. Even Bai Zizai couldn't do anything to it. This was why Bai Zizai was so anxious. Bai Zizai, the time of Heavenly Lord Yuanshir's defiance of the heavens is approaching. Instead of conquering the world and gathering the destiny of the world, you sent Bai Wu Chang to ambush me? What's the meaning of this? Did the Immortal of the Six Paths order you to destroy the primeval Lord of Heaven's plan? Bai Wu Chang Tian Zai's expression changed Bai Wu Chang. If Yuanshi Tianzuan believed him, he would definitely not let him go. Gu Hai, don't slander me. Bai Zizai glared. Slander? Then why is Bai Wu Chang here? Humph. The heavenly demon Holy Land has been collecting luck, and it's not even a third of the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty. Instead of trying to gather the people quickly, you want to destroy the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty's plan for the world. If it's not Immortal Six Paths order, then what's your intention? Kong Xian. Gu Hai shouted. Yes, your majesty. Kong Xian replied. Go to the primeval palace in the world of the living immediately and ask to see Yuanshi Tianzuan. Tell him that Bai Zizai conspired with Immortal Six Paths and broke the agreement of the primeval palace. Go quickly. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. Kong Xian replied and rushed to the Yin-Yang Valley. Bai Zizai's expression changed. He didn't expect Gu Hai to use this as an excuse to make a fuss. Kong Xian, stop right there. Gu Hai, don't push your luck. Bai Zizai said angrily. However, Gu Hai ignored him. Kong Xian had already stepped out of the world of the living. In just a short while, boom, the sky above the ancient temple was filled with purple clouds. In an instant, a huge crack appeared in the middle of the purple clouds, and a purple eye of heaven looked down. Yuanshi Tianzuan? Bai Zizai's expression changed. As soon as the purple eye of heaven opened, a terrifying aura rushed toward Bai Zizai. Bai Zizai, you conspired with Immortal Six Paths? A cold voice came from the purple eye of heaven. No, it's all a misunderstanding. Bai Zizai said with a wry smile. Misunderstanding? Passively taking over the world is a misunderstanding? Or is it a misunderstanding to assassinate this emperor who is actively taking over the world? Gu Hai said coldly. The purple eye of heaven stared at Bai Zizai. Although Bai Zizai wasn't afraid of Yuanshi Tianzuan, now that Gu Hai was using this as an excuse to make a fuss, if Yuanshi Tianzuan were to deal with him as well, he would suffer great losses. Yuanshi Tianzuan, I said it was a misunderstanding. Previously, I sent Bai Wu Chang to the Eternal Yin capital to steal a treasure. I will naturally do what I promised you in the past. Bai Zizai said solemnly. The purple eye of heaven stared at Bai Zizai. Originally, Yuanshi Tianzuan didn't trust Bai Zizai very much. Now that Kong Xian suddenly came to complain, Yuan-Shi Tianzuan felt even more uncomfortable with Bai Zizai. He was in the final stages of his seclusion, and you actually came to make trouble at this time? Although Yuan-Shi Tianzuan was angry, it was not convenient for him to come out of seclusion at this time. What do you have to promise me? Yuan-Shi Tianzuan said coldly. In the distance, Gu Hai's eyes lit up, and he said, Yuan-Shi Tianzuan, previously Bai Wuchang sneaked into the Eternaline capital. Why don't you detain Bai Wuchang in my place? And I'll release him when you come out of seclusion a year later. This can restrain Bai Zizai, and also prevent them from continuing to cause trouble. Yuan-Shi Tianzuan's voice had a hint of contemplation. No. Bai Zizai's eyes widened, and he said in shock and anger, if Bai Wuchang was detained by Gu Hai, then wouldn't the secret to deal with Gu Hai be exposed? Bai Wuchang, who had just returned, had a change in expression. This Gu Hai is so vicious. Using Yuan-Shi Tianzuan to capture me, he obviously wants to use torture to extort a confession. He wants to interrogate me for information about the underground blood city. The purple eye of heaven stared at Bai Wuchang. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Yuan-Shi Tianzuan, if you insist on siding with Gu Hai, then I won't be able to keep my promise to you, Bai Zizai said coldly. Buzz. Suddenly, the eye of heaven shot down a purple light screen, drowning Bai Wuchang in an instant. Don't. Bai Zizai's expression changed, and he wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Bai Wuchang was also drowned in the purple light while he was still in shock. The purple light didn't disperse, but fixed Bai Wuchang on the square like ice. Bai Wuchang will be sealed here for the time being. No one is allowed to touch him. I will kill whoever helps him break the seal. Yuan-Shi Tianzuan's voice sounded. Bai Zizai's expression darkened as he felt Yuan-Shi Tianzuan's murderous aura. This murderous aura was the anger of being woken up from his closed-door training. Originally, he wanted to be angry at Kong Xian, but he was the one who started it. In the end, the murderous aura could only fall on him. Yuan-Shi Tianzuan was really angry, so Bai Zizai could only compromise. Fine. The purple eye of heaven looked in the direction of Gu Hai. It seemed to be telling Gu Hai that this was a way to neutralize the situation. Weren't you worried about Bai Wuchang? I've helped you seal him now, so you don't have to say anything more. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. I'll repeat myself once more. During this period of time, if you fight again and disturb my seclusion, I'll kill you first. The primeval Lord of Heaven's voice was once again filled with coldness. Gu Hai and Bai Zizai both frowned and didn't say anything. Rumble. The purple eye of heaven closed, and the purple clouds slowly dissipated. In Yuan-Shi Tianzuan's opinion, Bai Zizai had indeed ruined his plan, but Gu Hai was making a mountain out of a molehill. It was enough to give both sides a warning. Gu Hai didn't tell him about the 9 cauldrons' god-stealing curse. After all, it wasn't good to spread the influence of this matter. Yuan-Shi Tianzuan wasn't a pushover either. He had no obligation to help him find his god. Once he felt that he was useless, he wouldn't hesitate to make a move and let someone else replace him. However, it was good that Bai Wuchang was sealed. Bai Zizai's side must have some reservations. More importantly, they had found the culprit behind all of this. From a distance, Gu Hai smiled coldly at Bai Zizai. With a wave of his sleeve, he turned around and walked back to the Earth Suppression Hall. At this moment, Kong Xian had also returned from the world of the living. He looked coldly at Bai Zizai in the distance, then followed Gu Hai into the Earth Suppression Hall. Quang! The hall's door closed with a loud bang. Bai Zizai's face darkened. How could this be? Gu Hai is fine? Could it be that the 9 cauldrons' god-stealing curse failed? Bai Zizai had a complicated expression. He turned to look at Bai Wuchang. Bai Zizai really wanted to ask more, but Bai Wuchang was already sealed. Bai Zizai's expression turned ugly. Bai Zizai stepped back into the ancient temple and summoned Scorpio. Divine Scorpion, go to the underground blood city and investigate why Gu Hai is fine. Bai Zizai said solemnly. But I don't know where the underground blood city is. Only boss, OL second and ol third know. Scorpio said blankly. They gave me a map earlier. Go there according to the map. Bai Zizai took out a map and passed it to Scorpio. Yes. Scorpio nodded blankly. Eternal in capital, Earth Suppression Hall. There were only a few important officials of the Dahan Heavenly Empire in the hall. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, Dragon God Ing, and Mo Yike. His Holiness, it was such a pity just now. If we could capture Bai Wuchang, we would be able to find the underground Blood City. Kong Xian said regretfully. It's fine. Since we can confirm that it was done by the Heavenly Demon Holy Land, we have a direction. Guhai said solemnly. His Holiness is right. Not everyone should know about the underground Blood City. However, the most important people in the Heavenly Demon Holy Land might know. Bai Zizai, Black Impermanence, Wu Shang Demon, and Scorpio? Mo Yike's expression changed slightly. Bai Zizai and Black Bai Wuchang have a strength of a great perfection deity. We can't do anything for now. Only Wu Shang Demon and Scorpio are left. Find their whereabouts, and think of a way to capture them. Guhai said solemnly. His Holiness, don't worry. I have already made arrangements to keep a close watch on the peak masters of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land. Mo Yike nodded. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon God Ing. The three of you will cooperate with Mo Yike. As long as you find Wu Shang Demon and Scorpio, immediately follow them secretly. Only with the strength of the three of you will not lose them. Don't alert the enemy. Inform me, and I will kill them in one strike. Guhai instructed. Yes, His Holiness. The three of them answered. Underground Blood City. The curse that had been controlling King Bayan had been broken. King Bayan was excited. Mr. Good, King Baxia is my sworn friend. Why don't you help him break the curse? King Bayan asked expectantly. King Baxia, one of Guhai's chest spirits frowned. Mr. Good, King Baxia will definitely not tell anyone. King Bayan tried to persuade him again. 3 days later, the chest spirit said solemnly. 3 days later? Why? My apologies, King Bayan. Thank you for saving me this time. However, I am very weak now. If I am not careful, I will be annihilated. Please help me escape safely. The four Guhai chest spirits bowed slightly. If Mr. Good helps me break the curse, I will naturally cooperate with you. However, I don't understand why we have to wait 3 days. King Bayan asked curiously. I will only completely trust King Baxia after 3 days. Guhai smiled bitterly. Chapter 1191. Underground Blood City, King Bayan's residence. 3 days later? Mr. Good, you want to wait for Master, no, for the Great Elder's curse to end? King Bayan's eyelids twitched. Yes, King Bayan is a virtuous man. That's why you saved me. What about King Baxia? Although he's your best friend, I don't know if he has the will to fight back in front of the Great Elder. What if? Guhai said in a low voice. I understand. I was thinking too much. However, King Baxia will have to suffer a little. King Bayan nodded. King Bayan, thank you for saving me this time. However, you also fell into danger because you saved me. Guhai said gratefully. Mr. Good, you don't have to say anything. I've always craved freedom. Besides, I was indebted to Mr. Good in the past. I heard about Mr. Good's abilities the last time I went out. From now on, my abilities are limited. It all depends on Mr. Good's intelligence. King Bayan laughed. Looking at King Bayan, Guhai nodded. Guhai didn't say any more words of gratitude, but he would remember this favor in his heart. At Guhai's request, King Bayan brought all kinds of information about the underground Blood City for Guhai to understand. Now that King Bayan's injuries were better, Guhai let him go out and continue searching. At the very least, he could guarantee that he wouldn't find anything strange. The information King Bayan sent was very ordinary. Guhai couldn't study some curse techniques in depth at the moment. Guhai could only study the personalities of the 9 kings first. After King Bayan returned from searching for a while, Guhai asked for advice one by one. King Bayan, I don't know much about curse techniques. Do you know how Chongming was controlled by the Great Elder? Guhai said in a low voice. Chongming, the commander of the Blood-Robe Guards in Dahan, the Blood Clan member possessed by the Great Elder? King Bayan frowned. That's right. Is Chongming still alive? Is there any way to restore it? Guhai frowned. Chongming is being controlled because of his god. Mr. Good, do you understand why he is a god cultivator? King Bayan asked solemnly. God? I'm not very sure, but as far as I'm concerned, my spirit is the condensation of Go power. It should be the crystallization of wisdom, right? Gu Hai said with a frown. More or less. It should be an amalgamation of consciousness. In ancient times, God cultivation was to create a physical body that stored consciousness in addition to the three souls. Even if the three souls were injured, they could be healed by the God. God is the condensation of one's consciousness. It is also where one's will lies, explained King Bian. Will? Gu Hai frowned. It's like soul possession. One cannot control a person's body just by possessing a body. The most important thing is to destroy the other party's will and replace it with one's own, controlling the entire body. Explained King Bian. Chongming's will was destroyed by the Blood Shaman Grand Elder. The Blood Shaman Grand Elder's god is controlling Chongming? Gu Hai said with a frown. Yes. Actually, we Blood Shaman lineage can even abandon the three souls at the end of our cultivation. As long as the god is around, we can live forever by continuously possessing bodies. Chongming's body is clearly a good place to reside, so the Blood Shaman Grand Elder has been using his body all this time. Explained King Bian. Is Chongming dead? Gu Hai frowned. No. Oh, if it was soul possession, Chongming might have died. However, the Blood Shaman Grand Elder doesn't have three souls. He only has a god. Therefore, Chongming's soul is still around, but Chongming's god has been suppressed, explained King Bian. Suppressed? Of course. Only a primogenitor level curse like the Nine Cauldron God-stealing curse can completely wipe out the consciousness in your three souls. A primogenitor level curse also consumes a lot of energy. The Blood Shaman Grand Elder can't do it alone. Chongming's three souls have remnant consciousness. Only his will can control these scattered consciousnesses, which is Chongming's god. If the Grand Elder's god forcefully controlled Chongming's three souls, they would definitely clash. Therefore, the Grand Elder should have suppressed Chongming's god with his god. Through Chongming's god, he controlled Chongming's three souls and controlled everything about Chongming. Explained King Bian. If you want to save Chongming, you have to expel the Blood Shaman Grand Elder's god before Chongming can recover, Gu Hai said with a frown. Yes. However, the Blood Shaman Grand Elder's god is extremely powerful. With millions of years of accumulation, it's very difficult to expel it, King Bian said with a bitter smile. The strength of a god? It's the strength of one's will, right? How do you determine the strength of one's will? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Experience is very important. The reason why the gods of the shifter race are powerful is that they have accumulated countless years of accumulation. The more they read, the higher their wisdom and the stronger their will. However, it's hard to say for humans. Those with great wisdom can also have extremely strong wills. This might have something to do with talent. King Bian explained. Then what do you think of my god? Gu Hai asked in confusion. I can't say for sure. The gods of ordinary people are only 1 inch tall, and they are faintly discernible. However, Mr. Good's 4 gods are 8 feet tall, and they are so solid. Mr. Good isn't very old, right? His experience shouldn't be that great, but King Bian said in confusion. I'm very good at chess. Gu Hai explained. King Bian's expression suddenly changed. Chess skill? I understand now. Chess skill is the condensation of wisdom. Chess skill? Mr. Good's chess skill is hard to find in the world. Is that why he's so powerful? In that case, my will is comparable to that of the Grand Elder of the Blood Witches. It should be. At the very least, our wills are definitely not as good as yours. King Bian said. I understand. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Gu Hai was hidden by King Bian, and the others naturally couldn't find him. Gu Hai was lost in the city, and the 9 kings couldn't absolve themselves from blame. The city lord also started to punish the 9 kings for their incompetence at the end of the 3rd day. Painful roars could be heard from the 9 kings' residences. Master, please spare me. The 9 kings' shrill cries spread throughout the city. All the witches in the city trembled, and a chill ran down their spines. King Bian's residence. The red ball in Bian's hand trembled, and King Bian pretended to cry out in pain. He even lay on the ground, cold sweat breaking out all over his body. Although Gu Hai knew that King Bian was faking it, he also deeply understood how painful the bone-devouring curse was. Using the curse to control the spirit, using the spirit to command the body, causing the body to produce a strange energy that corroded one's bones. Except for King Bian, all the kings lay on the ground, as if their bones had melted. They let out painful cries. They rolled on the ground for a full 6 hours. To others, it was 6 hours, but to those who were cursed, it was 100 years or even 1,000 years. Under the curse, the pain was worse than death. After 6 hours, all the 9 kings lay on the ground, their bodies covered in sweat. It was incomparably terrifying and painful. It was as if they never wanted to experience such a nightmare again. It's been 3 days, and you have found nothing. You should be punished. Remember the feeling just now. I'll give you 3 more days. After 3 days, if you can't find Gu Hai's spirit, do it again. Next time, it won't be 6 hours, but 12 hours. The city lord's voice sounded again. Yes, yes. The 9 kings lay on the ground in fear. After the 9 kings were done with the pain, they naturally imposed it on their other subjects. For a time, the torture of the curse spread from top to bottom, covering the entire underground blood city. King Bian, your acting was really good just now. Gu Hai joked. It's all thanks to Mr. Good. I was just acting, but the other 8 kings were real. King Bian smiled bitterly. Indeed, you can go and invite great King Baxia over. You should hate the Blood Witch First Elder by now, right? Gu Hai smiled. All right, King Bian nodded. Soon, the limp King Baxia was invited to King Bian's residence. Brother, why are you looking for me? I don't have time now. If I can't find Gu Hai, I'll really die. King Baxia said anxiously. Kwang. King Bian immediately closed the door and activated a barrier. Brother, don't say I didn't take care of you. You were the first one I thought of. King Bian laughed. King Baxia was slightly taken aback. Brother, do you want to be a slave for the rest of your life? You want to lose your freedom and become the city lord's dog? King Bian asked. King Baxia frowned. Brother, what do you mean? I'm just asking if you want to continue being controlled by the curse. King Bian asked again. I'd be crazy to be controlled. But brother, stop dreaming. We've been cursed by that old thing. We won't be able to get rid of it for the rest of our lives. King Baxia said gloomily. No, I'm here today to help you get rid of the curse. King Bian said solemnly. Are you kidding me? How do I get rid of the curse? King Baxia was in disbelief. At that moment, one of Gu Hai's chess souls slowly walked out from a side door not far away. Gu Hai, he's here? Brother, this is great. We won't have to suffer anymore in 3 days. Ha ha ha, you actually caught Gu Hai. King Baxia was so excited that he wanted to pounce on Gu Hai. Whoosh! King Bian suddenly stood in front of Baxia. Brother, if you want to get rid of the curse, you have to be more polite to Mr. Good. What? King Baxia was confused. Mr. Good has already helped me get rid of the curse. Do you want to capture Mr. Good and take him to the old thing so that you can continue to be his slave, or do you want to get rid of the curse once and for all? King Bian asked. You can get rid of the curse? King Baxia's eyes flashed with excitement. King Bian nodded. King Baxia immediately understood. He immediately looked at Gu Hai more respectfully. I was rude just now. Please forgive me, Mr. Good. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Great King Bian's friend is my friend. Why would I care? King Chionyo's residence. King Chionyo lay limply on the bed. A few maids were carefully massaging his body. He was relieved of the pain from before. Slap. King Chionyo slapped a maid's face. Why did you use so much force? King Chionyo stared at her. Please forgive me, my king. I accidentally touched your wound on the back of your neck. Please forgive me, my king. The maid knelt on the ground and said in fear. Wound. King Chionyo raised his eyebrows. He waved his hand, and a few mirrors appeared. King Chionyo saw a palm print. This is the palm print of the person who attacked me 3 days ago. Is this the left palm? Is this strength a left-hander? King Bian is left-handed? Could it be that the person who attacked me that day was King Bian? King Chionyo's eyes narrowed. King Bian, so you are the spy. King Chionyo's face twisted. Chapter 1192. King Bian's residence. Enter my glabella space? King Basha raised an eyebrow. Ordinary cultivators might not understand the importance of the glabella space, but King Basha had a thorough understanding of the divine Tao. The glabella space was a taboo place. Even though King Bayan was his best friend, he couldn't compromise here. If the other party's willpower was stronger than his, the other party might control him. What if? King Basha looked at King Bayan. Brother, you don't think my consciousness is being controlled, do you? King Bayan smiled. King Basha's eyes flickered. He wasn't sure. He was wary of King Bayan. Brother, have you forgotten the pain of the bone-devouring curse? That's worse than death. Do you think that old thing only has the bone-devouring curse? There are many more. Do you want to experience them slowly in the future? King Bayan said in a low voice. King Basha struggled. He didn't want to experience that pain again. Trust me, I won't harm you. You and I have been through life and death together. That's why I came to you first. Who is Mr. Good? Didn't you go to the divine continent not long ago? Once Mr. Good escapes, I'll make sure that old thing dies a horrible death. King Bayan said in a low voice. King Basha's eyes flickered. He looked at King Bayan and then at Gu Hai, as if he couldn't make a decision. Perhaps this is a gamble for you, Gu Hai suddenly said with a smile. King Basha looked at Gu Hai. It's normal for you to doubt me. After all, the glabella space is definitely a taboo. However, you can gamble now. If you send me to the Blood Shaman Grand Elder, you'll be his slave forever. If he's unhappy, he'll vent his anger on you. Or you can choose to trust me and King Bayan. It might seem dangerous, but might be true, Gu Hai said solemnly. King Basha looked at King Bayan and finally said, All right, I owe my life to you. What's there to worry about? Mr. Good, please. Gu Hai and King Bayan exchanged a glance. King Bayan nodded. Gu Hai slowly walked in front of Great King Basha. The chest soul's body gently touched Great King Basha's glabella. Buzz. Gu Hai's chest soul entered and saw Basha God bound by countless red strings. Basha God didn't say anything either. It was as if he was waiting for his fate to decide. Gu Hai took out the world-illuminating lamp and gently burned it. But, the first red thread broke. Really? Basha God asked excitedly. Smack, smack, smack. A series of red lines burned away one after another before converging on God Basha's palm. Thank you so much, Mr. Good. Thank you so much, Mr. Good. Basha God said excitedly. Just now he had indeed doubted Gu Hai. Unexpectedly, Gu Hai really did it. Let me out. Gu Hai laughed. Buzz. Gu Hai stepped out of Basha God's forehead. How is it? Are you still afraid? King Basha God laughed. Thank you so much, Mr. Good. King Basha bowed to Gu Hai gratefully. Previously, he had indeed doubted Gu Hai's words. However, the bone-devouring curse was too painful, so he made this decision. He didn't expect everything to be true. At this moment, King Basha was extremely grateful to Gu Hai. You're welcome, King Basha. However, I'll have to trouble you to help me break free, Gu Hai said solemnly. Of course. Mr. Good, I'll do as you say. Why don't I call the other kings over and release them all? King Basha said excitedly. Gu Hai shook his head. Sovereign King Basha trusted Gu Hai because of his deep friendship with Sovereign King Heshen. However, it was hard to predict a person's heart. How could the others agree so easily? At King Basha's residence, King Basha was invited into King Basha's main hall, Basha Hall. Not long after, King Cheonyo suddenly arrived. King Cheonyo, please wait a moment. Our king is receiving a guest. Please wait a moment while I report. An official immediately stepped forward. Get lost. King Basha was the one who came. Don't think I don't know. If King Basha can receive him, why can't I? King Cheonyo said angrily. I really can't. Our king has instructed that no one is to disturb him. Please wait a moment. Please wait a moment. The official said anxiously. Bam. With a kick, that official was kicked away by King Cheonyo. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? King Basha owes me this kick. Get lost. Otherwise, I won't go easy on you. King Cheonyo said angrily. No. Guards, stop King Cheonyo. Immediately, a large number of guards rushed over. refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Oomph. King Cheonyo extended his palm. Rumble. Instantly, a large number of officials were sent flying. King Cheonyo rushed towards Basha Hall. Stop! Don't disturb our king. Release the arrows! Release the arrows! Stop him! Chaos broke out in King Basha Hall. King Cheonyo's strength was outstanding. He extended his palm and pushed everyone away. Then, he pushed open the door of Basha Hall. Boom! The moment the door opened, King Cheonyo rushed in. There were 3 people standing in the hall. They were one of Gu Hai's soul bodies, King Basha and King Basha. The 3 of them were discussing what to do next. Suddenly, King Cheonyo barged in. The 3 of them were shocked. Kwang! King Basha waved his hand and closed the hall again. Wait outside. Don't come near. King Basha's voice sounded. Yes. The officials outside answered respectfully. King Basha set up a soundproof barrier again. The 3 of them didn't expect King Cheonyo to barge in at this moment. Gu Hai is here. So it was really you who ambushed me that day, King Basha? King Cheonyo stared. King Cheonyo. King Basha shouted. King Basha, are you a spy too? Did you forget the punishment given by the master? King Cheonyo stared. Calm down, King Cheonyo. I'm here to settle this matter. King Basha said. Settle this matter? King Cheonyo frowned. Mr. Good can help you break the curse. King Basha said immediately. Huh? Break the curse? Him? King Cheonyo looked at Gu Hai. That's right. Our curses have been broken. If you are willing, you can ask Mr. Good to break the curse for you. King Basha explained. How? King Cheonyo asked. King Basha explained the process of breaking the curse. King Cheonyo remained silent for a while. Then he sneered. Do you think I will believe you? King Cheonyo, this is the truth. We have no reason to lie to you. Besides, King Basha said anxiously. Stop talking. Humph. I wonder what kind of magic potion Gu Hai fed the 2 of you to open the space between your eyebrows. Dream on. You want to rebel against Master? You are really courting death. Master put the curse because he was worried that you would betray him. It turns out that you have already betrayed him. Good, good, good. If that's the case, then don't blame me. I'm going to tell Master that the 2 of you are hiding Gu Hai. King Cheonyo sneered. Are you crazy? King Cheonyo, don't you want to break the curse? Do you want to be a slave for the rest of your life? King Basha stared at him. Humph. Why should I break the curse? Master is the founder of the blood witchcraft. We have inherited his legacy. If we follow Master, we can restore the ancient glory of the blood witchcraft. The 2 of you don't deserve to practice witchcraft. I'm going to tell Master that none of you can escape. King Cheonyo stared at them. As he spoke, King Cheonyo was about to charge out of the Bayan Hall. Oh no! King Cheonyo is loyal to Master. King Basha's expression changed as he pounced forward. Boom! Their fists collided, and a shockwave of energy rippled out. The entire Bayan Hall was about to be destroyed. Everything was about to be exposed. A ripple of energy suddenly appeared in the side hall of the Bayan Hall. Wong! A thick fog suddenly appeared in the surroundings and became extremely spacious. The shockwave from earlier was actually dissipated by the fog. Is this a formation? King Basha, you're actually setting up a formation here? What kind of formation is this? King Cheonyo stared at him. Chess formation, Gu Hai said indifferently. Ever since King Basha fully supported him, Gu Hai had started setting up a formation. In the past 3 days, he had used all of King Basha's spiritual stones and spiritual treasures to set up some chess formations. The chess formations set up with spiritual stones were naturally not very powerful. They might not be able to deal with black impermanence and the others. However, it was not difficult to trap King Cheonyo. The moment the chess formations were set up, the Bayan Hall expanded countless times and turned into a world of fog, trapping King Cheonyo. Don't let him escape. Gu Hai shouted. Okay. King Basha and King Basha immediately pounced on King Cheonyo. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 fought intensely, giving off loud explosions. It is a pity that King Basha has too few spiritual stones and spiritual treasures. He can only set up the weakest chess formations. Otherwise, he would have been able to defeat King Cheonyo with a cloud beast. Gu Hai sighed softly. However, it was fortunate that King Baxia and King Baxia gradually suppressed King Qianyo with their powerful strength. Bastards! You colluded with outsiders and betrayed your master. You will not have a good ending. Do you think that I have no other choice? Ha ha! It is useless. Did you forget that I have the Qianyo cauldron? King Qianyo laughed loudly. Oh no! King Baxia and King Baxia's expressions changed. However, everything happened too quickly. It was already too late. King Qianyo immediately took out a huge cauldron and activated it. The huge cauldron shook violently. Kings, listen up. We have found Gu Hai. He is in the Bayan Hall. Come quickly. Come quickly. He is in the Bayan Hall. King Qianyo shouted. Buzz! Buzz! King Baxia and King Baxia shook their waists, and each took out a huge cauldron. Kings, listen up. We have found Gu Hai. He is in the Bayan Hall. Come quickly. Come quickly. He is in the Bayan Hall. Kings, listen up. We have found Gu Hai. He is in the Bayan Hall. Come quickly. Come quickly. He is in the Bayan Hall. The huge cauldrons of the two gave off loud sounds. The 9 cauldrons resonated. The 9 kings all heard King Qianyo's voice. King Baxia's expression changed. Chapter 1193. Underground Blood City. As the 9 cauldrons resonated, King Qianyo's voice was heard by the other 8 cauldrons. The other 6 kings' expressions changed, and they rushed toward Bayan Palace without hesitation. At Bayan Palace, as heavenly demon Wushang still had some remaining curse energy in his body, the 9 great kings were in charge of slowly expelling it. Although Great King Bayan had just been hurt by the Great Elder's bone-devouring curse, he still tried his best to help heavenly demon Wushang get rid of the curse energy. Heavenly demon Wushang, that's all for today. In a dozen more days, the curse in your body should be completely removed. King Bayan said with a smile. Yes. Wushang demon nodded. 10 days is nothing. After all, Gu Hai's spirit has not been found yet. While King Bayan nodded, his waist suddenly shook. King Bayan immediately took out the giant cauldron. Kings, listen up. Gu Hai has been found. He is in Bayan Palace. Come in Bayan Palace. A loud noise came from the giant cauldron. Gu Hai, you found him? King Bayan's eyes lit up. Where is Bayan Palace? Let's go. Wushang Demon said anxiously. Whoosh! The two of them rushed out of the palace at almost the same time. The 6 kings had suffered a lot under the bone-devouring curse. Now that they could find Gu Hai, they were naturally excited. This meant that they would not have to suffer twice the pain in 3 days. In a short while, the 6 kings arrived at Bayan Palace. King Pishio, why are you here? The king is entertaining King Baxia and King Qianyo. King Pishio, please be patient. King Bayan, the king said that you are not allowed to enter. King Yazi, please wait. King Tao Tai, why are you here? The king said that you are not allowed to enter. King Chiwen, wait. The sudden arrival of the 6th king made everyone in King Bayan's residence widen their eyes. Why did the 9 kings come together today? At first, the great kings had to consider King Bayan's reputation and didn't force their way in. However, as more and more great kings arrived, everyone's impatience seemed to infect each other. They couldn't wait any longer. Scram! Don't block my way. King Yazi was the first to charge forward. Stop him. The guards of King Bayan's residence cried out in alarm. Boom! With a loud bang, everyone was forced to their knees by the aura of heavenly demon Wushang. How could this group of people compare to the aura of Heavenly Palace great perfection? Even the 6th king felt a chill in his heart. Bayan Palace? Wushang Demon's eyes turned cold as he instantly moved to the front. He took a step forward and slammed his foot on the door. Boom! The door burst open with a loud bang. The 6th king and Wushang Demon swarmed into the main hall. The hall was in a complete mess, as if a great battle had just taken place. King Baxia and King Bayan stared coldly at King Qianyo. King Qianyo's body trembled slightly. The moment the door was kicked open, the redness in his eyes disappeared and returned to normal. His body also trembled and returned to normal. King Qianyo, where's Gu Hai? King Bayan was the first to call out. Whoosh! Wushang demon waved his hand, and a gust of poisonous gas swept through the entire Bian palace. However, he didn't find any trace of Gu Hai. Everyone looked at King Qionyou. Why did you all come together? King Qionyou is crazy. Did you all really believe him? King Bian shouted gloomily. Crazy? Everyone looked at King Qionyou. King Qionyou looked at King Bian ferociously and said, Crazy? King Bian, why aren't you handing over Gu Hai? I don't see Gu Hai. How can I hand him over? King Bian glared at King Qionyou. King Qionyou, what's going on? Where is the Gu Hai you were talking about? Where is he? King Bian shouted. You all came at the right time. Look at the palm print on the back of my neck. Whose palm print is it? King Qionyou shouted. All the kings looked over. The palm print was still there. However, there seemed to be a few more palm prints beside it. How can we tell? Can we tell from a single palm print? This is a left-handed palm print. King Bian is left-handed? All the kings were slightly stunned. That's right. Who could sneak attack me that day? Who dares to sneak attack me? It must be King Bian. You saved Gu Hai, right? Quickly hand over Gu Hai. King Qionyou glared and shouted. King Qionyou, are you crazy? A left-handed person? Am I the only one? Moreover, would someone deliberately frame me? I don't have Gu Hai here. Don't slander me. King Bian was shocked and furious. All the kings had ugly expressions. It turned out that King Qionyou was just guessing. He didn't really see Gu Hai. Why are you shouting when you don't see Gu Hai? Wushang demon shouted gloomily. What do you mean by shouting blindly? Gu Hai is definitely with King Bian. He is definitely hiding somewhere. He is definitely here. King Qionyou said firmly. And Wushang demon looked at King Bian with a dark expression. Haha. King Qionyou, you have no evidence. It's all guesswork. What's the point of me hiding Gu Hai? King Bian sneered. That's right. King Bian even invited me here to find Gu Hai. If he's hiding Gu Hai, why would he ask me here? King Baxia frowned. He is definitely here. If you don't believe me, search. King Qionyou said gloomily. Search? What qualifications do you have to search my residence? King Bian glared. If he doesn't have the qualifications, I should. Wushang demon said coldly. Wushang demon, what are you doing? You are a guest in the underground blood city. This is not your heavenly demon holy land. King Bian's expression changed as he tried to stop Xiao Chun. Wushang demon snorted. Boom. A powerful aura pressed down, and the 9 kings were immediately immobilized. Wushang demon waved his hand. Whoosh. Whoosh. Countless centipedes appeared out of nowhere and started searching through the walls and the ground. The 9 kings were completely immobilized. The centipedes even burrowed into King Bian, King Baxia, and King Qionyou's clothes to search. Wushang demon, we went through so much trouble to help you find God Gu Hai. Is this how you treat us? Are we your slaves or your enemies? King Bian shouted with a glare. All the kings had ugly expressions on their faces. They were extremely dissatisfied with Wushang demon. No matter what, the 9 great kings were the masters of the underground blood city. Even though they had the great elder of the blood witches as their master now, they were being trampled on in their own home. Instantly, all the great kings felt a strong sense of disgust towards Demon Wushang. Boom! Crack! 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 However, after searching, they could not find any trace of Gu Hai. Wushang demon was frustrated. He glared at King Qionyou and said, Next time, don't make a ruckus if you don't see Gu Hai. Snorting coldly, heavenly demon Wushang left. The 9 great kings were left paralyzed on the ground, gasping for breath. Hee, while my witch race is flourishing, you, centipede demon, are nothing. King Taotai said with a hateful expression. It's all your fault, King Qionyou. Why are you shouting? King Paishio shouted. Although all the kings complained about King Qionyou, they were even more disgusted with Wushang demon. If not for that old thing's curse, why will we have to pretend to be weak? Why will we be punished everywhere? I am also anxious to find Gu Hai. King Qionyou said gloomily. Old thing? When the kings heard King Qionyou's address, their expressions changed. Lower your voice. Do you want to die? King Bian glared. King Qionyou is right. Damn it. If not for the curse, I would have left the underground blood city long ago. King Yi said with a glare. Don't say such things in the future. We can only live like this for the rest of our lives. King Qi sighed. So what if King Qionyou said a few words? I can't take it anymore. There is no end to these days. I used to be a king, one of the 9 kings of the underground blood city. I am the ruler of this place. King Tao Tai said angrily. Master is the ancient blood wizard grand elder. Is following Master burying us? Didn't our cultivations increase? We will be comrades in the future. Master will not mistreat us. King Pai Xiu said in a deep voice. All the kings looked at King Pai Xiu with complicated expressions. They lowered their heads and stopped complaining. It was obvious that King Pai Xiu was very loyal to the Blood Wizard Grand Elder. The other kings were furious at the Blood Wizard Grand Elder. After a brief discussion, the kings dispersed one after another. Only King Bian, King Baxia, and King Qionyou were left. Now that King Bian's residence was destroyed, the 3 of them went to King Baxia's residence. In King Baxia's palace, King Baxia set up a barrier and looked at King Qionyou. Mr. Good, your willpower suppressed King Qionyou and controlled his willpower? King Baxia looked at King Qionyou in shock. Isn't that obvious? Mr. Good must have done it. Otherwise, why would King Qionyou put on a show with us? King Bian laughed. I just felt that it was too fast. Mr. Good suppressed King Qionyou's willpower in an instant. This requires Mr. Good's willpower to be many times stronger than King Qionyou's willpower. It was so close. King Baxia laughed. King Qionyou nodded. It was indeed close. Luckily, the 2 of you suppressed King Qionyou at the cost of your injuries. I took the opportunity to enter his glabella space. I have suppressed him. In King Qionyou's glabella space, King Qionyou was in a daze. One of Gu Hai's chess holes was sitting cross-legged on his head. The 5 fingers of the right hand were all inserted into King Qionyou's head. Gu Hai controlled King Qionyou's actions with his willpower. The other 3 Gu Hai's chess holes were standing at the side. They were hidden in King Qionyou's glabella. Gu Hai controlled King Qionyou with one of his chess souls. Gu Hai said in a deep voice, I purposely scolded the Blood Shaman Grand Elder just now. It seems that other than King Pai Xiu, all the other kings are against him. This is great. Let's start from the beginning and try to convince them to stand on our side. If it doesn't work, let's do what we did to King Qionyou. Okay, King Baxia said solemnly. Chapter 1194. King Bian, King Baxia, and King Qionyou discussed for a while before heading to King Taoyu's residence. According to Gu Hai's research on the personalities of the kings, although King Taodai was usually very tasty, his personality was extremely strong and free, unwilling to be under others. Earlier on, King Taotai was indeed very resistant to Grand Elder Bloodwitch. The sudden arrival of the 3 surprised King Taotai, but after some persuasion, King Taotai was immediately overjoyed. He immediately agreed. In the blink of an eye, King Taotai was added to Gu Hai's camp. The 5th King Bian, the 6th King Bian, the 7th King Qi, the 8th King Yi. Although everyone's attitude was different at first, under the persuasion of Gu Hai and the other kings, they all agreed. Gu Hai promised that after leaving the underground blood city, he would compensate them tenfold for their losses. Not to mention that everyone wanted to resist. Gu Hai's huge reward naturally aroused everyone's fighting spirit. The 9th, the one Gu Hai was most worried about, was King Pai Xiu. Invited by King Bian, King Pai Xiu quickly arrived at Bian Hall. Quang! The door was closed, and the array was activated. King Bian, and Gu Hai stood in Bian's chest soul. Great, Gu Hai! So he's here, King Pai Xiu said, in surprise. King Pai Xiu, I've called you here today to talk about Mr. Good. King Bian said solemnly. What's there to talk about? Have you forgotten Master's orders? Quickly capture Gu Hai. King Pai Xiu said with a glare. Don't you want to break the curse in your body? King Bian said. Curse? That's right. Mr. Good can help you break the curse. Are you willing? King Bian said. Impossible. King Pai Shio sneered. Nothing is impossible. We've broken it all. As long as you're willing. Mr. Good can undo it for you, but you have to come with us and help Mr. Good leave the underground blood city. King Bian said solemnly. Ha, ha ha. So what King Chunyo said was true. King Bai Shio, you really are a spy. Humph. King Chunyo might not understand, but I understand. None of you can escape. King Pai Shio sneered. As he sneered, he extended his hand and waved the Pishio cauldron. Everyone, listen up. Guhai is in Bian Hall. Quickly report to Master and come over together. Capture Guhai and claim the credit. Great King Pishio laughed loudly. Buzz. The 9 cauldrons connected and immediately transmitted Great King Pishio's voice to the other 8 great kings. Once the Master arrived, King Bian and King Bian would not be able to hide from him no matter how powerful they were. Great King Pai Shio laughed loudly. He thought that he had succeeded. However, Guhai smiled bitterly and said, King Bian, I've listened to your opinions. I've already given King Pishio a chance. I'm sorry this time. King Bian smiled bitterly and said, Forget it. Mr. Good can deal with it himself. It's just that it's a pity for King Pishio. I have a good relationship with him. He didn't listen to you at all and didn't think for you. Once the blood which Grand Elder comes, you'll definitely be blamed. However, don't worry. When I'm free, I'll definitely set him free. This is my promise to you. King Bian, Guhai said solemnly. Thank you, Mr. Good. King Bian said gratefully. King Bian, to think that I used to be on good terms with you. I didn't expect you to betray Master. Humph, when Master arrives, don't ask for mercy from me. King Pai Shio sneered. Buzz. However, at this moment, a large amount of fog suddenly floated in the hall, as if a formation had been activated. Formation? It's useless. Master will be here soon. The other great kings will be here soon. No one can escape. King Pai Shio sneered. You're the one who can escape. A roar came from the side hall. It was King Tao Dai who stepped out. King Tao Dai, why are you here? And you, King Chunyo? King Yazi, you're all here? Why are you all here? I understand. All of you betrayed Master. All of you betrayed him. Ah? King Pai Shio was shocked and furious. However, there was a chess formation around, and 8 great kings were pouncing on him at the same time. No matter how powerful King Pai Shio was, he couldn't escape at all. Pai Shio, we gave you a chance. Damn it. So you're just a slave. You don't want great freedom, and you want to be tortured. King Tao Dai shouted gloomily. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of battles, King Pai Shio was suppressed. Guhai's second chess soul walked closer and pointed at King Pai Shio's glabella. Buzz. The second chess soul moved and entered King Pai Shio's glabella. Dona! King Pai Shio trembled in fear. As he trembled, his eyes glowed with red light. All the great kings understood that this was Guhai taking over King Pai Shio's body and controlling his will. No one knew how long it would take. But in the next moment, Buzz! King Pai Shio trembled and returned to normal. The red light in his eyes also suddenly converged and returned to normal. Okay, let go, King Chunyo said. So fast. King Tao Dai said in surprise. King Pai Shio shook his body and stood up. Thank you for your help. King Pai Shio bowed to all the great kings. All the great kings widened their eyes. Mr. Good, how powerful is your God? In this instant, it suppressed King Pai Shio. Although our 9 great kings don't have high cultivation, our God has been passed down for a long time, King Tao Tai said in surprise. It's just luck. Thank you for your help. King Pai Shio said gratefully. All the great kings nodded, but there was more excitement in their eyes. The stronger Guhai was, the higher their chances of success. At this moment, 2 more Guhai chess souls walked out from the side hall. Mr. Good, now that the 9 great kings are united, what should we do next? Do we need someone to open the city gate and inform them? King Pai Shio asked. One of the Guhai chess souls shook his head. Logically speaking, the city gate of the underground blood city is connected to the cursed blood sea in the center. Once the gate is opened, the blood which Grand Elder will immediately discover it. Even if we create a diversion, it won't be enough. The strength of Black Impermanence and Wushang Demon is not something we can compare to. Yes, everyone was worried. As long as Mr. Good leaves the city, even if it's for a moment, won't you be able to contact another clone in the outside world? Dahan can send many people to save him, King Paishio said in confusion. The underground blood city isolated the chest souls from the skeleton Gu Hai, but as long as they left the city, they would be able to contact each other. There's no time, and it's too dangerous. Let's go with the safest method, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Mr. Good, tell us. I remember that Wu Shang Demon's curse hasn't been completely removed yet, so all of you can take turns to remove it, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes, then we'll put a curse on him. I want to control Wu Shang Demon, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Control Wu Shang Demon? Everyone's eyes lit up. Mr. Good is right, King Tao Tai said. The 9 great kings can't cast a primogenitor level curse, but as long as we interact with Wu Shang Demon for 9 days, we can cast the 9 Cauldron Slumber curse, which is also a primogenitor level curse. But what if they see through it? King Paishio said worriedly. Don't worry, I'll appear in front of everyone for the next 9 days. With your cooperation, I can hide in between your eyebrows at any time. No one can catch me. During the 9 days, the Black Impermanence and the Blood Shaman Grand Elder won't have time to check on Wu Shang Demon, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Okay, everyone answered. With Gu Hai's strategic plan, everyone suddenly saw hope. As long as Gu Hai controlled Wu Shang Demon, the whole situation would be different. Just as the 9 great kings were feeling good about the future, a cold wind suddenly blew toward Gu Hai. Whoosh! Almost instantly, Gu Hai's 2 chest souls were frozen in solid ice. The solid ice was rapidly growing in size. It wasn't just the 2 chest souls. At that moment, King Chionyo and King Pishio were also covered in a layer of frost. What's going on? Everyone's expression changed. Oh no, it's a sub-ancestor level curse. The old thing cast a spell, King Paishio exclaimed. Glacier God-destroying curse. King Tao Ye's expression darkened. The Glacier God-destroying curse. Ordinary gods will be killed immediately. The stronger the god, the stronger the curse. The ice that Mr. Good is in will become bigger and bigger. It might even turn into an iceberg with nowhere to hide. It might even become bigger and turn into a glacier, King Paishio exclaimed. What should we do? The old thing is willing to sacrifice his life to curse Mr. Good. Under this curse, we can't touch him. If we break the ice, we might even hurt Mr. Good's spirit, King Tao Tai said worriedly. The 9 great kings were experts in curses, but at that moment, they didn't know what to do in the face of this curse. This curse was too special. It hurt 1,000 enemies and 800 of them. It was extremely vicious. If they tried to break it, both sides would suffer. Just as the 9 great kings were at a loss, a lamp that illuminated the world suddenly appeared in King Pishio's hand. He activated it slightly. Boom! Rolling green flames instantly engulfed the entire hall. The solid ice outside Gu Hai's body exploded almost instantly. Crash! All the solid ice shattered into pieces and disappeared. Ah, bastard! Who is it? Who saved Gu Hai? Uft! The Blood Shaman Great Elder's piercing scream suddenly rang out from the underground blood city. The sound of him vomiting blood reverberated through the world. At the same time, the cursed sea of blood raised a monstrous tsunami. The entire city was shrouded in a terrifying aura. You broke it? King Tao Tai looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Mr. Good, you broke the old thing's curse? This flame again? Is this the illuminating world lamp? How can it be so powerful? Is it so easy to break the curse? King Paishio exclaimed. Phew! Gu Hai exhaled deeply. That was close. Luckily, I have this illuminating world lamp. Come, let's go out immediately. Don't give us away. Gu Hai shouted. Okay. The 9 great kings immediately rushed out of the hall. Chapter 1195. Eternal In Capital, Upper Study Room. His Holiness has already investigated clearly. Black Impermanence and Wu Shang Demon are not in the Heavenly Demon Holy Land. They are definitely in the underground Blood City. However, they have not returned for several days. It seems that His Holiness is also very safe now. Yike said solemnly. What about Scorpio? Skeleton Guhai put down the brush he was using to write memorials and asked. Scorpio left the heavenly demon Holy Land not long ago. Mosquito Dauren secretly followed him. However, this Scorpio is extremely careful. He might have even discovered that someone was following him. Therefore, he brought the Mosquito Dauren in circles. Yike said with an ugly expression. Scorpio is the fourth brother of the heavenly demon Holy Land. It is not strange that he can sense that he is being followed. However, according to what you said, he only felt that he was being followed and is not sure? Guhai said with narrowed eyes. Yes, if he was sure that he was being followed, he would have definitely turned back to the heavenly demon Holy Land. Yike nodded. Where is he now? Guhai asked solemnly. In the netherworld, he is circling everywhere. But should we catch him? Yike asked solemnly. No, if he is circling the netherworld, it means that he has a way to protect himself. Or he is confident that he can contact Bai Zazai in an instant. In the netherworld, Bai Zazai can arrive in an instant. If we can't kill him in one strike, all our previous efforts will be wasted. Guhai said after analyzing. Then we're just following him now. Let Mosquito Dauren continue to follow us. Black Impermanence and Wushang Demon haven't appeared yet, which means that their main bodies are fine. Scorpio might have a sixth sense and feel that someone is following him. But as long as Mosquito Dauren doesn't reveal himself, he won't be able to find out. After a long time, he will definitely doubt his sixth sense. Guhai said in a low voice. Scorpio is going around in circles. Does that mean he's definitely going to the underground Blood City? Yike's eyes brightened. It shouldn't be wrong. As long as we follow Scorpio, we will definitely find him. Definitely. Guhai narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he couldn't just be anxious. The more anxious he was, the more cautious he had to be. This was because this was the only way to save the original consciousness. Underground Blood City. Pishio Palace. King Pai Shio brought out a bowl of black tea and handed it to Wushang Demon. Drink it. This will dispel the curse faster. King Pai Shio said. There wasn't this before. What is this? Wushang Demon frowned. At this stage, you have to drink this curse-dispelling water. It will be done very soon. I won't harm you. Master is still watching. King Pai Shio said with a trace of impatience. Obviously, not long ago in Bai Palace, Wushang Demon suppressed the 9 kings with his aura, which made them feel uncomfortable. Wushang Demon's face sank slightly, but he still picked it up and looked at the bowl of black liquid with some hesitation. You think I will poison you? I'll drink it for you to see. King Pai Shio was about to snatch it and drink it. No need, you wouldn't dare. If you poison me, will the other 8 kings accompany you? Wushang Demon immediately drank the black tea in one gulp. The moment he drank it, his whole body felt comfortable. So good. Wushang Demon said comfortably. This needs to be drunk for 9 days. King Pai Shio said. You still need to drink for 9 days? Oh, you think too much. Do you know how many treasures I used to drink this bowl of water? You should find the other 8 kings. King Pai Shio said with a look of reluctance. Your master promised me, no matter how good the treasure is, he will give it to me to drink. Ha ha ha. I will go and see how second brother is doing. Wushang Demon laughed and stepped out of Pishio Palace. Great King Pai Shio looked at the empty bowl and revealed a satisfied smile. Blood Witch Palace. Black Impermanence looked at the bat on the beam. You said you want to curse Guhai? How can it fail? You are not lying to me, right? Lie to you? I still want to ask you. Why is there a person who knows how to curse beside Guhai? He broke my curse and caused my lifespan to decrease by countless times. The bat said coldly. You suspect me? Ha! This is the underground Blood City, the base camp of curse cultivation. Why not suspect the 9 kings? Suspect me? Black Impermanence said coldly. The 9 kings don't have that ability. Naturally, the others in this city don't have that ability either. However, you also know some unorthodox curses. The bat said in a low voice. You suspect me? Are you crazy? I asked you to deal with Guhai. We spent so many spiritual stones on you. Why should I protect Guhai? Black Impermanence said with a look of disdain. The bat was silent. Second brother, what are you arguing about? Wushang Demon rushed into the main hall. Nothing. You're quite fast today. Black Impermanence frowned. Of course today. Wushang Demon was about to say black tea. Guhai is here. Catch him. Suddenly, a roar came from outside. Guhai. Black Impermanence and Wushang Demon's expressions changed. Whoosh. The two rushed out at almost the same time. In the sea of cursed blood, countless bats rushed into the sky and flew toward the source of the roar. It was a street in the city. When they arrived, King Bian was still on the street. Where's Guhai? Black Impermanence shouted. I was a step too late. He disappeared when I reached this place. King Bian said anxiously. What? Black Impermanence looked at King Bian with a gloomy face. It's true. I saw that Guhai just now. He is just like in the portrait. That Guhai is so fast. Suddenly, a commoner said. I saw him too, but he was gone in the blink of an eye. He is so fast. I wonder what he is doing here. Ah, the willow grass I used to practice curses is gone. My black dog king blood is gone too. Is Guhai here to steal curses? Does he know the art of curses too? Discussions broke out on the street. Squeak, 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 squeak. Countless bats shrouded the area. The 9 kings came one after another and sealed off the area. The commoners kept confirming that Guhai was really here, and he was gone right under their noses. Find him. Dig 3 feet into the ground and find him. Countless bats scattered and roared. Yes, everyone was busy again. Just a little more. Guhai escaped again. Wushang Demon and Black Impermanence did their best. However, where's Guhai's trace? The next day, Wushang Demon went to King Taoye's place. He drank another bowl of the same black tea. At this time, Wushang Demon was no longer suspicious. If one king lied to him, would all 9 of them lie to him? The bats spread out in all directions. The Black Impermanence and Heavenly Demon Wushang did not stop for even a moment. This was because on the 3rd day, Guhai appeared again in a small village in the city. Everyone in the village saw him. When King Chunyo arrived, Guhai was gone again. Wushang Demon, Black Impermanence, and the Grand Elder of the Blood Shamans were enraged. In this chaos, no one had the time to care about the curse energy inside Heavenly Demon Wushang. The 4th day, the 5th day, Wushang Demon took turns drinking the black tea with the other kings. On the 9th day, he drank the last cup of black tea in Baxia Palace. King Baxia, do you need to close the door to remove the curse for me? Is there anyone else in your side palace? Heavenly Demon Wushang frowned slightly and asked. Not only was the door closed, but the entire Baxia Palace was shrouded in a faint white fog. No one outside knew that this was a super go formation laid by Guhai. He took out all the treasures of the 9 kings to lay the formation. This vast amount of treasures boosted Guhai's confidence. He could guarantee that nothing would go wrong today. Whether they could leave or not would depend on this. Just as Wushang Demon was feeling confused, he saw King Baxia suddenly take out the Baxia cauldron. Wushang Demon's expression changed. He sensed that something was wrong. Deity of Baxia, he might call. Treat it as day. Turn it into night. Hypnotize the 9 cauldrons. Silence all things. King Baxia shouted. It was not just King Baxia. The other 8 kings in the side palace also shouted at the same time. Boom! The 9 cauldrons of the 9 kings crashed to the ground. In an instant, they gave off a bright azure light, charging at Wushang Demon. Very well, there is indeed something wrong with you all. Die for me. Heavenly Demon Wushang shouted and slammed his palm toward King Baxia. The entire Baxia palace exploded. However, this palm strike did not hit King Baxia. He's already in a daze. He can't hit King Baxia at all. No, even the aftermath is not something we can compare to. Fortunately, we have Mr. Good's chess formation. Sleep, sleep, sleep. As the 9 kings waited expectantly, the light of the 9 cauldrons surged into Wushang Demon's body. Immediately, The black tea in Wushang Demon's body formed a huge curse, causing Wushang Demon to become dazed and wobbly. No, this is impossible. I can't see clearly. Why am I sleeping? Poison? You poison me? Wushang Demon wobbled and swayed. Mr. Good, quick! King Basha shouted. While Wushang Demon was wobbling, Guhai shot a ghost soul at Wushang Demon's forehead. Buzz! Wushang Demon's forehead seemed to instinctively resist, but Guhai's ghost soul still entered it. Immediately, a huge centipede god appeared. Black chi swirled around the centipede god's body. It was the black tea's curse that caused it to become dazed. Guhai immediately jumped onto its shoulder and thrust his palm into its head. Roar! The centipede god immediately roared. It seemed to be resisting. Black impermanence, I am in Basha Palace. Come and save me. The 9 kings and Guhai conspired to trick me into being cursed. Come and save me. Wushang Demon suddenly roared. Buzz! A white ripple appeared on the surface of heavenly demon Wushang's body. In a flash, it charged out of Guhai's Godao ritual array. Oh no! The centipede god's innate magic ability. Great King, Bian exclaimed. There's no time. Hurry! Guhai's final go soul jumped into Wushang Demon's forehead at the same time. Boom! The 2 go souls worked together to suppress Wushang Demon's centipede god. Wushang Demon immediately trembled all over. Soon, just a little while more will be enough. The 2 go souls muttered anxiously. Very soon. The 9 kings also felt anxious. Success or failure hinged on this move. Whether Guhai could succeed or not would depend on whether he could control heavenly demon Wushang. At the same time, in the Blood Witch Palace, Black Impermanence was discussing with the bat how to capture Guhai. Suddenly, Wushang Demon's voice strangely entered Black Impermanence's ears. What? Black Impermanence's expression changed. 9 kings? You are seeking death. Boom! Black Impermanence unleashed an overwhelming aura and instantly charged at Basha Palace. What's wrong? The bat on the roof gave chase in shock. Chapter 1196. Crown Prince Basha. The 2 Guhai Go souls quickly suppressed Wushang Demon's deity within the fog. Wushang Demon's heavenly palace consummation divine might was only slightly stronger than the 9 kings. However, to be faster, Guhai used the 2 Go souls. The violently trembling Wushang Demon's pupils constricted. Suddenly, it narrowed its eyes. Guhai succeeded in controlling it. Boom! Just at this moment, a gigantic palm descended from the sky and smashed into the Go ritual array where Crown Prince Basha was. The gigantic palm contained vast might. Even Guhai's Go ritual array instantly shattered. Arg! 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 The 9 kings screamed miserably as they flew back while grabbing their cauldrons. The gigantic palm was too strong. However, the 9 cauldrons were strangely sturdy and managed to block the shockwaves. Whoosh! High in the sky, Xiao Chun waved his sleeve, and a strong wind instantly blew away the mess, revealing the ruins below. The 9 kings hid in their cauldrons amid the ruins, looking at the sky in horror. High in the sky, Black Impermanence showed a ferocious expression as he stood in the air. Ferocious flames flared around him as if a heavenly might pressed down. A large number of bats circled around him. As the bats roared, they stared at Crown Prince Basha's surroundings. Crown Prince Basha was now in a miserable state. Screams rang out everywhere. The 9 kings' hair was disheveled, but they were fine. At the center of the ruins, Wushang Demon twisted his head and looked at the sky with a cold light flashing in his eyes. What's going on? The Blood Witch First Elder roared in the air. Master, be careful. He is Guhai. High King, Bian exclaimed as he pointed at Wushang Demon. What? Black Impermanence's expression changed in disbelief. It's true, my lord. It turns out that Guhai has been hidden by Wushang Demon all this time. No wonder we couldn't find him. Just a moment ago, when we were removing the last bit of the curse on Wushang Demon and Wushang Demon relaxed, The god of Guhai, hidden in his sleeve, suddenly entered his forehead. He is no longer Wushang demon. He is Guhai. He is Guhai. King Baxia shouted in shock and anger. We want to stop it, but it's too late, master. King Bine cried out in alarm. In the sky, countless bats bared their fangs. Meanwhile, Black Impermanence stared at Wushang demon in disbelief. Impossible. How could OL3 secretly protect Guhai? Black Impermanence said in disbelief. Why not? If it wasn't for him, why would I be injured that day? Our underground blood city has paid such a huge price to make Guhai our enemy. Do you think we should protect him as well? Even if we protect Guhai, he will never forgive us. King Chionyo said with a glare. That's right. Our lives belong to Master. Are you saying that we deliberately saved Guhai together with Master? King Bine exclaimed. OL3, just send me a message saying that you are conspiring with Guhai to harm him. Black Impermanence said coldly. Our lives belong to Master. Why should we save Guhai? Are you suspecting that Master is with us? King Bine said angrily with a glare. Black Impermanence, watch your mouth. The Blood Shaman Grand Elder's cold voice came from among the countless bats. Oomph. Black Impermanence snorted and lowered his head to look at Wushang Demon. Heavenly Demon Wushang sneered and twisted his head. He flipped his hand and took out 10 long sabers from his storage treasure. He carefully selected a blue long saber. Now, Wushang Demon, you are so gullible. Did you think that you can control my Dahan celestial empire after refining my spirit? Unfortunately, you are too smart for your own good. He only has himself to blame. Heavenly Demon Wushang said with a cold smile. Wushang Demon's words confirmed that the person in front of them was Guhai. Guhai's words also cleared the suspicion of the 9 great kings. Wushang Demon brought this upon himself. Black Impermanence, what else do you have to say now? Your heavenly demon Holy Land is plotting something against my underground blood city? Countless bats bared their fangs and roared. The Blood Shaman Grand Elder's previous suspicion disappeared. After all, the 9 great kings were under his control. Their lives and deaths were in his hands. Who would dare to deceive him? So was Wushang Demon, who did this himself? He had been looking for him for so many days. Wouldn't it have been fine if he had killed Guhai earlier? Why did he cause so much trouble? Black Impermanence gradually believed Guhai's words. However, there was more anger in his eyes. Wushang Demon wanted to control the Dahan celestial empire behind his back. Who did he think he was? Was the celestial empire something he could control? No matter what the reason is, it is not important now. What is important is that we have found Guhai, right? Black Impermanence suddenly sneered. That's right, we have found him. Countless bats' faces darkened as they looked at Wushang Demon. Yes, you have found me. However, I'm no longer a pushover like before. Wushang Demon, who was possessed by Guhai, sneered. Oh, Guhai, do you think you can still escape today? You are only possessing Wushang Demon, who is at the peak of Heavenly Palace. Do you think you can escape from me? Black Impermanence sneered. I can kill you when I am at the 8th tier of Heavenly Palace. What do you think now that Wushang Demon is at the peak of Heavenly Palace? There's indeed a group of people who know how to curse in this underground blood city. However, with their cultivation, I can crush them all with one finger. Guhai sneered. You are overconfident, aren't you? Black Impermanence said coldly. Not only that, but with Wushang Demon's body, I can contact the entire Dahan celestial empire. Guhai said coldly. As he said that, he swung the blue saber in his hand down. Boom! A huge saber aura, accompanied by endless saber chi, slashed in the direction of the city gate. Bastard! Black Impermanence's expression changed. He immediately lunged at Guhai. Guhai pulled back his saber, and the saber aura returned. However, it continued to charge toward the city gate with endless saber chi. Guhai swung his saber at Black Impermanence. 10 cycles. There was a huge explosion, and the void shook violently. In an instant, countless buildings in the underground blood city collapsed. Meanwhile, Black Impermanence paused abruptly because of Guhai's blade. Black Impermanence's eyes widened in shock and anger. He was not shocked because his attack was blocked, but because the city gate was about to be broken. Once it was broken, all his efforts would be for naught. No! Black Impermanence shouted in shock. Huh! There was another huge explosion, but the city gate did not move an inch. What's wrong? Gu Hai's expression darkened. The 9 great kings also widened their eyes. When did the city gate become so sturdy? Great King Tao said in shock. That's Gu Hai's attack. Even if it's just saber chi, it's still very powerful. If the saber chi entered my body, even Tenemi wouldn't be able to block it. Why is the gate not moving? Great King Tao said in shock. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the gate was slowly turning blood red. Gu Hai, you don't understand my underground blood city. Without my permission, no one can leave. The Grand Elder of the Blood Shaman's voice suddenly rang out in the city. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Black Impermanence also showed a hint of surprise. Don't worry and fight with him, Black Impermanence. The underground blood city has been around for so many years, and only I know how powerful it is. Why do you think the underground blood city can cut off all connections with the outside world? So what if you're at the complete Heaven Palace? Even a complete god won't be able to break it easily. The Grand Elder of the Blood Shaman's voice rang out again. Gu Hai raised his head to look at the sky. He saw that the previously foggy sky had turned blood red. The ground on the ground had turned blood red as well. In a short period of time, the entire underground blood city had turned blood red. Everyone seemed to be in a world of blood. Black Impermanence's eyelids twitched as he looked at the bats that filled the sky. Black Impermanence realized that he had underestimated the city lord of the underground blood city. Our goal is the same, which is Gu Hai. If Gu Hai didn't expose himself, we couldn't do anything. Now that he's exposed, what are we waiting for? You have a high cultivation base, so you should be the one to deal with him. Wushang Demon has only himself to blame. You should be the one to deal with this mistake. The bat said coldly. All right, I'll deal with him. Black Impermanence nodded. Black Deity turned his head and looked at Gu Hai, who was not far away, with a cold expression. Although they were sealed in the blood-red underground blood city, Gu Hai was not afraid. Holding the long blade in his hand, he looked at Black Impermanence again. Eternal Een Capital. Upper study room. His Holiness, Mosquito Dowrin sent news that Scorpio finally doubted his senses. He won't beat around the bush anymore. Mo Yike said excitedly. Oh, where did he go? Gu Hai stood up immediately. The South Sea of the underworld. Mosquito Dowrin, Kong Xian, and Dragon Godding have all gone there. Mo Yike said. Inform Empress Chun to guard the Eternal Een Capital. I will go there personally. Gu Hai said coldly. Yes. Mo Yike replied. Phew. Skeleton Gu Hai stood up and took a step forward. With a flash, he disappeared from the upper study. When Gu Hai encountered an accident, the person who was most worried about was naturally the skeleton clone. After all, it was him. To be able to suppress this worry and deal with government affairs was already the best Gu Hai could do. Now that there was finally news, how could he wait? Almost instantly, Gu Hai arrived at the South Sea of the underworld. At this moment, a large number of black mosquitoes were floating around the South Sea. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately, 10 black mosquitoes flew to Gu Hai's side. His Holiness, this is the black mosquito clone I left behind. It will lead the way for you. I have entered the depths of the sea. One of the black mosquitoes suddenly said. Gu Hai reached out and grabbed one of the black mosquitoes. His figure flashed, and he instantly rushed into the depths of the sea. With the black mosquitoes leading the way, Gu Hai quickly found Kong Xian at the bottom of the sea. Kong Xian was currently in an underground cave at the bottom of the sea. The entrance of the cave was surging with rolling heat, as if there was underground magma. The nearby seawater evaporated into gas, leaving the cave unobstructed. His Holiness is inside. Scorpio just went down. Mosquito Dowrin and Dragon God Ing also followed him. Kong Xian said excitedly. Let's go. The two stepped forward and jumped into the magma. The fire surged, but the two of them were at the peak of Heavenly Palace. This temperature was nothing to them. With the black mosquitoes leading the way, the two of them quickly passed through a layer of magma and arrived at a huge hollow space. In the distance, Mosquito, Dowrin, and Dragon God had already surrounded Scorpio. So my feeling was right. You guys are really good at enduring. Scorpio was shocked and angry. However, Guhai was not in the mood to look at Scorpio. Instead, he looked at the strange space. In the center of the space, there was a blood mist. The blood mist was continuously sucking in the underground magma. Above the blood mist, there was a tower floating. The words Underground Blood City were written on the tower. However, at that moment, the city gate tower had turned blood red. Blood chi billowed out. Blood chi. Guhai's face darkened, and he waved his hand. Boom! A gust of wind swept past and swept away a large amount of blood mist. Under the illumination of Kong Xian's divine light, the underground blood city revealed its true appearance. A heart. A city in the shape of a heart. A huge heart. Furthermore, the heart was still beating weakly. Huff, huff. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Was that really a heart? A living heart? Chapter 1197. Underground Blood City. The Blood Shaman Grand Elder sealed off the entire city. He watched as Wushang Demon, who was possessed by Guhai, fought Black Impermanence. Bang! Guhai threw away the long saber in his hand, which was already covered in cracks. The power of the 10 cycles was too great. Ordinary sabers could not withstand it. Fortunately, Wushang Demon had many in stock. Guhai flipped his hand and took out another long saber. Ah, Guhai, this is not your own body after all. You can't unleash the power of Third Brother's body, right? Black Impermanence sneered. Wushang Demon only has this much power. Why can't I unleash it? However, this body is too weak. Otherwise, I could tear you apart with my bare hands. Oof. Guhai said coldly. Too weak? He is at the peak of the heavenly palace realm. Black Impermanence sneered. Black Impermanence held a bronze truncheon in his hand, which was extremely powerful. Again, Guhai snorted coldly as he charged forward once more. Boom, boom, boom. Although Wushang Demon had many shortcomings, he was still at the peak of the heavenly palace realm. Guhai could use the 10 cycles easily. Although there was a difference of 1 level in their cultivation, Guhai showed a ferocious expression and did not give in at all. Guhai's saber techniques carried the power of a chess game. As he swung his saber, Guhai became more familiar with his body. Black Impermanence was at the peak of the God Legion realm. He was much weaker than by Zazai and Matriarch G. After a series of battles, he could not suppress Guhai. The two fought in the sky, hitting the blood-red barrier time and time again. Guhai took the opportunity to slash at the barrier. However, he could not break it. The underground blood city is indeed sturdy. Guhai's face darkened. That's good. That way, you won't be able to escape. Black Impermanence laughed. Black Impermanence, Guhai said, chuckling coldly. You've just entered the great circle of the God Legion stage, while Wushang Demon's body is the closest to the great circle of the God Legion stage. That means the two of you aren't that far apart. A single step is the difference between heaven and earth. Guhai, stop dreaming. Dream? Humph. You barely blocked one of my 10 heavenly cycles. Guhai snorted coldly. 10 cycles per cycle? Hey, you can still slash out too? Black Impermanence sneered. Wushang Demon was originally a centipede demon with 1,000 arms and legs. It was not difficult for him to elongate his body. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, a pair of arms grew out of Guhai's waist. At the same time, he held a long saber in his hands. Guhai's 4 arms held 2 long sabers. Black Impermanence's eyes widened. Another pair of arms? Centipedes have the advantage of having many arms. Since you want to see 10 heavenly cycles, I'll fulfill your wish. Guhai chuckled coldly. 10 heavenly cycles. Boom! Boom! The 2 long sabers slashed down at the same time. 2 energy sabers shot out, causing the underground blood city to tremble violently. Some of the void was torn apart. A vast force rushed toward Black Impermanence. Black impermanence could still block 10 heavenly cycles, but now there were two of them. How could he block them? Two sabers? Isn't that the strength of a single person? Do you think you could defeat me? Break! Black impermanence's copper Jian slashed out like a heavenly pillar. Home! With a loud bang, the underground blood city shook and black impermanence was sent flying. Large patches of his clothes were torn to shreds. Impossible! How can your strength be so great? Black impermanence's hands were numb, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was bleeding. He widened his eyes in disbelief. The heavenly cycle saber technique strength is only secondary. The main thing is the saber domain, which is also my Go Dao. The Go Dao is powerful. With a small amount of strength, one can unleash great might. That's why the 10 heavenly cycles can make things difficult for you. 10 heavenly cycles can hurt you. Tell me, what if there are more 10 heavenly cycles? Gu Hai sneered. As he sneered, he saw Gu Hai's upper body elongate. Bam! 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 6 more arms emerged from Gu Hai's ribs. 5 pairs of arms each held a long saber. They charged at black impermanence again. Let's see if you can block this. Gu Hai stepped forward. 5 long sabers meant 10 heavenly cycles at the same time. How could black impermanence withstand this? Black impermanence immediately retreated. Third brother can't be so powerful. That's because he doesn't know how to use his own strength. You don't know how to use your own strength either. Gu Hai said coldly. With a cold voice, he pounced again. However, black impermanence already knew Gu Hai's strength. He immediately retreated again. Blood City Master, why can't I use the power of the Great Tao? Black impermanence roared anxiously. Black impermanence was a consummate god. He could use a Great Tao to deal with Gu Hai. However, he couldn't use it now. The underground Blood City is isolated from the outside. Hence, there are no 3,000 Great Tao here. You can only use your own strength. The Blood Shaman Grand Elder said. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Black impermanence said gloomily as he dodged. I thought it would be easy for a consummate god like you to deal with a consummate heavenly palace cultivator. The Blood Shaman Grand Elder said gloomily. Running away? Running away is the only thing you can do now. Gu Hai smiled coldly. 10 heavenly cycles. This time, there were 5 sabers. 5 huge sabers slashed out. Black impermanence's expression changed. He dodged Gu Hai's powerful attack. However, this time, Gu Hai didn't slash at black impermanence. Instead, he slashed at the barrier that enveloped the underground Blood City. Home! A loud boom rang out. The underground Blood City suddenly shook. However, Gu Hai's attack still couldn't break the barrier. How is this possible? Gu Hai's expression darkened. The power of these 5 slashes was so strong, but they couldn't break through the underground Blood City's barrier? How is this possible? What is the barrier made of? Black impermanence also widened his eyes as he watched this scene in disbelief. What's the underground Blood City made of? Why is it so sturdy? Gu Hai said gloomily. Humph! Gu Hai, you won't be able to break the underground Blood City. Don't even think about running away today. The Blood Shaman Grand Elder said. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at the cursed blood sea in the middle. It doesn't matter. Can't break the barrier? I can kill you first. You're not a consummate god, right? Gu Hai said with a cold smile. With a cold smile, Gu Hai took a step forward and dove toward the cursed blood sea. Black impermanence, stop him. I have a way to deal with Gu Hai. Stop him first. The Blood Shaman Grand Elder panicked. Black impermanence's expression darkened. However, he went forward to stop Gu Hai. 10 cycles. Gu Hai swung his saber again. However, he didn't charge toward the cursed blood sea. Instead, he charged toward black impermanence. What? Your target isn't the Blood City governor, but me? Black impermanence's expression changed. So, Gu Hai charging toward the cursed blood sea was just a facade to trick black impermanence into taking his attack head-on? The 5 sabers clashed with the copper Jian again. However, they didn't hit each other this time. Instead, they were pushing against each other as if they couldn't be separated. Blarg! Black impermanence spat out a mouthful of blood. However, His eyes lit up. 10 cycles? Haha, the power is too strong. Once it's over, it's just an ordinary saber energy. I see. Ha ha ha. Black Impermanence laughed. He thought he had discovered Gu Hai's secret. However, 5 pairs of arms appeared from Gu Hai's waist again. Each of them grabbed a saber at the same time. 5 new sabers slashed through Black Impermanence's body. Bam! Black Impermanence was instantly cut into 6 pieces by the 5 sabers. He was sent flying. What? Black Impermanence's eyes widened in disbelief. His body was cut into pieces? Now, do you still think that I'm not familiar with Wu Shang Demon's body? Huh! Gu Hai smiled coldly. The 9 great lords and the countless bats widened their eyes. They didn't expect Gu Hai to cut Black Impermanence into 6 pieces in such a short time. That was the perfected gods. It happened so quickly that no one could react in time. Gu Hai turned to look at the cursed blood sea. Black Impermanence is dead. You're next. Grand Elder of the Blood Shamans, it's been a while. Gu Hai's expression was cold. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The entire cursed blood sea suddenly started boiling. At the same time, blood mist gushed out from the cursed blood sea and spread in all directions. Gu Hai waved his hand and expelled the blood mist. He slowly flew toward the cursed blood sea. Hey, Gu Hai, you're really capable. I've already cursed you to a dead end. You're only left with God, but you can still turn the tide in this desperate situation and reach this step. Good, good, very good. The Grand Elder's cold laughter came from the cursed blood sea. Humph. How long are you going to hide at the bottom of the sea? Are you going to come out yourself, or do I have to ask you to come out? Gu Hai said coldly. There were many strange monsters cruising on the bottom of the sea. Looking at the cruising monsters, Gu Hai's heart tightened. King Pai Xiu was secretly holding the world illuminating lamp in his hand. At this moment, the world illuminating lamp seemed to have sensed something and was giving off a scorching warning. Are the monsters in the cursed blood sea very dangerous? However, at this moment, countless witchcraft cultivators in the city suddenly screamed in horror. Everyone turned to look. They saw that all the witchcraft cultivators had pustules on their bodies. Then pustules grew all over their bodies. Gradually, they fell to the ground and turned into blood water. What? Oh no, there's poison in the blood mist. It's not poison, it's a curse. It's a curse. Master wants to kill everyone. The 9 great kings suddenly cried out in horror. I'm not going to kill everyone. The blood shaman lineage requires people with special numerology to be able to practice the art of curses. All of you have this special numerology, and with this numerology, your entire bodies can be transformed into the aura of curses, allowing me to recreate the curse god. Now it's time to use all of you. The Grand Elder's cold voice came from the cursed blood sea. What? You want to kill all of us to complete the curse for you? Great King Bian suddenly exclaimed, his eyes wide open. Not good. I can feel the blood in my body burning. I've been cursed. I am rotting. The Taodai King cried out in alarm. Hide in the cauldron, King Bian shouted. All the kings quickly hid in their respective cauldrons and immediately felt much better. Everyone, avoid the blood mist. Avoid the blood mist. Great King Bian shouted at the city. No, help! At this moment, screams rang out in the city. Gu Hai's eyes widened. He no longer cared about what was in the sea of blood. He extended his hand and slashed at the sea of blood. 10 cycles. Chapter 1198. Heavenly Devil Holy Land, Ancient Palace. Bai Zizai frowned as he looked at Bai Wuchang, who was frozen at the entrance of the palace. Beside him was a cloud of white mist. My lord, you don't have to worry about me. After being framed by Gu Hai, I was sealed by Yuanshi Tianzuan. However, he could only seal my body, not my consciousness. The white mist said calmly. Bai Wuchang, you've worked hard this time. Bai Zizai said calmly. My lord, you're too kind. Gu Hai was just lucky this time. The skeleton doppelganger in the netherworld was not cursed. Only Gu Hai's real body in the living world was cursed. But that's good. Gu Hai's real body is the foundation. Only his spirit is left in the underground blood city. He's dead meat. Bai Wuchang's consciousness in the white mist said in a low voice. Dead meat? How long has it been? There's still no news from there. Bai Zizai said with a gloomy face. Fourth brother went to the underground blood city and hasn't returned yet. Could it be? Bai Wuchang said worriedly. He sent back a message saying that he felt that someone was following him. You guessed right. Gu Hai is such a smart person. He must have guessed something from our last attack. Now, he must have sent someone to follow him. Follow? Yes. Divine Scorpion is circling around. As soon as he goes to the underground blood city, the Dahan will be followed by many heroes. Even skeleton Gu Hai will go. Bai Zizai said in a low voice. Once skeleton Gu Hai goes, won't the Dahan's capital be empty? Haha, so what if it's empty? Gu Hai has already borrowed Heavenly Venerate of primordial beginning strength. Previously, I did not understand why Gu Hai asked Heavenly Venerate of primordial beginning to appear. Was it just to seal you? No, I understand now. Gu Hai's purpose is to plant a seed of anger towards us in Yuanshi Tianzuan's heart. Yuanshi Tianzuan is suppressing his anger. He gave a warning again. This makes it convenient for skeleton Gu Hai to leave the capital at any time. If we destroy the Dahan's capital, what do you think Yuanshi Tianzuan will do this time? Bai Zizai said coldly. This time? Yuanshi Tianzuan will definitely think that we are sabotaging his plan again and again. He might even fight with the Heavenly Devil Sanctuary for Gu Hai. Bai Wuchang said gloomily. You know Yuanshi Tianzuan's character. He will not rest until he kills anyone who destroys his plan. It won't be enough even if he wipes out the entire family. Bai Zizai said in a low voice. Then how? It doesn't matter. The Sea of Providence in the Dahan's capital is too conspicuous. However, the underground blood city is not conspicuous. It's the best place to kill Gu Hai. No one knows. Even if we can't kill Gu Hai, we will destroy Gu Hai's consciousness. Bai Zizai said coldly. Master, are you going to let Scorpio lure Gu Hai into the underground blood city and then catch him? No, I won't do it. If I'm not wrong, Yuanshi Tianzuan has been monitoring me ever since Gu Hai planted a seed of anger in him. He has a vague feeling that his monitoring is not thorough enough. However, since he knows my approximate location, he might know Gu Hai's approximate location. If we get close, Bai Zizai frowned. Then, I won't do it, but it doesn't mean that others can't. Gu Hai has a lot of enemies. Bai Zizai sneered. Bai Zizai sneered as he looked at the eastern spirit sea of flames in the distance. Underworld, eternal, Yin capital. Chun Xian, and Long Wan Yu came to the underworld. Your Majesty, His Holiness has gone to the underground blood city. Please stay and guard the boundless heaven capital. Mo Yike said respectfully. He's gone. What if? Chun Xian was worried. Rest assured, Your Majesty. After His Holiness asked Yuanshi Tianzuan to come, Bai Zizai and the East Spirit Fire Sea didn't dare to come. We asked Your Majesty to come just to guard against some petty thieves. Scorpio has been going around in circles for too long. His Holiness guessed that Bai Zizai might have set up a trap to prevent Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon God Ing from being in danger. So he went there personally. Mo Yike explained. Brother-in-law is so thoughtful. However, have you found the underground blood city? Long Wan Yu frowned. Buzz. Suddenly, a sound came from a Qin statue in front of everyone. Mo Yike, tell Wan Yu to talk. I have something to ask her. Gu Hai's voice came. Brother-in-law, I'm here. Go ahead. Long Wan Yu said to the Qin statue immediately. Wan Yu, you're here? That's good. I saw something here. I don't know what it is. Can you give me some advice? Gu Hai said. Brother-in-law, go ahead. I found the underground blood city. After wiping away the blood fog, I saw the outline of the city. It's actually in the shape of a heart. It's a little smaller than the eternal Yin. At the moment, the city gate is closed. The heart-shaped city seems to be still beating. It's absorbing the fire of the underground magma. It's like a living thing, but it's so strong that even Kong Xian's six-colored holy light couldn't break it. What is it? Gu Hai's voice came. A heart? So big? Long Wan Yu was slightly stunned. It doesn't matter whether you know it or not. I'm just worried that if I try to break it, I'll hurt the chest soul inside. That's why I asked. Gu Hai's voice came again. Underground blood city? Heart. I understand. No wonder the divine elementalists of the Wu tribe are so powerful. The art of curse can actually suppress the demon tribe. It turns out that they got this heart. Long Wanyu's expression changed. What do you mean? There are 5 divine elementalists in the world. The founders are Fushi of longevity, Chang Tian of life, Song Jie of literature, 30 of spirit, and Torch Dragon of divinity. I told you before. Long Wanyu explained. Divine elementalist, Torch Dragon? Yes, Torch Dragon is the ancestor of divine elementalists. If I'm not wrong, that heart is Torch Dragon's. Is Torch Dragon really dead? Killed by 30? But forget it, brother-in-law. I've told you before about Torch Dragon's strength. He's the #1 living creature in the world. His spirit transformed into the demon tribe. So the demon tribe's innate talent is divine elementalism. Originally, no one could compare to divine elementalists, but the Wu tribe's art of curse actually surpassed the demon tribe. It turns out that they obtained Torch Dragon's organs. The heart even contains Torch Dragon's heart blood. Brother-in-law, quickly break open the heart. If the Grand Elder of the Blood Witches controls this heart, your original body will be in extreme danger. Long Wanyu explained. I understand. Guhai's voice suddenly sounded resolute. Underground space. With a wave of his hand, Guhai exposed the underground blood city to everyone. The huge heart made Mosquito Daoran, Dragon God Ing, Kong Xian, and Scorpio all widen their eyes. Heart! Scorpio exclaimed in surprise. A beating heart? It's absorbing earth fire to survive? The underground blood city is a heart? Mosquito Daoran also widened his eyes. I'll break it open. 6-colored divine light. Kong Xian waved his hand. Whoa! A beam of 6-colored divine light, like a heavenly sword, slashed down. Boom! With a super loud sound, the 6-colored divine light suddenly collapsed, and the heart only trembled slightly. Impossible! Kong Xian exclaimed in surprise. Dragon Godding also did not believe it. He immediately stepped forward and slashed with his blade. Boom! The huge heart city only trembled violently for a while, but did not break open. Is this a heart? Everyone was at a loss. Guhai quickly used the Guqin figurine to ask Long Wanyu. He received the news. Torch Dragon's heart. Guhai's eyes widened. How strong was the Torch Dragon, the #1 living creature in the world? A decaying organ that even someone at the peak of Heavenly Palace could not break open? Take down Scorpio or kill him. Leave him to me, Guhai said in a low voice. Yes. The 3 of them shouted and rushed toward Scorpio. B** starred. Scorpio's expression changed. He took out the Guqin figurine and wanted to ask for help. Boom! Dragon God Ing immediately smashed the Guqin figurine with a punch. B** starred. You 3 newly ascended peak of Heavenly Palace dare to go against me? Scorpio's face darkened. Swoosh! He immediately used the poisonous hitching horse stake again and threw it at the 3 of them. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 of them were also very fierce. For a moment, no one was willing to give way. They all rushed toward Scorpio. On the other side, Guhai stepped on the huge heart and took out the Life Slayer saber. Zhou Tian 10. Guhai shouted. Boom! The massive energy saber slashed at the heart. However, the heart only trembled slightly. Just like Guhai, it could not break through the heart's barrier. However, Guhai was using the Life Slayer saber, and its killing power was sharper. Eventually, it cut a piece of flesh. It was very small. It was only the size of an ant. It was not even enough to fill the gap between the teeth. Perhaps it was just the old skin of the heart that was about to fall off. Not enough. To Skeleton Guhai, it was enough to sever a single strand. Boom! Guhai's body immediately emitted rolling black gas that rushed toward the small wound. No matter how small it was still a wound. Countless skulls were gnawing on the wound in the black gas. Are the skulls too big? Then, I'll split them into smaller ones. Will the smaller ones be too big? Then, I'll split them 10 times smaller. The skulls grew smaller and more numerous. The rolling skulls quickly gnawed on the wound. Eat, eat, eat. The reason why it took so long to eat was because the wounds were too small. However, As the countless skulls continued to gnaw away at the heart, the wounds gradually grew larger. As the wounds grew larger, more and more skulls joined in. It was like a butterfly flapping its wings, slowly growing larger and larger until it became a tornado, which began to break down the heart at a faster and faster pace. "If you can't break it, I'll eat you," Guhai said with a gloomy expression. Rumble! Along the small wound, the giant heart was quickly torn into 8 huge trenches that extended in all directions. At the same time, the 8 trenches split midway and spread out like a spiderweb. More and more black gas shrouded the heart. Gradually, the entire heart was shrouded in rolling black gas. Gaga. Countless small skulls gnawed on the heart tirelessly. There was no need for Guhai to expend a trace of energy, because the torch dragon's heart contained endless energy. For a moment, the rolling energy surged into Guhai's body. Guhai, who was unable to break through, was stunned. Good stuff," Guhai said in surprise. Chapter 1199. Underground Blood City. The saber under Guhai's ribs chopped Black Deity into 6 pieces, which flew out and scattered in all directions. Everyone thought that Black Impermanence was dead for sure. After all, his head was chopped in half. However, Black Impermanence did not die. After some twisting, the pieces of Black Impermanence pieced back together. Black Impermanence regained its original form. After Black Impermanence pieced back together, his essence was severely injured. He did not attack rashly. Instead, he hid himself quietly. Crimson fog spread out in the surroundings, and anguished howls filled the entire city. The cultivation of the Blood Shaman bloodline required special divination. Those with such divination would eventually turn into curse energy. Perhaps the Blood Shaman bloodline had been cursed since the start of their cultivation. At this moment, no one could escape. They quickly rotted and turned into blood water. The blood water seeped into the ground and strangely flowed into the blood sea in the center. No one could escape. Only the 9 great kings, who hid in the 9 cauldrons, could survive. I understand now. The cursed blood sea in the center of the underground blood city was not this big during the ancient era. It was very small in the past and only grew to this size after several million years. The blood water in that blood sea is not real blood, but the condensation of curse energy. Great King, Hone exclaimed. Curse energy? A sea of curse energy? How is that possible? Great King Tautai exclaimed. When a person cultivated the curse energy, they would only have a small strand of curse energy. Even when Great King Tautai used all his strength to execute the curse energy, his strand of curse energy would only be the size of a finger. How could there be a sea of curse energy? Yes, this is the accumulation of several million years. After all the blood shamans die, they cannot reincarnate. It turns out that everything about the blood shamans turns into curse energy after they die and gathers in the cursed blood sea. It took several million years to gather this sea. Great King, Hoenn exclaimed. A sea of curse energy. Great King, Hoenn exclaimed in horror. The blood shaman bloodline? You have been scheming against your own people from the start. You gathered more blood shamans when you were alive and turned them into curse energy after you died. Then you turned them into blood water and poured into this cursed blood sea. We were all fooled. Great King, Hoenn exclaimed with wide eyes. The 9 kings looked at the sea of blood and shivered. What is he going to do with this sea of curse energy? King Chionyo frowned. On the other side, Wu Shang demon, who was possessed by Gu Hai, instantly slashed down with his blade. 10 cycles. The Boundless might seem to have split the sea of blood apart. Screech. At that moment, there seemed to be a monster roaring at the bottom of the blood sea. Then, 10 beams of 6-color divine light shot up into the sky and collided with Zhou Tian. The void trembled as Gu Hai's blade was blocked. However, the 6-color divine light made Gu Hai's eyes widen. Kong Xian's 6-color divine light. Gu Hai's eyes widened. Bang! Then, a monster that had been hibernating at the bottom of the sea surfaced. Everyone's eyes widened. Although they had long known that there were dormant monsters at the bottom of the sea, this was the first time they had seen one. After all, it was those monsters that had eaten an endless amount of spirit stones earlier. What kind of monster was that? A huge peacock flapped its wings and suddenly floated out of the sea. Peacock. Everyone was surprised. That's not right. Peacocks don't have claws. King Bine exclaimed. Everyone took a closer look. Sure enough, the peacock did not have claws. Instead, it had a snake tail that was strangely connected to the bottom of the sea. What kind of monster is this? The body of a peacock and the tail of a snake? King Tautai exclaimed in shock. Screech! The peacock revealed a malevolent expression. It flapped its wings and emitted an ominous aura. Clearly, the six-color divine light was unleashed by this peacock. Snake-tailed peacock? Bang! Another monster surfaced from the sea. Golden crow? No, this golden crow also has a snake tail. The snake tail extended to the bottom of the sea? What kind of monster is this? Bam! 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 Monsters kept emerging from the sea. They were all different. There were tigers, lions, cats, bears, and all kinds of animals. None of them were weaker than the peacock with the snake tail. However, they all had one thing in common. They all had a snake tail that was connected to the bottom of the sea. 3,000 demons? Were these? Guhai's expression darkened. In the distance, Black Impermanence's eyes widened as he watched this scene in confusion. He thought he could defeat the entire underground blood city. Or these monsters. Although their auras were only at the peak of Heavenly Palace, there were 3,000 of them. 10 heavenly cycles. Guhai swung his 10 sabers again. Roar! Screech! The 3,000 snake-tailed demons roared in unison as they charged toward Guhai's sabers. Hum! Countless cracks appeared in the void. The energy sabers and saber chi were shattered. However, the peacock with the snake tail was finally hit. Its snake tail was severed. It's useless, Guhai. You can't kill any of the curse god's divine bodies. The Grand Elder of the Blood Shaman's voice rang out from the blood sea. When the peacock's body fell, it turned into a pool of blood. Blood gushed out from the snake tail that was severed. Then, a peacock's body grew from a severed part. What's this? Guhai exclaimed in shock. These bodies aren't made of flesh. They're formed from the curse energy. They're one of the curse god's many clones. No matter how many times you kill them, they'll be reborn. The Grand Elder of the Blood Shamans chuckled coldly. Slowly, a blood-colored flesh island appeared in the center of the blood sea. There was a throne on the blood-colored flesh island. Chongming was sitting on the throne. His entire body had turned blood red. Chongming held a small red ball in his hand. He looked at Guhai with a cold smile on his face. However, Guhai could clearly see that Chongming's feet were connected to the flesh island. Moreover, the other end of the tails of the 3,000 snake-tailed demons was connected to the blood-colored flesh island. The snake tail is connected to the flesh island? Doesn't that mean the 3,000 Fey gods are one monster? King Bine exclaimed in shock. It was like a 9-headed snake. There were 3,000 snake monsters in front of them. They were a gigantic monster that sent chills down one's spine. The curse god? Imitating the power of the 3,000 Fey gods? Guhai raised an eyebrow. Not imitating. All the monsters in the world came from the curse god. Guhai, we finally meet again? The blood-red Chongming chuckled coldly. Guhai looked at Chongming with a dark expression. Chongming was obviously being controlled by the Grand Elder of the Blood Shamans. Enemies are bound to meet. Guhai chuckled coldly. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, the heavenly demon's sacred ground wouldn't have given me so many spiritual stones. It's not easy to find such a large amount of spiritual stones. The Grand Elder sneered. You didn't use all of your spiritual stones on a 9-cauldron god-stealing curse? Guhai asked coldly. Used? However, 1/5 is enough. The rest is just enough for me to revive the curse god and rebuild his infinite body. The Grand Elder said coldly. Just these 3,000 monster heads? They can be reborn? I don't think so. I'll kill them one by one. Also, if I destroy this blood sea of yours, Will you let it continue to be reborn? Guhai said coldly. The cursed god is not in his perfect form now. The Grand Elder chuckled coldly. What do you mean? Guhai asked in a low voice. It's your honor to die at the hands of the cursed god. Watch if you want. The Grand Elder said coldly. As they spoke, screech, screech. The snake-tailed peacock and the snake-tailed golden crow collided. Suddenly, the two fey gods merged into one. It wasn't just the two fey gods, but all 3,000 fey gods were colliding and merging into one another, forming new monsters. However, the entire Blood Sea was sinking in a strange manner. The water of the Blood Sea is helping you merge these fey gods? Oomph. Guhai snorted coldly and stepped forward again with his sword. 10 cycles. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a large number of fey gods were killed. Guhai's 10 cycles was full of power. The heads that were not merged were weaker and would be chopped off, but new heads would quickly grow out. However, the merged fey gods' heads were extremely powerful. They blocked Guhai's 10 cycles again and again. As a result, Guhai's 10 cycles became useless in the later stages. After a series of merging, only 9 fey gods were left. Guhai also recognized the appearances of the 9 Yao gods. Chionyo, Yazi, Taotai, Pishio, Taowu, Baoxia, Taowu, and Chiwen. The 9 fey gods looked exactly the same as the 9 kings, except that they had a snake tail connected to a fleshy island. No, it was no longer a snake tail. The snake tails had merged into a dragon tail. 9 types of wyverns? Guhai's face darkened. They're not wyverns. They're the 9 sons of a dragon. They're all different. The original form of the cursed god is a dragon. When the dragon splits, it becomes the 9 sons. When the 9 sons split, they become the 3,000 fey gods. When they split again, they become the 10,000 fey gods. Now, I'm just being reborn. The Grand Elder sneered. The 9 sons of a dragon? Guhai's face darkened. At this moment, only 10% of the Blood Sea was left. All the blood shamans in the city had died, turned into blood water, and were absorbed by the Blood Sea. At this moment, the 9 fey gods were even more ferocious. They protected the fleshy island in the middle. Each of them could block Guhai. The cursed god is the spirit, the underground city is the body, and now the 9 cauldrons are the bones. 9 kings, come here. The Grand Elder suddenly looked at the 9 kings. King Taotai, who was hiding in the cauldron, exclaimed. At this moment, the 9 kings were terrified when they saw the monster. Asking them to go over, we'll give you the 9 cauldrons. King Taotai was terrified and was about to throw the 9 cauldrons. It's not up to you. The Grand Elder activated the red ball in his hand. Wong. The 9 cauldrons covered the 9 kings and arrived on the fleshy island in an instant. What? Master, this has nothing to do with us. King Taotai exclaimed. The underground city is guarded by the 9 kings. Each of the 9 kings has a sun god between their eyebrows. Coincidentally, the 9 fey gods are the 9 fey gods. I want you to merge with the fey gods and control the 9 fey gods with your sun gods. Then, you will merge into the perfect cursed god. The Grand Elder said coldly. The 9 kings exclaimed. That's right. Only then can I become the perfect cursed god. The Grand Elder's eyes flashed with excitement. Chapter 1200. The Grand Elder held a small red ball in his hand. It seemed to be the hub of everything. He activated it gently. Ding! The 9 cauldrons seemed to have taken root on the meat island. At the same time, the 9 fey gods connected to the meat island suddenly opened their mouths and rushed toward the 9 kings at an extremely terrifying speed. Master, please spare us. Master, please spare us. The king screamed. However, how strong were the 9 fey gods? They were not something the 9 kings could resist. Even though Guhai slashed down from the sky, he could not stop the devouring at this moment. Swoosh! The 9 kings were all swallowed. Good a demon god swallowed, good a demon god. Demon god Chionyo demon god swallowed, king Chionyo demon god. The devouring was extremely accurate. They each swallowed the corresponding king. Huh, how ruthless. All the people in the city are here for your final blood sacrifice? Guhai said coldly. Huh. The Grand Elder looked at Guhai with a cold smile. I created the Blood Shaman tribe. It is their honor to hand their lives to me. Oomph. Guhai snorted coldly. The 9 kings that were swallowed immediately formed a layer of flesh cocoons. Countless poisonous thorns seemed to emerge from the flesh cocoons and pierced into the 9 kings' bodies. The 9 kings instantly went limp and seemed to have fainted. However, the 9 kings' consciousnesses did not fall asleep. Instead, they each came to a huge space. In this space, the 9 kings suddenly seemed to be able to control everything. Buzz! The 9 Fey gods suddenly trembled and narrowed their eyes. They were already controlled by the 9 kings. This is? Gudu said in surprise. The 9 kings were now controlling the 9 Fey gods? The 9 Fey gods looked at each other in disbelief. The dragon has 9 sons. When the 9 sons merge and finally become the curse god, they will instinctively give birth to a new consciousness. This consciousness is the curse god's consciousness. I am an outsider and cannot participate in the birth of the curse god's consciousness. However, the 9 Fey gods are now controlled by you. Do you understand what I mean? The Grand Elder looked at the 9 Fey gods coldly. The 9 Fey gods' expressions darkened. The Bai and Yao god's expression changed as he said, let's stabilize our consciousness. When the time comes, we'll worship the Master's consciousness together. That's right. It's good that you know. Remember, if anyone dares to play tricks at this time, I can instantly activate the curse on your body and turn you into ashes. The Great Elder said with a ferocious expression. The expressions of the 9 Yao gods changed. Yes, merge! The Great Elder shouted. Boom! The 9 great monster gods suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Then, like the blossoming of flower buds, they merged toward the center. Buzz! The Grand Elder, the 9 demonic gods, the Flesh Island, and even the 9 cauldrons on the island suddenly began to fuse together. The dragon had 9 sons, and the 9 sons gathered together to form the dragon. During the fusion, Guhai wanted to step forward and attack again. However, the ball of light in the middle of the fusion released an extremely strange aura. With Guhai's will, of course, he was not afraid of the pressure of the aura. However, Wushang Demon's centipede god trembled as if it was about to collapse. Guhai's 2 chess souls controlled the centipede god and used the centipede god to control Wushang Demon. The centipede god was inexplicably weakened, so Guhai could not take the risk at this time. It was not only Wushang Demon. Black Impermanence, who was hiding not far away, was also terrified at this moment, because Black Impermanence's god was also terrified by this aura. It could not help but crawl down as if this aura came from the ancestor of the Fey race. The trembling from the depths of Black Impermanence's consciousness made it so that he did not dare to move at all. Guhai could not get closer, so he retreated to the place where the 9 kings were hiding because King Pishio had just thrown the world-illuminating lamp there. Whoosh! Guhai reached out and caught it. Wong! After a large amount of light, the entire blood sea had dried up and completely merged with the cursed god's body. The Meat Island, the Grand Elder, and the 9 Fey gods were all gone. At this moment, they had merged into the appearance of a giant dragon. The giant dragon was strange. Its face was a human face that was constantly changing. One moment, it looked like King Pishio. The next moment, it looked like King Tao Tai. And then it looked like Chongming. The dragon's tail was connected to the ground, and there were bone spikes all over its body. The bone spikes not only extended all over its body, but they also penetrated the ground and rushed in all directions. The human-faced dragon that is connected to the ground? Guhai's face darkened. Ground? Huh? You still don't know what this blood underground city is, right? The human-faced dragon sneered. Thump, thump, thump. The blood-red ground suddenly jumped up and down, and the blood fog in the sky slowly dispersed. Gradually, the inner wall that was glowing red could be seen. That's not a barrier. but flesh. Guhai's face changed. The entire blood underground city was shaking as if it had turned into flesh and blood. The heart is the strongest piece of flesh of the ancient curse god. Now, I have condensed the god of the curse god. With the heart as the flesh and the 9 cauldrons as the bones, the perfect curse god has been born. Do you know what the curse god is capable of? The human-faced dragon sneered. Guhai suddenly felt a great threat approaching him. 10 pairs of arms, each holding a long sword, were ready for battle. Breath as summer, blow as winter, the human-faced dragon said coldly. In a cold voice, it suddenly blew out a breath. Sure. When that breath blew out, it seemed to be filled with endless frost as it rushed towards Guhai. Guhai instinctively felt threatened. His body swayed, and he hid in the distance. Swoosh! Suddenly, a large amount of flesh and blood froze white. However, it was the body of the curse god after all, and it quickly recovered. Hide? You can't hide. The space in the heart is not big, and I have frozen it all. Let's see where you can hide. The curse god sneered. Sure. Waves of cold air blew in all directions. 10 cycles of heavenly cycle. Guhai slashed with his 10 swords. Crack, crack, crack. Strangely enough, the 10 astral sabers were all frozen. Bam! Guhai dodged quickly. However, the 10 manifested sabers froze into pieces, together with the 10 manifested sabers. The temperature was terrifyingly low. At this moment, a scream came from a dark corner in the distance. There's someone else? The human-faced dragon exclaimed in shock. Guhai turned around in shock. However, he saw that behind a mountain of flesh, the black impermanence was frozen. He let out a scream and was unable to move. The cold air was so strong that even black impermanence was frozen. You're still alive? Guhai exclaimed in shock. However, he was already frozen into an ice sculpture. Guhai instantly understood how terrifying the cold air was. Black impermanence was a perfected god. Even if he was severely injured, his cultivation base was still terrifying. However, he could not dodge the cold air. The curse god? You're talking about the torch dragon, right? You want to replace him? Guhai's expression darkened. Guhai had heard from Long Wanyu that the torch dragon was the greatest god in the world. His breath was like summer, and his breath was like winter. Moreover, the torch dragon had a human face, a dragon's body, and a candle in his mouth. However, Guhai did not expect the torch dragon's ability to be so ridiculous. The cold air alone was enough to make black impermanence, who was at the perfected cycle of heavenly cycle, unable to stand it. Sure, the human-faced dragon's breath continued to expand. Soon, it covered almost the entire underground blood city. In other words, it covered every inch of the heart. Gradually, it forced Guhai into a corner. You can't escape. There's nowhere to run. I've sealed the heart of the cursed god. The human-faced dragon laughed. In the last corner, the human-faced dragon suddenly blew. Sure, endless cold air rushed toward Guhai. It seemed that Guhai was about to be completely drowned by the cold air. However, Guhai turned his hand and took out the world torch green lamp. Torch dragon? You're a monster now. You're far inferior to the real torch dragon. You don't even have a candle flame. How do you recreate the past? Guhai said in a deep voice. Under the activation of the world torch green lamp, rolling green flames rushed toward the cold air. With a loud bang, the rolling cold air reversed. The fire soared into the sky and actually melted all the cold air in the heart in an instant. What? The human-faced dragon was shocked. Guhai's eyes lit up. Just now, he activated the world torch green lamp to protect himself. He didn't expect the flame to be so powerful. One had to know that even black impermanence couldn't stand the cold air. In the outside world, the flames of the world torch green lamp couldn't hurt black impermanence. However, it restrained the cold air. This emperor understands. This cold energy mainly froze the spirit and consciousness. Even a god as strong as the black impermanence could be instantly frozen. This flame of mine is also used to deal with the spirit. Guhai's eyes widened. He activated the fire again. Boom! The fire instantly wrapped around the human-faced dragon. What flame? How is this possible? My god, curses! The first elder exclaimed, activating the flame of the world torch green lamp. Guhai's expression changed slightly. It seemed that he could deprive the human-faced dragon of its divine power through the flame. Huh? Guhai followed the feeling and pulled slightly. Walala! In an instant, a strange blood chi seemed to leak out of the human-faced dragon's body and rushed toward the world torch green lamp. Really? Guhai said in surprise. No, impossible. How can you take my cursed chi? The human-faced dragon exclaimed. Cursed chi? Guhai's expression changed. This cursed chi is mine. The god of curses condensed by the cursed chi is mine. The human-faced dragon shouted in horror. In horror, exhaled again. Whoosh! A hot wind blew toward Guhai. However, the flame of the world torch green lamp was immune to this hot wind. It could even absorb it. Long. Blood kept flowing out of the human-faced dragon's body and rushed toward the world torch green lamp. Guhai felt that the world torch green lamp seemed to have a small internal space that stored the billowing cursed chi. Moreover, after being burned by the flame of the lamp, all traces of the first elder were wiped away. It was the purest cursed chi. Not far away, black impermanence slowly woke up without the cold air. What he saw when he woke up made black impermanence's eyes widen. The power of the god of curses had already made black impermanence despair. How could the situation be reversed in the blink of an eye? This is impossible, black impermanence exclaimed. Chapter 1201. The flame of the world illuminating green lantern seemed to have the effect of commanding the chi of curses. As soon as it was activated, the chi of curses was immediately absorbed by the world illuminating green lantern. The sudden change made the black impermanence and the human-faced dragon look horrified. No, how can my cursed aura be taken away by you? Come back! The human-faced dragon shouted. Boom! The flames of the world illuminating green lamp grew even stronger, and more curse energy was forcibly absorbed. What? The human-faced dragon was shocked. The world candle lamp? I almost underestimated you. Guhai looked at the world candle lamp in surprise. He didn't expect the small world candle lamp to be able to turn the situation around. Guhai revealed an excited expression when he saw the large amounts of curse energy being purified and absorbed into the world candle lamp. The world candle lamp? Humph! Guhai, do you think you can defeat me with this Dharma treasure? The human-faced dragon said with a ferocious expression. Your power is all in the Tao of gods, Yang Qi said. Blowing as winter, calling as summer? They're only targeted at gods. I have the world candle lamp that can break all divine Tao attacks. Guhai said coldly. That's right. The form of the curse god is indeed formed by the curse energy. However, as I said, the curse god doesn't only have a divine body. It also has a physical body and bones. The human-faced dragon said coldly. Guhai's face fell as he sensed something was wrong. My physical body is not something you can compare to. My bones are not something you can compare to. Restrain. The human-faced dragon shouted. Boom! The entire underground blood city suddenly shrunk. The space in Guhai's heart suddenly squeezed towards the center. The space was instantly compressed by countless folds. At the same time, many sharp bone spikes emerged from the flesh and blood of the heart, piercing towards Guhai. What? The underground blood city shrank? Black Impermanence shouted. Amidst his panic, Black Impermanence took action and struck at the bone spikes and flesh mountains that were pressing towards him from all directions. Boom! A loud sound rang out. All of Black Impermanence's attacks were ineffective. In an instant, his entire body was squashed into a meat patty. Pooh! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Black Impermanence was like a pile of mud. All the bones in his body were shattered. He was so heavily injured that he couldn't move. Of course, even if he had the strength, he wouldn't be able to move. It was as if the heavens and earth were squeezing together, and there was no space for him at all. His entire body had been reduced to a pulp, and he was stuck between the heavens and earth. Guhai was the same. Although the Candle World's green lantern could remain intact, Wu Shang Demon, who was possessed by Gu Hai, was almost instantly crushed into a meat patty. Pooh! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Gu Hai could no longer move. If not for his muscles holding his body back, this pressure would have crushed Wu Shang Demon into pieces. However, as the bone spikes pierced into his body, Wu Shang Demon was instantly riddled with holes. The small space between Wu Shang Demon's eyebrows also exploded in an instant. Ah, how is it? Gu Hai, are you still alive now? The human-faced dragon laughed. The human-faced dragon was a god, so he was not affected at all in this compressed space. Gu Hai's two chest spirits were the same. However, Wu Shang Demon was turned into a meat patty sieve. The great pain stimulated the centipede god to collapse. Rumble! Wu Shang Demon was completely dead, but the Candle World's green lantern was still extracting the chi of the curse. Humph! You're already dead, and you still want to extract my chi of the curse? You're really courting death. You what? Why can't I control the god of curses? How dare you? 9 great kings, do you want to die? The human-faced dragon suddenly roared. However, at this moment, the god of 9 great kings in his body suddenly chose to betray him. In a strange small space in the human-faced dragon's body. In the small space, a huge blood-red bat was bound by countless red threads. The bat was ferocious, but it could not resist. On the bat's head sat a man in a blood-red robe. The man closed his eyes, and his feet were inserted into the bat's head. He seemed to be controlling everything outside by controlling the bat. The man was the god of the great elder of the blood witches. Everything was under control, but he did not expect that Gu Hai would have such a strange treasure like the Candle World's green lantern. Fortunately, the red ball in his hand could control everything. He squeezed the huge heart from the inside and inserted the bone spur into Gu Hai's body. Wu Shang Demon, who was possessed by Gu Hai, died instantly. Everything was about to be turned into victory. Unexpectedly, the 9 red threads in the Great Elder's other hand suddenly trembled. What's going on? The Great Elder opened his eyes and stared at the 9 red threads in his hand. These 9 red lines extended out of the pocket dimension and were the 9 threads of curse power that connected to the 9 child gods of the 9 kings. With these 9 threads, the Grand Elder could control the life and death of the 9 kings and could even torture them as he pleased. But now, these 9 threads were trembling violently and were quickly approaching him. 9 kings, do you want to die? Instead of listening to my orders in your own space, you want to break into my glabella space? The Great Elder's face was gloomy. Boom! Suddenly, King Baian's god followed the red threads and instantly broke into the small space. Old thing, I broke in. So what? Baian god glared and shouted angrily. Where are the red threads on your body? How can you break my curse? The Great Elder stared in shock and anger. Originally, there were countless red threads binding the Baian god, but now they were all broken and twisted into a ball in the Baian god's hand. Your curse? Mr. Good has already broken it for me. Baian god sneered. What? Broken? You dare to betray me? The Great Elder's face was ferocious. Boom! King Taotia's god also broke into the small space along the red threads. King Taotai, your curse has already been broken? The Great Elder said with a gloomy expression. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of breakthroughs, the 9 kings all entered the small space. All of you have broken the curse. You lied to me before. 9 kings, do you want to die? The Great Elder glared angrily. You are the one who wants to die. Bloodwitch Great Elder, you are really patient. You have been patient for so long to create this cursed god? Gu Hai's voice suddenly sounded. Whoosh! Then, he saw the 2 Gu Hai Go souls enter the small space. Gu Hai, how did you get in? Impossible. The Great Elder said in shock. Didn't we play with you for so long, just for this moment? The 2 chess souls sneered. Mr. Good, the 9 kings immediately said respectfully. King Xiongyo, King Pishio, are you still loyal to this blood witch Great Elder? Gu Hai looked at the 2 chess souls. King Xiongyo and King Pishio's expressions darkened. They had been loyal to the Great Elder in the past, because they saw the hope and glorious future of the Blood Witch race. Therefore, they were willing to be cursed and controlled. However, they now realized that the Great Elder didn't do it for the glory of the Blood Witch race. Instead, he raised the Blood Witch race for his own selfish reasons. The two were instantly enraged by the deception. It turned out that all their perseverance was a joke. "Mr. Good, sorry King Chionyo said bitterly. "I am so stupid. Mr. Good, thank you for waking me up," King Pishio said angrily. "You two don't have to blame yourselves. I also borrowed your bodies to get here. If there is someone outside that you can't defeat, you can attack from here. Now that you have seen everything clearly, follow me to destroy this demon." The two Guhai chess souls said in a deep voice. "Yes," the 9 kings replied. Without the help of the 9 kings, the Great Elder couldn't control the human-faced dragon in the outside world. He was furious when he saw Guhai and the others. Ha ha, I created you back then. You want to use the 9 kings to deal with me? You overestimate yourself. Guhai removed your curse. Then I'll cast another curse on you." The Great Elder glared. In the blink of an eye, the Great Elder activated the red ball in his hand. Swoosh! A red line like a long whip flew towards King Pishio. "Dodge!" Guhai kicked King Pishio away. Boom! The red line whipped the ground and emitted a large amount of red light. "That little red ball is the key to his curse," King Taotai exclaimed, glaring. "Red ball?" Everyone looked at it. "That's right. We were cursed because of this red ball." King Pishio's expression changed. "The red ball can cast the red line of the curse? Chongming must have been bound by this red ball," King Pishio said in a deep voice. "Maybe the hearts in the outside world and the bones formed by the 9 cauldrons were all controlled by this red ball." Guhai's expression darkened. "If you're right, this is the heart blood of the curse god. Back then, I obtained this drop of heart blood and started the Blood Shaman clan. Here, no one can resist the curse of the heart blood." The Great Elder snorted coldly. Swoosh! As soon as the small red ball was activated, another long whip was thrown out, and it rushed toward the crowd. "Be careful, don't touch it." Guhai glared and shouted. Pa! 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 The Great Elder's whip technique was so strong that no one could get close to him. Even Guhai couldn't get close to him. Pa! Suddenly, King Chionyo was hit by the long whip. Countless red lines appeared where the whip touched and bound King Chionyo. It was a curse similar to the previous one. "No!" King Chionyo shouted. "Charge!" Guhai rushed forward. However, another red line appeared from the red ball, and a long whip flew towards the group. Pa! Immediately, the crowd was forced to move away again. "Ah!" King Chionyo wailed in agony, and the 8th king's expression changed. "This is the consequence of betraying me. I will make you suffer so much that you want to die." The Great Elder sneered. "We can't get close to him. What should we do?" King Pishio was frustrated. "Hold him back. I have an idea. Just hold him back." Guhai shouted. "All right." The 8th king followed Guhai and rushed towards the Great Elder. At the same time, he dodged the red line whip. The Great Elder waved the long whip and was in an invincible position. At this moment, although Wushang Demon was dead in the outside world, Guhai's other 2 chess souls stepped out. They grabbed the World Candle Green lamp and rushed towards the human-faced dragon. As the 9th king suddenly betrayed the Great Elder and stopped helping the Great Elder control the human-faced dragon, the human-faced dragon was unable to move. Under the fierce fire of the World Candle Green lamp, the huge human-faced dragon turned into a puddle of blood in a short while. It was burned by the fierce fire and absorbed into the World Candle Green lamp. Curse God! The flesh was the space of a heart. The bones were formed by the 9 cauldrons, and the human-faced dragon was just the divine soul. It was formed by the endless curse energy. Now that all the curse energy was absorbed by the World Candle Green lamp, the human-faced dragon collapsed and disappeared. Only the unconscious Chongming and the 9th king were left behind. Guhai's 2 chess souls approached and entered Chongming's glabella without hesitation. Wong! Instantly, the 2 chess souls arrived at the small space where the Great Elder was. "Guhai, you really have 4 gods?" the great elder said in surprise. Mr. Good, the eighth king's god exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Good, help! King Xiongnu's god was bound by the red line and screamed in pain. Whoosh! One of the chest souls activated the world candle green lamp. Instantly, the red line binding King Xiongnu's god dissipated. Thank you, Mr. Good. King Xiongnu was overjoyed. The world candle green lamp again, the great elder exclaimed. That's right. It's the world illuminating lamp again. Let's see if the torch dragon's heart blood in your hand is stronger, or if the torch dragon's flames in my hand is stronger. With the world illuminating lamp in hand, chest soul charged towards the grand elder. Chapter 1202. Underworld, South Sea, Underground Space. Kong Xian, Dragon God Ing, and Mosquito Dowrin. The three powerhouses besieged Scorpio at the same time, immediately causing Scorpio to suffer heavy injuries again and again. Bastard, if you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. Scorpio spat out a mouthful of blood and said in shock and anger. Ridiculous. Kong Xian and the other two snorted coldly. Do you think we are stupid? At this time, even if we could defeat you one-on-one, it is impossible for us to fight you one-on-one. How can there be fairness on the battlefield? On the other side, Skeleton Guhai stood on the huge torch dragon's heart. As the holes in the heart grew larger and larger, the black fog had completely enveloped the heart and cut off the supply of earth fire. It was gnawing crazily. The energy after the gnawing surged into Skeleton Guhai's body. Skeleton Guhai's cultivation was very strange. His original body was a rib of heaven, but he strangely absorbed the power of nothingness. His cultivation was already different from others. Under the mutation of heaven's rib, it was like a container. The container was filled with the power of nothingness, resulting in the current strength of Heavenly Palace. However, it was extremely difficult to break through again. It was not possible to continue absorbing the power of nothingness. Because this container was only so big, it could only hold so much power of nothingness. If he wanted to become stronger, but he could not absorb more power of nothingness, what was the use? Only by increasing the size of the container could he store more power of nothingness. But this container was heaven's rib. It was basically the top existence of heaven and earth. Improve? Skeleton Guhai used many methods to improve the quality of his body. However, what could be compared to heaven's rib? He used many methods, but they were all useless. This was the bone of the third spirit of heaven and earth. It was almost impossible to improve its quality. If the amount accumulated, it might even dilute its quality. Therefore, Skeleton Guhai had always been unable to find a way. But now, this giant heart was different. This was Torch Dragon's heart, the heart of the first spirit of heaven and earth. Its quality was even stronger than heaven's rib. As a result, when Guhai devoured the Torch Dragon's heart, he could clearly feel that his body was strengthening. In other words, the quality of the ribs that had turned into his body was increasing. It was equivalent to the vessel that contained the power of nothingness growing larger. As long as he were to head to the void and absorb the power of the void, he would definitely be able to break through once more. What a great treasure! Skeleton Guhai's face was flushed with excitement. Amidst the rolling black fog, the little skeleton was madly gnawing away. Right at this moment, the Grand Elder within the heart had completely fused with the Curse God, using the 9 cauldrons as bones. Ka. Suddenly, countless bone spikes emerged from his heart. Was this the Torch Dragon's bone? Good. Skeleton Guhai was overjoyed. He was formed from the rib bone of the third spirit. If he were to devour the rib bone of the first spirit, his quality would definitely improve. It would not be as good as the improvement from a heart. Eat. Skeleton Guhai was excited. The surrounding black fog had more than doubled in size. It was visible to the naked eye that the heart had shrunk. It wouldn't be long before he would be able to break through the heart's barrier and rescue the main body's chest soul, just as Skeleton Guhai was looking forward to it. Inside, the Grand Elder was controlling the heart, squeezing black impermanence and Wushang demon. Phew! The huge heart suddenly shrank, leaving only half its size. The heart shrank so much? Doesn't that mean that the entire internal space has been crushed? Did something happen inside? Skeleton Gu Hai's expression changed, knowing that it was bad. Eat quickly. Skeleton Gu Hai was anxious. Boom, boom, boom. The Life Slayer blade slashed at the shrinking heart again and again, accelerating the heart's devouring. In between Chong Ming's eyebrows, one of Gu Hai's chest souls was holding the World Torch Green Lantern, and the rolling torch dragon flames surged towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder held a red ball in his hand, the torch dragon's heart blood. With a swing, a red curse whip rushed straight towards him. Boom! The torch dragon flames instantly burned the red curse line. In an instant, the red line collapsed. The previously successful red line was now useless. Ha ha! This time, the torch dragon's heart blood is useless. Old thing, you made my life worse than death. See if I don't kill you. Shunyo laughed loudly and pounced on the Grand Elder. Roar! The 9 kings pounced on the Grand Elder at almost the same time. With such a good opportunity, how could they not take revenge? You're courting death. The Grand Elder's expression changed, and he threw another red line at the 9 kings. Gu Hai snorted coldly. The torch dragon flames instantly burned the heart blood into nothingness. In an instant, the heart blood was no longer useful. The 9 kings closed in an instant, and King Cheonyo slapped down with his claws. He wanted to smash the Grand Elder into pieces. You guys, you're still far from it. The Grand Elder stared and slapped. Boom! King Cheonyo was sent flying by the slap. What? King Cheonyo exclaimed. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of heavy blows from the Great Elder, the 9 great kings who were pouncing at him were all sent flying. That old thing's god is too powerful, King Bian said in horror as he flew in the air. In the blink of an eye, the 9 kings' god were sent flying by the clash of gods. Your god is stronger than ordinary people, but in front of me, it's nothing. This sovereign's god has been refined with his heart blood for millions of years. How can you compare to the strength of this sovereign's god? The first elder sneered. Just as the Grand Elder was feeling confident, one of Gu Hai's chest souls approached him and slapped him. Oomph. Gu Hai, how old are you? You want to fight me head-on? And you want to split it into 4? You're overestimating yourself. The Grand Elder snorted and slapped him. Boom! There was a loud sound. This time, Gu Hai's chest soul was not sent flying. Instead, it was in a stalemate with the Grand Elder's palm. In fact, the first elder's face suddenly revealed a look of shock. Impossible! How can your god be so powerful? The Grand Elder exclaimed. Mr. Good's god is more powerful than that old thing's? King Bian said in surprise. Of course. When Mr. Good suppressed my god, it happened in an instant too. King Shunyo looked at the chest soul that was blocking the Grand Elder with admiration. Refined with the heart blood of a torch dragon for millions of years? Ha! It seems like your god isn't that powerful. One of Gu Hai's chest souls sneered. Impossible. How can your god be so powerful? The Grand Elder said in disbelief. One of Gu Hai's god was enough to overwhelm him. Now he had 3 more, and 3 more. Sometimes, the strength of a god depends on talent. Gu Hai's chest soul said calmly. Whoosh! Suddenly, another chest soul held the world-illuminating lamp and used the torch dragon's fire to burn away all the red lines on the bat that the Grand Elder was sitting on. The bat was naturally Chongming's god. Grand Elder of the Blood Shamans? That's all you've achieved after millions of years of refinement? He sneered as he slightly suppressed the Grand Elder's chest soul. I just met with some unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, the 4 of you wouldn't be my match. The Grand Elder said coldly. Oh, unforeseen circumstances? Gu Hai's chest soul said coldly. After the War of the Shamans, my god was split in half. One half hid in the world until it met Jiang Lianshan and assisted him in his rebellion. The other half hid in the Corpse Tomb realm. Originally, as long as the 2 halves merged into one, I would be the strongest. Unexpectedly, the other half of the Corpse Tomb realm fell into Chongming's hands and refined it. That bastard. How can a bug like him refine my god? I have to slowly refine it and take back my divine power. Previously, when I possessed his body, he wanted to compete with me. His divine power is indeed about the same as mine. However, he doesn't have this heart blood and can only be controlled by me. If I had a few more years, I would definitely be able to recover to my former self. What are your four gods to me? The Grand Elder sneered. So, you used the heart blood of the candle dragon to control Chongming? You only have half of your divine power? Huh, what does that have to do with me? Since you provoked me, you have to pay the price. Guhai said coldly. As Xiao Chan spoke coldly, the four chess souls struck the Grand Elder at nearly the same time. Boom, 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 boom. Even though the Grand Elder resisted with all his might, two fists could not fight four hands. How could he be a match for Guhai? With a loud sound, the Grand Elder was instantly sent flying and separated from the bat he was riding. That's all there is to it, the four Guhai chess souls sneered. With the World Candle Dragon's heart blood, Guhai was not afraid of the Candle Dragon's heart blood. Naturally, the Grand Elder was defeated. The bat shuddered and suddenly woke up. His Holiness, the bat said in pleasant surprise. Chongming, you're awake? It's good that you're awake. Wait for me to destroy this blood, which Grand Elder first. Guhai took a step forward and was about to continue attacking. The Grand Elder immediately showed an angry expression. Fight again? How? Guhai held the World Candle Dragon's lamp. The Grand Elder could not curse, and he could not beat him. Was he really going to be slowly exhausted to death? Humph. Guhai, don't think that you will definitely win just because you have the World Candle Dragon's lamp. The World Candle Dragon's lamp's flame can suppress the heart blood's curse. However, my heart blood can control the hearts of the outside world. Watch as I control the curse god's heart and crush all of you. All of you, none of you can think of escaping. Chongming's body as well. The Grand Elder said angrily. As he spoke, the Grand Elder's figure flashed as he stepped forward. No! The expressions of the 9 great kings' gods changed drastically as they immediately charged forward. Even Guhai's 4 chess souls knew that the situation was bad and immediately charged forward. Whoosh! The 9 great kings' gods came out and immediately returned to their unconscious bodies. Guhai stepped into the air. He saw the heart blood in the Grand Elder's hand. Curse God's heart, heed my command. Crush them, the 9 great kings, and Chongming, into meat paste. The Grand Elder roared as he pointed at Guhai. Oh no! Guhai's expression changed. That was because even Wu Shang Demon was crushed to death in an instant. Now, the 9 great kings and Chongming couldn't block it all. It seemed that the Grand Elder's plan was about to succeed. The entire inner space was about to be crushed. Boom! However, at this moment, there was a loud bang in the sky, and a strange large hole appeared. Billowing black gas suddenly emerged from the large hole, filling the small space left in an instant. In the black gas, there were countless small skulls rapidly gnawing on the thin layer of Torch Dragon's heart. What? The Curse God's heart has been broken? The Grand Elder's expression changed. It's been broken? The 4 chess souls were also overjoyed. The skeleton Guhai had finally torn the Torch Dragon's heart at this moment. Whoosh! The skeleton Guhai's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Guhai's 4 chess souls. The 2 consciousnesses instantly resonated and synchronized, and they knew everything about each other. Ha! So there's only a layer of skin left in the Torch Dragon's heart. It's no longer a concern. The 4 chess souls sneered. The skeleton Guhai flipped his hand and took out a coffin from his sleeve. The coffin opened, and a sleeping body was lying inside. It was Guhai's original body. Original body? The 4 chess souls immediately entered the space between the eyebrows of Guhai's original body, and his consciousness instantly filled his entire body. Buzz! The eyes of Guhai's original body opened instantly, and 2 beams of divine light shot out from his eyes, piercing through all the black fog and reaching the sky. Ka. Twisting his head, Guhai's original body climbed out of the coffin, waved his hand, and put away the coffin. Guhai had returned to his original position. At this moment, Gu-hai was the invincible Gu-hai. The aura around him had already made the Grand Elder, who was not far away, reveal a look of horror. Grand Elder of the Blood Witches, you've completely lost. Gu-hai's original body said coldly. Chapter 1203. There was a huge hole in Torch Dragon's heart, and it was being gnawed away by the rolling skulls. The bone spurs formed by the 4 cardinal cauldrons were the skull's favorite. Grand Elder held Torch Dragon's heart blood in his hand and stared at everything around him. This is impossible. This is impossible. No one can break the curse god's heart. No one. Grand Elder was in despair. Even Black Impermanence couldn't break the curse god's heart. He was a perfected god. But how could the scene in front of him be like this? Activating the heart blood was too much for the heart to bear, and it was difficult to activate it. Even if it was activated, it only moved a little because it was completely enveloped by the black fog, and every inch of it was being gnawed away by the skulls. Once it moved, it seemed to tear open a bigger wound, and more skulls would occupy it. Not far away, the endless skulls surged toward Gu-hai after devouring the energy. Gu-hai's aura grew stronger and stronger. Moreover, Gu-hai's main body slowly crawled out of the coffin beside him. When Gu-hai came out, he was filled with boundless rage and a ferocious and invincible aura. Gu-hai returned to his original position. It was as if the heavens had descended. The 9 kings also returned to their original positions. They got up one by one and looked at the huge hole in the sky in surprise. It's broken. That's great. We can go out now. King Taotai exclaimed in surprise. No, why should we go out now? That old thing is dead. He only has his god now. Don't let his god escape. King Taotai said excitedly. Hearing King Baian's furious roar, everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at the lonely Great Elder. Grand Elder also shuddered. Escape at this time? They were in a desperate situation. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Grand Elder rushed back to Chongming's glabella. He went back again. Stop! The 9 kings cried out in shock. The 2 Gu-hais also narrowed their eyes. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from Chongming's glabella, as if there was a heavy blow inside. What? The Great Elder exclaimed. He saw the Torch Dragon's heart blood leave his hand and fly out of Chongming's glabella, floating outside of Chongming's glabella. Bastard, you dare to sneak attack me? The Great Elder between his eyebrows shouted in anger. Oomph! Now that you don't have the heart blood for the curse, it's time for us to settle the score. Chongming said with a ferocious expression. Chongming, Gu-hai's main body frowned. His Holiness, leave this old thing to me. My god is no weaker than his. I've already refined his demigod. I can refine the remaining demigod as well. Chongming said, All right, be careful. I'll bestow upon you that heart blood. Solemnly, Gu-hai's original body said, Thank his Holiness. Chongming replied. The Torch Dragon's heart blood floated in Chongming's glabella. Logically speaking, Gu-hai was the final winner after turning the tide. He could kill the Great Elder with a snap of his fingers. Everything here would belong to Gu-hai, including the Torch Dragon's heart blood. However, since Chongming cultivated the blood, Gu-hai was generous with his reward. The 9 kings looked at the red heart blood and looked at Chongming enviously. However, no one said anything. If it weren't for Gu-hai, the 9 kings would have died long ago. They wouldn't have the chance to stand here. Go out and stop. The black fog continued to gnaw on the remaining part of the Torch Dragon's heart. Gu-hai's main body also took out the World Illuminating Lamp. That was because the World Illuminating Lamp contained the purest curse energy. Let's try it. Gu-hai's main body sat cross-legged and began to absorb it. The Great Compassion poem of Heaven and Earth was activated. Hong! The rolling curse energy was forcibly absorbed by Gu-hai. It works. Gu-hai's main body was delighted. Gu-hai, who was at the 8th level of Heavenly Palace, had tried many cultivation methods. He absorbed all kinds of energy, but not all kinds of energy could be absorbed. The curse energy. If he absorbed it normally, all the curse energy gathered by all the curse cultivating people in the world wouldn't be enough for Gu-hai's cultivation. However, it was different now. The curse energy in the world-illuminating lamp had been accumulated for millions of years. It had been accumulated to the maximum with a purpose. The curse energy of millions of years was a great supplement for Guhai. More importantly, the great compassion poem of heaven and earth could accept this kind of energy. Boom! The rolling curse energy surged into Guhai's body. The eighth cyclone formed in the heavenly eye between Tianhun's brows. The cyclone spun slowly and crazily absorbed the curse energy. Rumble! Rumble! Guhai's main body was sure that as long as he absorbed all the curse energy, he would be able to increase by one level. Guhai was naturally guarding at the side. Chongming sat cross-legged in the distance, fighting the blood wizard Great Elder alone between his brows. Chongming's god was a demigod who had refined the Great Elder. He wasn't weaker than the Great Elder. Now that he was attacking with hatred, he naturally used all his strength. Although the crowd couldn't see between his brows, they could guess how intense the battle was. The 9 great kings adjusted their breathing and recovered from their injuries. As for Black Impermanence, who was hiding in the dark and had been crushed into a meat patty, he was looking at skeleton Guhai with a terrified expression. Previously, he had been killed by Guhai and could be revived because of Black Impermanence's special ability. But now, skeleton Guhai was here. What should he do? Black Impermanence had a chance to catch his breath. After all, he was a perfected god. His physical body slowly returned to its original form, but his injuries were extremely tragic. Not far away, Guhai's main body was in seclusion. Guhai was guarding and didn't seem to notice him. Black Impermanence didn't hesitate and instantly rushed into the sky. Escape. He had to escape immediately. He couldn't fight with Guhai anymore. He was a freak. Just the divinity alone was able to turn this place upside down. Now that the whole body was here, how could they still compete? No, never. I don't want to face Guhai ever again. Black Impermanence's fear of Guhai was already imprinted in the depths of his heart. Even if his cultivation was higher than Guhai's, fear was fear. It wasn't something that cultivation could change. Swish. Black Impermanence immediately jumped out of the hole. Skeleton Guhai's face darkened. However, Black Impermanence had already gone out. The moment he went out, he happened to see Kong Xian, Dragon God Ing, and Mosquito Dowrin besieging Scorpio. Scorpio was also a perfected Heavenly Palace cultivator. He was strong, so he could be ranked 4th in the Heavenly Devil Holy Land. One had to know that Gautama Heavenly Devil was ranked 7th. How strong was the 4th? He had poisoned countless experts to death with his poisonous knockout stake. His use of poison gas was even better. Except for Wu Shang Demon, no one in the Heavenly Devil Holy Land could compare. However, Chun Xian mastered the great Tao of poison and had already given all kinds of antidotes to Dahan's ministers. Scorpio's poison gas was useless. At this moment, under the encirclement of 3 fierce gods, Scorpio was battered and exhausted. Dragon God Ing even tore off his huge scorpion tail. Dragon God Ing was the ancestor of Earth zombies. Although he hadn't reached the peak, his strength was extraordinary. He tore off the scorpion tail, causing Scorpio to scream in pain. Scorpio was wounded everywhere. He was about to be killed by the 3 experts. Boom! With a loud sound, Black Impermanence rushed into the battle. He knocked away Kong Xian's 6-color divine light and protected Scorpio. What? Black Impermanence? Mosquito Doran's expression changed. Black Impermanence? He seems to be injured. Dragon God Ying's eyes darkened. Kong Xian also snorted. Well, too, you came out. That's great. Avenge me and kill them. You're in the great circle of the God Legion. Kill them. My tail was torn off. Help me kill them. Scorpio roared crazily. Go, 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 quickly. Black Impermanence pulled Scorpio and tried to escape in fear. Go. Why? Scorpio said unwillingly. Are you not listening to me? I said go. Black Impermanence said anxiously. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to save Scorpio, Black Impermanence wouldn't have stayed a moment longer. However, Scorpio was unwilling. Kong Xian and the other 2 were even more unwilling to let him go. Just as everyone was arguing, go? Haha, Bai Zizai's subordinates are really a bunch of cowards. Suddenly, a cold laugh came from the lava area above. Huh. Everyone's expression darkened as they looked up. Then he saw two red-robed men step into the magma-isolated space. Huh. As soon as the two red-robed men arrived, they squinted their eyes and looked around, especially at the huge heart surrounded by black energy. Zhu Cece, Zhu, Black Impermanence's eyes widened. Autark Vermilion Bird. Scorpio's face lit up with joy. Autark Vermilion Bird was an enemy of the Dahan, and there were two of them. Wouldn't Gu Hai be screwed? Black Impermanence got Scorpio. So it's you. What's wrong? You're all injured when dealing with Gu Hai subjects? One of the Autark Vermilion Bird sneered. No, Senior Zhu Cece is here. We have a chance of winning. Scorpio laughed. Ha 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 ha. Zhu Cece laughed. Fourth brother, have you lost your mind? Why don't you listen to me? Come with me. Black Impermanence said angrily. Second brother, the two Autark Vermilion Birds are with us. It's true, Scorpio said anxiously. Before coming here, Scorpio had received a message from Bai Zizai, saying that he would ask the Autark Vermilion Bird to help him. Now there were two Autark Vermilion Bird. Wouldn't this group of people be screwed? Wouldn't it be time for him to avenge himself? You don't want to leave? Fine, you're courting death. You stay here. I'm leaving, Black Impermanence said angrily. He turned around and fled toward the outside. Stop, Kong Xian said angrily. However, Black Impermanence didn't stop and rushed out. Haha, I'm here. I won't allow you to be so presumptuous. Zhu Wuwu immediately opened his palm toward Kong Xian. The boundless Nanmingli fire rushed toward Kong Xian. Boom! Kong Xian's six-color divine light collided with it. He paused and looked at Zhu Wuwu with a ferocious expression. Zhu Wuwu turned his head and looked at the place where Black Impermanence left. Haha, Black Impermanence? He's actually so timid? He really disappoints me. Humph. Let him go. He's already lost his courage. It's useless for him to stay. Zhu Cece said indifferently. Black Impermanence wasn't like this before. I don't know what happened to him. Guys, I'll go with you and kill Gu Hai and his group. Scorpio said excitedly. All right, although boss didn't let us come, we still can't take this line down. With this opportunity, I must avenge Chi-Chi and the others. Zhu Wuwu said with a glare. Zhu Wuwu's powerful aura spread out. Kong Xian and the other two's faces sank. Zhu Cece sneered at the side. A cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, skeleton Gu Hai slowly stepped out from the heart that was shrinking in size. Zhu Cece, Zhu Wuwu? Heh, it's you guys again? Skeleton Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. His Holiness. Kong Xian and the other two shouted. Since Scorpio doesn't want to live, you three can fulfill his wish. Leave this supreme vermilion bird to me. Skeleton Gu Hai said coldly. Yes, the three answered. Chapter 1204. Black Impermanence tossed aside the divine scorpion sky devil and immediately soared into the sky. No matter how many supreme vermilion birds came, Black Impermanence was the same. He didn't want to fight Gu Hai head-on anymore. The battle in the underground Blood City showed Black Impermanence how terrifying Gu Hai was. Because when he was summoned by the Nine Cauldrons' God-stealing curse, Gu Hai was penniless. He had lost all his powers in the past. The Eye of Heaven, the Life Terminator Saber, and the invincible body were all gone. He only had a weak spirit. However, this spirit could turn defeat into victory in the end. His side had everything, but it was a crushing defeat. This made Black Impermanence feel a strong fear in the depths of his heart. He recalled those who died because of Gu Hai. Long Zhonghua, Old Man Guanxi, Matriarch Ji. At this moment, Black Impermanence deeply felt the terror of Gu Hai. Moreover, Gu Hai had returned to his original body and possessed boundless power. How could they fight again? Black Impermanence even had the thought of never fighting with Gu Hai again. Black Impermanence left. The two supreme vermilion birds were left behind. They led Scorpio and coldly looked at the four people in front of them. Skeleton Gu Hai, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon God 1. There was also the Heart City that was constantly shrinking. Now, it was only one-third of its size. The blood shaman's underground blood city? Hee hee, they were actually annihilated? Zhu Wu's eyes narrowed as he saw a signboard on the city gate tower that had fallen not far away. No, this is a heart? It's so big? Zhu Cici's expression suddenly changed. Heart? Impossible. Zhu Wu said in shock. It's a heart. Such a big heart. Could it be the torch dragon's heart? No wonder. No wonder the blood shaman's curse is so powerful. It's because of the torch dragon's heart. Zhu Cici said with wide eyes. Whoosh! The 9 great kings also flew out of the ruins. Mr. Good, do you need our help? Great King Bayan looked worriedly at the group of experts opposite him. 9 great kings, just wait at the side. There's no need to do anything. Skeleton Guhai said. Yes, the 9 kings replied. In the ruins, Guhai's main body was still absorbing the cursed aura. Chong Ming had his eyes closed, and the battle blood wizard Grand Elder Spirit appeared between his eyebrows. 2/3 of Torch Dragon's heart has already been destroyed. Even if it's 1/3, it's not something you can take. Besides Guhai, you killed Chi-Chi. There's no way to gather the destiny of a dynasty here. Hand over your life. Zhu Wu glared and stepped forward. As he took a step forward, the boundless earth fire seemed to be summoned and surged toward the crowd. Step. Guhai took a step forward. Rumble. Countless bone spikes suddenly appeared from all directions as though they had appeared out of thin air. In an instant, they blocked all the fire that surged toward them. After eating a large number of Torch Dragon's hearts and bones, Guhai's aura had become much stronger. Although it did not increase his strength by much, he was better at using it. This was especially true for the void energy. Zhu Wu did not underestimate Guhai. He even used all his strength from the start. He clawed at Guhai, and a huge scarlet claw appeared in the void. It tore through the void like a heavenly might and tore apart skeleton Guhai. Zhou Tian Ten. Zhu Wu pulled out the life-slaying saber, and a scarlet light filled his eyes. Zhu Wu saw an illusion of slaughter, and his eyes dimmed. The life-slaying saber took advantage of Zhu Wu's daze and was about to slash him. Old Wu. Zhu Cici narrowed his eyes and pulled. Whoosh! Zhu Wu was pulled out of the life-slaying saber. Huh! The life-slaying saber collided with the vermilion bird's claw and canceled each other out. Zhu Wu trembled. Was I in an illusion? There's something wrong with that saber. Haha, Guhai. He's indeed extraordinary. Zhu Cici said with a cold expression. I was careless just now, but it doesn't matter. This kind of killing illusion can only be used on me once. It won't work again. Guhai, you won't have a chance this time. Zhu Wu said with a ferocious expression. This was indeed the first time Zhu Wu had encountered the life-slaying saber. To Zhu Wu, this was enough to recognize it. He would not fall for it again. Zhu Wu stepped forward again. Boom! However, at this moment behind skeleton Guhai, a loud sound rang out from Guhai's body. It was as if countless copper mountains had collided, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. However, Guhai's main body suddenly took a deep breath and opened its eyes. Buzz! 2 beams of divine light shot out from Guhai's eyes. When the divine light came out, the 2 vermilion birds narrowed their eyes as if they did not dare to look at the light directly. Under the full absorption of the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, all the curse aura was absorbed in a short time. In the heavenly eye between his eyebrows, the 8th chi core was formed. Cursed chi core. When a blood-red cursed chi core appeared, it meant that Guhai's cultivation had reached a new height. When the cursed chi core was formed, a huge wave of energy surged out and washed over his body. Immediately, a loud sound like a mountain colliding could be heard. A huge aura was released from his body. Heavenly Palace, 9th level. Guhai's eyes lit up. Slowly, Guhai's body stood up. At this moment, his body seemed to have an inexhaustible energy that he wanted to vent. His Holiness? Kong Xian and the others were surprised. Mr. Good, you broke through? The 9 great kings were also surprised. Guhai's body looked at the empty lamp in his hand and carefully put it away. What are you looking at? Kill. Guhai's body said coldly. Yes. Kong Xian and the others immediately pounced on Scorpio again. What? To Guhai. Guhai's consciousness has returned. Scorpio's expression changed. Guhai's body took over the position of the skeleton Guhai. He stepped forward and looked at the two vermilion birds. Zhu Cici, Zhu Wuwu. Heh, it feels good to be used as a knife. Guhai's body said coldly. Before we came, Bai Zizai said that there was only one Guhai doppelganger. But now, it seems that there is more than one doppelganger. But so what if there are two? This place is still your grave. Zhu Wuwu snorted and pounced again. This time, Zhu Wuwu was more careful with the slaughter illusion. He punched out, and the void shattered into countless pieces. Guhai's body was cold. There was no fear in his eyes. At this moment, he didn't even take out the life-extinguishing saber. Instead, he stretched out a finger. The finger seemed to carry the will to split the heavens and earth. An indomitable and invincible aura surged toward Zhu Wuwu. The move that defeated Old Sixth in the Premier Palace? Not good, such a powerful aura. Old Fifth, be careful. Zhu Cici immediately pounced. At the same time, he pressed his hands against Zhu Wuwu's back. Waves of energy entered Zhu Wuwu's body. Guhai's eyes turned cold. The power of the Pangu axe surged out again. Honk! With a loud sound, Zhu Cici and Zhu Wuwu flew backward. Their robes were instantly torn into pieces. Puffed, puffed. Both of them spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backward at almost the same time. No, impossible. The divine scorpion sky fiend also roared in shock. Was this a head-on clash? Two vermilion birds were no match for Guhai. How is this possible? Guhai's finger was even stronger than the one he used in the Premier Palace. This was because Guhai's cultivation had made another breakthrough. With this breakthrough, he could use the Pangu axe better, and his power was stronger. He had defeated the two vermilion birds with a single strike, and the two vermilion birds were instantly struck with fear. Using this power is really comfortable. Again, Guhai's body said coldly. The two vermilion birds' faces changed. Again? Do you think I'm stupid? Go! Zhu Cici roared. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, the two vermilion birds turned into two streams of light and fled. In the blink of an eye, they rushed through the magma area and disappeared. Guhai's body. Skeleton Guhai. Scorpio. At this moment, the most dumbfounded one was Scorpio. Supreme Vermilion Bird? Ran away? What did you two come here for? Didn't you want revenge? What happened to the promised revenge? You ran away just like that? If you ran away, take me with you. Why did you leave me here alone? Where's the basic trust between monsters? Scorpio wanted to cry, but had no tears. He thought he had found two great backers, but now he found that they seemed to be made of paper. Black Impermanence asked him to leave, so why didn't he leave? Now he couldn't leave. In front of him were Kong Xian, the Mosquito Taoist, and Dragon Goding, who had just beaten him up miserably. There was also Skeleton Guhai, who he couldn't afford to provoke, and even Guhai's main body, who the two Vermilion Bird Supremes couldn't afford to provoke. What should he do? The two great Guhai immediately looked at Scorpio. His Holiness, I surrender, please let me go, I was wrong. Scorpio said with a sad face. The two great Guhai's faces were gloomy. Kong Xian and the other two. His Holiness, I was blinded by hatred. His Holiness, spare me, spare me. Scorpio immediately gave up resisting. At this moment, he couldn't resist even if he wanted to. Obviously, he was seriously injured, and Kong Xian and the other two could kill him. If Guhai attacked, he would die without a doubt. Revenge for the other peak masters of the heavenly demon Holy Land? Go F***CK yourself. Take your revenge. Take your revenge. I don't care anymore. Otherwise, I'll die with those peak masters. Scorpio looked at Guhai in horror. He didn't know what decision Guhai would make. After a moment of silence, Guhai said, Kong Xian, seal his cultivation. Okay, I will cooperate with you. Scorpio was overjoyed. Kong Xian flew closer with a straight face and said reluctantly, What a coward, you surrendered before the fight. What kind of great ancient demon are you? Bullshit. Kong Xian mocked and ridiculed. hoping that Scorpio couldn't stand it and resist violently. However, Kong Xian's plans had already been seen through by the divine Scorpion Sky Fiend. Lord Kong is right. A wise man submits to circumstances. I am just an errand boy, Scorpio said with a smile. Kong Xian. Was this still the vicious divine scorpion heavenly demon of the past? Kong Xian was depressed by his bowing. Kong Xian was still hoping to have a good meal at the end of the fight. Even if he shared it with Mosquito Dowrin, he would still be at the peak of Heavenly Palace. But now, he could only watch and sigh. Umph! Kong Xian waved his hand and sealed all the divine scorpion heavenly devils. The divine scorpion heavenly demon cooperated as well, as the divine scorpion heavenly demon had a certain understanding of Gu Hai's character. As long as Gu Hai accepted those who surrendered, they would not die. 9 great kings, follow me. We have to return to the court immediately. Gu Hai said. Okay. 9 great kings answered. Kong Xian, take Scorpio and return to the court with me. Mosquito Dowrin, Dragon God Ing, you two stay and accompany my doppelganger. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Everyone answered. Whoosh. Gu Hai, 9 great kings, Kong Xian, and Scorpio immediately rushed out of the magma layer, out of the South Sea of the Netherworld, and towards the eternal Ing capital. Dragon God Ing and Mosquito Dowrin accompanied skeleton Gu Hai and Chongming. Chapter 1205. Gu Hai's main body took Kong Xian, Scorpio, and the 9 kings and left first. Although the imperial capital had its own meticulous arrangements to balance all forces, it was inevitable that there would be other forces. Therefore, when Gu Hai escaped, the first thing he thought of was to stabilize the imperial capital. After all, the imperial capital was his foundation. The departure of Gu Hai's main body was clearly seen by the 2 supreme vermilion birds hiding in the dark. Zhu Cixi and Zhu Wuwu had just been defeated and fled. They didn't go back, but lurked on a distant island and watched. Damn that Bai Zizai. He said that there was only one Gu Hai's doppelganger. Why are there 2 Gu Hai's here? Yes, the strength of that Gu Hai's main body is really powerful. No wonder old Six was defeated by him with 1 finger. What a powerful force. It seems to be the heaven-splitting axe intent. The 2 were depressed. Look, Gu Hai's main body left with Kong Xian and the others. Zhu Wuwu said in surprise. Left? Why? Why didn't the skeleton doppelganger leave? Zhu Cixi narrowed his eyes. Is it because of the torch dragon's heart? The 2 suddenly looked at each other. 4th brother, now there's no Gu Hai's main body, only the skeleton doppelganger. Should we? Zhu Wuwu's eyes flashed with expectation. No, once you go back, Gu Hai's main body will also go back. Zhu Cixi shook his head. But, are we just going to let it go? Also, that torch dragon's heart. Zhu Wuwu said unwillingly. Zhu Cixi was silent for a moment, and finally he shook his head. Forget it, Gu Hai has already become powerful. Even Bai Zizai doesn't dare to make a move. If you and I go, it's simply. Bai Zizai is a coward. It's not like you don't know. He was so scared during the battle of the shamans and beasts that he went into hiding. Zhu Wuwu said unwillingly. Moreover, you also saw the battle just now. The powerful one is Gu Hai's main body. Gu Hai's skeleton doppelganger isn't that powerful. Last time, when Bai Wuchang went to the eternal Ing capital, skeleton Gu Hai could only fight to a draw with him. Zhu Wuwu still didn't dare to say. Don't go. Wait for Master to come back. Zhu Cixi still shook his head. Sigh, all right. Zhu Wuwu sighed. Heavenly Devil Holy Land, Ancient Temple. Black Impermanence returned and reported everything to Bai Zizai. Bai Zizai's expression turned ugly when he heard Black Impermanence's words. Is that Gu Hai really that lucky? He can walk out of such a deadly situation? Bai Zizai said in a low voice. It's absolutely true. I'm not lying. Black Impermanence smiled bitterly. It's a pity that Scorpio doesn't know when to back down. It's even harder to take revenge for the other peak masters. Bai Wuchang sighed in the white fog. No, Master, they're still boss. I think. Black Impermanence's expression changed. Think what? The 2 looked at Black Impermanence. Gu Hai can't be defeated by force. Black Impermanence said bitterly. can't be defeated by force. The two frowned. The more Gu Hai fights, the more valiant he becomes. The more he kills, the stronger he becomes. No matter who it is, anyone who wants to go against him will end up trampled over corpses. He seems to have great luck. No one can compare to this kind of luck. My heavenly demon, Holy Land, cannot continue fighting with him. Black Impermanence smiled bitterly. Second brother, are you crazy? Why are you saying such depressing things? You're a perfected god who has followed Master since ancient times. What are you afraid of? Why are you saying such cowardly things today? Bai Wu Chang said in a low voice. Boss, Master, I'm really scared. Black Impermanence smiled bitterly. Bai Wu Chang. Bai Zizai narrowed his eyes at Black Impermanence. Black Impermanence had followed him for so many years, but he had never been afraid of anyone, not even Jiangchun. Black Impermanence wouldn't even show fear. But today, Gu Hai seemed to have scared him out of his wits. Bai Zizai couldn't understand Black Impermanence's feelings, and Black Impermanence couldn't express his feelings either. He could only smile bitterly. Forget it. Black Impermanence, you're too tired. Rest for a few days. Bai Zizai said. Yes. Black Impermanence nodded. After Black Impermanence left, Bai Zizai stared at Black Impermanence's back, unable to calm down for a long time. Master, second brother, Bai Wu Chang said worriedly. Wait for a while, Bai Zizai said in a deep voice. Yes. Bai Wu Chang sighed softly. The two turned their heads and looked at the South Sea of the Netherworld. At this moment, Gu Hai's main body left quickly with everyone. Gu Hai's main body left. Bai Zizai said in surprise. Skeleton Gu Hai might have had a great opportunity after devouring the Torch Dragon's heart. What a pity. Such a good opportunity was ruined by the Blood Shaman Grand Elder. What a waste. Bai Zizai said coldly. What do we do now? Bai Wu Chang said in a deep voice. There are still two supreme vermilion birds. They're hiding in the dark, so they must be unwilling. I hope they can. Bai Zizai said expectantly. But after waiting for a while, Zhu Cixi and Zhu Wuwu didn't make a move. They're scared too, Bai Wu Chang said in a deep voice. Bai Zizai was silent for a while. Is Gu Hai's main body really that strong? That's right. Last time, at the entrance of the Premier Palace, he defeated Zhu Lulu with a single finger. Sigh. Bai Wu Chang sighed helplessly. Gu Hai must have some secret. That finger was the sky-splitting axe intent. Only Long Zhonghua can control the sky-splitting axe, so it must be related to Long Zhonghua. What's going on? Bai Zizai fell in a deep thought. Master, second brother said that third brother is dead. What about fourth brother? He was caught by Gu Hai just now. Bai Wu Chang said worriedly. He doesn't know when to stop. Black Impermanence asked him to leave, but he insisted. He asked for it. Let him reflect in front of Gu Hai. Bai Zizai said in a deep voice. All right. Bai Wu Chang nodded. Bai Wu Chang understood that Scorpio was captured, and there was nothing he could do now. At the bottom of the South Sea, in a magma interlayer space, Chang Ming sat cross-legged, and the Torch Dragon's heart blood floated between his eyebrows. In the space between his eyebrows, Chang Ming's spirit was fighting against the Great Elder's spirit. After a battle, boom! With a loud bang, Chang Ming's body suddenly emitted endless bloody light, and a huge aura surged out. Heavenly Palace perfection? Chang Ming could be considered to have profited from a disaster. Dragon God Ying's eyes lit up. Yes, following His Holiness will always give you a chance to achieve Heavenly Palace perfection. Mosquito Dowan sighed. But at this moment, a scream came from between Chang Ming's eyebrows. No, I don't believe it. My strength is stronger than yours. Why did I lose to you? I lost to you. The Great Elder scream came from between Chang Ming's eyebrows. I forgot to tell you, my luck is very good. I used to be called the one blessed by the heavens. Chang Ming said lightly. No, just a little while. Don't erase my consciousness. Don't The Great Elder's scream came again. This time, I won't be merciful, Dai. Chang Ming snorted coldly. Boom! Another loud sound came from between his eyebrows. The bloody light around Chang Ming's body became even more intense. After that, The heart blood in between his eyebrows was slowly sucked into Chongming's body. Buzz! Chongming's body trembled, as if this drop of heart blood was suddenly a great supplement for Chongming. Chongming's skin turned red. He opened his eyes. Buzz! Two rays of bloody light came out from Chongming's eyes. Suddenly, a sea of blood appeared out of thin air in all directions. Chongming sat in the sea of blood and controlled it. Phew, what a heart blood! Old thing, you are really stupid. This heart blood is the real supplement for our god. Ha ha! Chongming showed a look of ecstasy. Buzz! The rolling sea of blood was suddenly sucked into Chongming's body. Getting up, Chongming walked to the skeleton Gu Hai and knelt on one knee. Thank you, your majesty, Chongming said gratefully. While feeling grateful, his whole body trembled with pleasure. Chongming, how do you feel now? The skeleton Gu Hai asked. Great, this is really great. This drop of heart blood is actually compatible with my soul. Not only has it reached the peak of the heavenly palace, but also seems to be washing my human soul and earth soul, strengthening them. I feel that as long as I cultivate in seclusion for a few more days, there may be a big breakthrough. Chongming said in surprise. That's good. The skeleton Gu Hai nodded. Rumble. The last loud sound came from the ground not far away, but the heart and bones of the torch dragon were all eaten clean. All the little skulls were trembling in excitement. Phew! The black gas wrapped all the little skulls, and all of them entered the skeleton Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai's body suddenly trembled, and he felt incomparably comfortable. Fortunately, no one dares to barge in. We should go, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, Chongming and the other two answered. The three of them looked around, there was nothing else, and followed Gu Hai out of the small space, out of the netherworld South Sea, and out of the sea. The three of you go back first. The skeleton Gu Hai ordered. His Holiness, you don't want to go back with us? Dragon God Ing asked in surprise. I still have something to do. You guys go first. The skeleton Gu Hai looked at the starry sky. After devouring the heart and bones of the torch dragon, his whole body had undergone a qualitative change. It was like a container, and the container suddenly expanded countless times. It was the best opportunity to absorb the void energy. Yes, Chongming and the other two answered, and instantly shot into the distance, disappearing in front of everyone. The skeleton Gu Hai took a step and rushed into the sky, heading towards the depths of the starry sky. The skeleton Gu Hai wanted to go into the void to absorb the void energy. At this moment, he was somewhat impatient. He felt that he could devour an endless amount of void energy at once. Phew! In the blink of an eye, he entered the starry sky. Zhu Cixi and Zhu Wuwu, who were hiding in the dark, opened their eyes wide, revealing a look of surprise. Is Gu Hai crazy? Where's he going? To the depths of the starry sky. That speed didn't slow down at all. Could it be that he wants to go into the void? Zhu Cixi said in surprise. The opportunity is here, fourth brother. I want to kill him. Zhu Wu said with a stare. Old Wu, stop fooling around. Let's go to the underwater space just now to take a look, then follow me back. Zhu Cixi shouted. I don't want to. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I can't lose it. Zhu Wu said reluctantly. Zhu Cixi's face turned ugly, but he also found that there didn't seem to be any danger. At the very least, this skeleton Gu Hai was much weaker than Gu Hai's main body. Moreover, once it entered the void, it should be able to cut off all connections. All right, you can go, but you have to promise me that once you encounter danger, you will come back immediately. Don't try to show off. Zhu Cixi said in a deep voice. Okay, Zhu Wu said excitedly. Phew! Zhu Wu chased the skeleton Gu Hai straight into the starry sky, while Zhu Cixi went to investigate the underwater space just now.